Chapter 1893, Lear's News. Chapter 1893, Lear's News. Outside of Heavenly Eagle Imperial City, a figure phased and formed the young man stood with his hands behind his back, looking at that model-like small city beneath his feet with a scornful face. Buzz. The moment the young man released his aura, a horrifying aura instantly enveloped the entire city. Zhuo Shujie and the rest of the powerhouses were currently crowding around Ning Tianping and asking all sorts of questions at this time. They were very curious about Yi Yuan's experiences in these several hundred years and naturally wanted to get to the bottom of it. But right at this time, a horrifying pressure enveloped the entire Heavenly Eagle Imperial City. Zhuo Shujie's expression rapidly changed, his face ashen pale, cold sweat already faintly seeping out on his forehead. What kind of pressure is this? Zhuo Shujie's expression was ugly as he said. This aura was too horrifying until it made people unable to give birth to the thought of resisting. As for how strong it was, Zhuo Shujie completely could not determine it with his realm. Tonga, one, who had been playing with Treasure Pig all along, noticed something. His gaze revealed a trace of uncertainty at first. He then said coolly, judging from this aura, it should be an Empyrean. Everyone's faces quickly changed, looking at Tonga in disbelief. Empyrean? You're not joking, right? Zhuo Shujie said in disbelief. He seriously could not imagine why Heavenly Eagle Imperial City would be visited by an Empyrean powerhouse. Is Yi Yuan here? Have him come out for this Empyrean. Right at this time, a void reverberated throughout the entire Heavenly Eagle Imperial City, confirming Tonga's words. Professing as this Empyrean, that was naturally a Heavenly Empyrean. After the shock, Zhuo Shujie brought everyone and went out to welcome him. That figure in midair appeared very illusory and also very dazzling. Zhuo Shujie did not dare to look straight at it at all. Zhuo Shujie knelt down respectfully and said politely and meekly, Heavenly Eagle City Lord, Zhuo Shujie, pays respect to Lord Empyrean. Although he did not dare to look straight at him, glimpsing through his peripherals, this Empyrean powerhouse was extremely young. This made Zhuo Shujie incredibly shocked in his heart. He had naturally never seen before an Empyrean powerhouse, but even a fool would know that those able to achieve the position of Empyrean were all old monsters who had lived for millions of years. This young man in front of him was clearly not. Just where did such a young Empyrean powerhouse come from? The young man accepted it calmly and said coolly, which one is Yi Yuan? Everyone's faces changed, not expecting that this Empyrean was actually here for Yi Yuan. For a moment, the atmosphere was terrifyingly quiet. Looks like you guys feel that this Empyrean is very easygoing. The young man's palm slowly raised up, the winds and clouds suddenly change. The heaven and earth spiritual energy within a radius of 100,000 miles closed in towards him crazily. Empyrean level world power suddenly released, heaven and earth changed colors because of it. For the first time in their lives, these remote hinterland powerhouses witnessed the terror of Empyrean Class SS powerhouses. And the price was death. If this palm landed, Heavenly Eagle Imperial City would turn to ashes. Practically mustering up all the strength in his body, Zhuo Shujie said, Lord Empyrean, calm your anger. Yi Yuan he isn't in the city. The young man's brows furrowed slightly and he said, wherever he is, make him come and see me. This request was somewhat forcing people to do what they could not. But what to do? Forget about a puny little Heavenly Eagle Imperial City, even the 9-pledge Imperial capital was also too weak to stand in compet. One tie-on in front of an Empyrean powerhouse. Another bout of silence. The young man seemed to have lost his patience and said coolly, in that case, you all can go and die. Waving his hand, the wind and clouds stirred, spiritual energy surging mightily. That howling gale blew until Zhuo Shujie's face hurt. Stop. Right at this time, there was a ripple in the void, a figure emerged. When everyone saw that figure, their faces all changed drastically. Your Excellency, quickly leave. Ning Tianping howled. Yi Yuan did not leave, his gaze was currently sizing up that young man who was looking down from a height, confirming that he had not seen him before. The young man had a handsome face like carved jade, hair falling lightly, very good looking, like the neighbor's big brother. But that evil aura on his body could not be concealed no matter what. Clearly, he did not have goodwill toward Yi Yuan. "You're looking for me?" Yi Yuan said with a frown. "You know Yu Mengli?" The young man answered with a question. Yi Yuan's entire body trembled violently. Pupils constricting, he asked with his voice carrying a quiver, "You know Leah?" Bang! He did not see the young man take any action. However, Yi Yuan's body was akin to being struck by lightning, turning into a sharp sword and falling to the ground. "Is Leah what you can call too?" The young man's gaze was sharp as he said unhappily. Yi Yuan vomited a mouthful of blood wildly, already sustaining serious injuries. This place was different from the Immortal Grove world. Facing Empyrean powerhouses, he did not have the least bit of strength to fight back at all. Even if the other party just spat out a bit of world power, he could not block it too. But the current Yi Yuan was wildly ecstatic in his heart. These several centuries, there was no news about Leah. At present, it being said from this young man's mouth, at least Leah was safe. A figure moving, Yi Yuan appeared in front of the young man once more. His injuries were dreadful to behold, but he stood stubbornly. "Who are you?" "Is Leah well currently?" Yi Yuan ignored his injuries, he just wanted to know how Leah was. No. The young man's brows furrowed slightly, world power erupting once more. Bang! Yi Yuan was blasted into the ground once more. The young man said in a cold voice, "I said before, you have no qualifications to call Leah. If there's a next time, you'll be dead for sure." Swooze. Plus Yi Yuan's figure appeared once more. It was just that the aura on his body was extremely disorderly, full of wounds. The young man's brows furrowed slightly. Clearly, he was rather unhappy with Yi Yuan's stubbornness and tenacity. He did not hold back with these two blows. If it were ordinary celestial deity realm martial artists, forget about flying in front of him, not dying would already be pretty good. But Yi Yuan stood in front of him stubbornly. No one spoke, it was silent between heaven and earth. Everyone's eyes looked at Yi Yuan, full of worry. They knew Yi Yuan's temper. Yi Yuan's relations. Hi+P with Yu Mengli, they were also aware of it. This Empyrean powerhouse that appeared out of nowhere did not even allow Yi Yuan to call a name, so how could he tolerate it? Toward Yi Yuan's fury, the young man did not pay attention at all. The young man looked at Yi Yuan and said with a calm look, "Just a celestial deity realm ant, so what right do you have to be angry? I'm here to tell you that junior apprentice Sister Mengli is no longer someone in the same world as you. Starting from today, forget her, otherwise, you know the consequences." At this time, Yi Yuan moved. 1 step, 2 steps. He moved closer to the young man step by step, countless blue fine lines spread out from Yi Yuan's body, winding over toward the young man. Seeing this scene, the young man who had always been calm and collected finally had a visible change in countenance. His pupils constricted and he cried out in shock, "Dao marks. How is this possible?" The blue fine lines became more and more, thicker and thicker, practically enveloped the entire space. Yi Yuan's 2 eyes became colder and colder, not carrying the slightest hint of feeling. Seeing Yi Yuan's 2 eyes, no idea why, a chill welled up from the bottom of the young man's heart. To an Empyrean powerhouse, celestial deity realm did not pose the least bit of threat at all. But at this moment, a feeling called danger spread throughout his whole body. 1. Interchangeable with Little Tong. Chapter 1894, A Sneeze. Chapter 1894, A Sneeze. A region of space was currently quietly forming. The young man's heart twinged fiercely. A feeling of incredible danger instantly welled up in his heart. Courting death. Incomparably heavy world power suddenly erupted in an instant, cruise. Plussing over toward Yi Yuan. Yi Yuan's figure suddenly vanished, escaping into the boundless void. The young man's pupils constricted and he cried out in alarm, "Spatial law." At this moment, he no longer held back, the power of Empyrean realm erupting completely. The berserk aura made the faces of the people below turn white as a sheet. This aura was much stronger than when the young man just appeared. The people understood that this young man meant business. No one would have expected that the situation would actually develop to such an extent. The celestial deity realm Yi Yuan actually forced an Empyrean to go all out. Even thinking about it felt preposterous. One had to know, even if Empyrean powerhouses stood there and did not move, celestial deity realm martial artists could not possibly cause them any damage too. This was the disparity in realms, and even more the gap in laws and heavenly Tao comprehension. It was unable to be compensated for at all. But now, Yi Yuan did it. What in the world were those mysterious blue fine lines? Forget about celestial deity realm powerhouses not understanding it, even ordinary Empyrean powerhouses did not know the existence of Tao mark. That was exclusive to heavenly emperor powerhouses. This young man's ident. Tai was clearly extraordinary. He only took one look and was extremely sure that those were Tao marks. Why would a celestial deity realm martial artist have Tao marks? The young man did not know, he also did not have time to think too much. Tao mark was too dangerous. Azura finger. The young man pointed a finger, an apocalyptic horrifying aura suddenly erupted, making the entire Heavenly Eagle Imperial City tremble. With this finger landing, the entire Heavenly Eagle Imperial City would be leveled to the ground. Pewalk. The might of this finger had yet to completely erupt and Yi Yuan already could not withstand this pressure, being forced out of the void by the other party. Those countless blue fine lines fell apart to pieces under this finger and were completely unable to construct the divine vestige SPACE. Yi Yuan spurted fresh blood wildly, his body flying out like a kite with a broken string. The current Yi Yuan was akin to being hauled out of blood from head to toe, looking grim and horrifying. The might of an Empyrean was too strong. The young man looked at Yi Yuan, his gaze cold as ice as he said in a solemn voice, "Originally, I just wanted to give you a warning. Since you're bent on courting death, then this Empyrean will send you off. Remember, the person who killed you is Lin Changqing." The current Lin Changqing was already utterly infuriated by Yi Yuan. In his eyes, Yi Yuan was merely an insignificant ant and could not have the will to resist at all, let alone have the capital to resist. But just now, he actually felt threatened. The Empyrean powerhouse Lin Changqing actually felt the threat of an ant. His emotion turned angry from embarrassment. A finger landing, the horrifying power of law made a series of cracks tear apart in SPACE. In the center of the storm, the bodies of many martial artists in the city suddenly exploded, turning into clouds of blood mist. This power already did not seem like it belonged in the mortal world. Lin Changqing was not just an Empyrean powerhouse, his law comprehension was similarly extremely horrifying. Die. A hint of delight flashed across in Lin Changqing's eyes, the finger suddenly landing. Right at this time, a pink light suddenly shot up to the sky and met with this finger. Under this horrifying finger, that pink lump of flesh appeared very frail. Lin Changqing's brows furrowed slightly and he said in a cold voice, "Humph, ignorant beast. A mantis also dares to block the cart." Grunt. Grunt. The pink lump of meat emitted an unpleasant sound. Who could it be if not Treasure Pig? Between heaven and earth, that small flesh ball appeared extremely small, just like a speck of dust. Treasure Pig's nose suddenly twitched without stopping, mouth opening wide. Ah! Chew! Treasure Pig flew up to the sky and did a big sneeze at Lin Changqing. In such a solemn moment, this scene appeared extremely comical. But no body could laugh. A horrifying air billow rose to the sky, meeting Lin Changqing's azure finger. Rumble. Amidst everyone's astounded gazes, that blast wind was akin to wind puffing away the clouds, and actually directly pushed the horrifying energy emitted by the azure finger back. Lin Changqing's face suddenly changed. This sudden turn of events caught him by surprise. The sneeze that Treasure Pig did arrive in front of him like easily sweeping up dead leaves. Bang! Lin Changqing's chest seemed to have been struck by a sledgehammer. Only to see fresh blood spurt wildly out of his mouth, figure flying backward, already sustaining heavy injuries. Everything flew away. Treasure Pig did a sneeze and tunneled back into Tonga's embrace lazily, falling asleep, as if nothing had happened. Death-like silence. Heavenly Eagle's people all exchanged glances, not daring to believe the scene that happened before their eyes at all. The finger of an Empyrean powerhouse was actually sent packing by a sneeze just like that. Furthermore, it even injured an Empyrean powerhouse. Tonga and Treasure Pig followed along with Yi Yuan, but these two fellows' sense of presence were too weak. So no one paid attention to them at all. Who could have thought that this pink pig Yi Yuan brought over actually had such daunting strength? Ning Tianping, White Light, Leng Qiuling, all looked at Treasure Pig with incredible shock, as if it was their first time knowing it. They all knew that Treasure Pig was a glutton and only ate the medicinal pills that Yi Yuan refined. They also knew that Treasure Pig was a sleepyhead. Sleeping several years away was also nothing difficult. But they did not know that Treasure Pig actually had such horrifying strength. Sensing all sorts of peculiar gazes, Tonga rolled his eyes and said, "Stare what stare? Never seen before such a beautiful pet." Everyone broke down. "Damn it. Damn it. Damn it. A bunch of ants. I'm going to level your heavenly eagle imperial city to the ground." Lin Changqing, who was bounced away several tens of thousands of miles away, flew back again with a flash, covered in blood all over. Clearly, Lin Changqing was already foaming at the mouth with rage. Tonga's brows furrowed slightly, leaping up and facing Lin Changqing. Grunt! Grunt! The Treasure Pig in Tonga's embrace opened both eyes rather tiredly and looked toward Lin Changqing somewhat lazily. Lin Changqing's face changed as if being stared at by a desolate beast. Facing this snotty brat without the strength to tie up a chicken, he actually felt timid. More accurately speaking, he was nervous about the Treasure Pig in Tonga's embrace. Lin Changqing could not feel any threat from this adorable and pink lumpy piglet, and also could not sense any kind of might. But that sneeze earlier was real. Tonga gave Lin Changqing a glance and said coolly, "Brat, stop making a show of force here. I'll tell you very responsibly, you don't even have the qualifications to carry his shoes for him. Ah! Give him some time, he'll let you know what's called despair. Now, get lost." The originally incomparably haughty words sounded very comical coming out of Tonga's mouth. Tonga's voice was childish, sounding more like acting like a spoiled child and not a warning. But no one dared to overlook his existence. That pink pig held in his arms was too powerful. Lin Changqing looked at Tonga, expression changing again and again. Chapter 1895, 2000-Year Agreement. Chapter 1895, 2000-Year Agreement. You're saying that I'm inferior to this trash? Do you know what realm junior apprentice sister Mengli achieved presently? Not long ago, junior apprentice sister Mengli already broke through to true God realm. Trash like Yi Yuan can only look at her back as long as he live. He isn't worthy of junior apprentice sister Mengli. Lin Changqing's words made everyone's hearts quiver violently. Including Zhuo Shujie. These people, they naturally knew Yu Mengli. Back then when she left Heavenly Eagle Imperial City, she was totally living under Yi Yuan's light. All the way until today, it was also merely less than 1,000 years from when she left Heavenly Eagle Imperial City, she actually already stepped into the realm of true God. This kind of cultivation speed was simply unimaginable. Also, this Lin Changqing, although the exact situation about his skeletal age could not be seen, his vitality was extremely exuberant, akin to the morning sun. Clearly, his age would not be too old either. Such a young Empyrean powerhouse, to a character like Zhuo Shujie, it was simply unimaginable. Even if it was Yi Yuan and the rest, they had never seen before such a young Empyrean powerhouse too. One had to know, even Heavenly Empyrean Immortal Grove, that level of unrivaled powerhouses, also spent as long as 50,000 years to cultivate to Heavenly Empyrean realm. Even though Yi Yuan displaying Dao Mark previously made Lin Changqing very surprised, it was also merely just being surprised. With his guesses, he reckoned that Yi Yuan obtained the Dao Mark legacy by chance inside some mystic realm. That was how he was able to display it. Although this kind of thing was rare, it was not impossible. As for Yi Yuan cultivating Dao Mark himself, Lin Changqing did not think in this area at all. Because that was impossible. Since time immemorial, there have been countless pitilessly talented people. No one had ever heard before that someone could cultivate out Dao Mark at celestial deity realm. This kind of Dao Mark legacy, used once and it would reduce once, belonging to a consumable item. A long way down the road, how many times could Yi Yuan use? Moreover, even if Yi Yuan possessed that flimsy Dao Mark, he was also not his match at all. You! Who the hell are you? Yi Yuan stared at Lin Changqing fixed and asked with clenched jaws. Yi Yuan's eyes made Lin Changqing pleased with himself inwardly. Clearly, his words earlier triggered Yi Yuan. Lin Changqing laughed coldly and said, "You don't need to know who I am. You just need to know that you and junior apprentice sister Mengli are impossible. You and she are already not people in the same world. Don't say that this Empyrean is unreasonable. Here is a divine-grade sun-moon azure sky pill here. It can help you cultivate to the true God realm, but at that time, junior apprentice sister Mengli will already be an Empyrean." Originally, he was disdainful to explain these to Yi Yuan. But now that he could not kill Yi Yuan, Lin Changqing planned on explaining clearly the disparity between him and Yu Mengli. This way, as long as Yi Yuan still had a tiny trace of self-respect, he would not go find Yu Mengli either. He Chong's pupils constricted as he said, "Divine-grade sun-moon azure pill. My God, that's a medicinal pill that can help martial artists break through to true God realm." Zhuo Shujie nodded his head and said, "As long as peak celestial deity realm martial artists consume a divine-grade sun-moon azure sky pill, there's 70% chance of breaking through." But, Yi Yuan's alchemy skills. They all knew that Yi Yuan's alchemy skills were a heaven-defying existence. Although not seeing him for several hundred years, they felt that Yi Yuan's alchemy skills should not decline. For some time, the gazes of Heavenly Eagle Imperial City's people became extremely odd. Swoosh. Plus a streak of green light flew toward Yi Yuan. That was a small bottle containing the medicinal pill. The corners of Tonga's mouth revealed a mocking expression but did not stop it. Whoosh. Plus Yi Yuan pointed a finger out. That green little bottle shattered in the air with a bang. The medicinal pill inside was also blasted to residue by Yi Yuan, dissipating away into heaven and earth. Seeing this scene, everyone could not help feeling their flesh hurt. You don't care for it, but we care. Even if you don't want it, there was also no need to directly destroy it, right? Lin Changqing did not reveal a look of surprise. He just said with a cold smile, "Is that pitiful dignity? With this medicinal pill, perhaps after several tens of thousands of years, you still have hopes of standing in front of this Empyrean. But you destroyed it. But like this is good as well, every tub must stand on its bottom. Forget junior apprentice sister Mengli from today onward." Lin Changqing's both hands were behind his back, showing unrivaled haughtiness. He had the capital to be condescending. Such a young heavenly Empyrean powerhouse, who dared to say that he could not step into that fleeting and ephemeral realm of Heavenly Emperor? Such a character was the heaven-span world's true heavens chosen. Yi Yuan looked at Lin Changqing and slowly extended 2 fingers. Lin Changqing was slightly taken aback. Even when Tonga saw Yi Yuan's action, he also revealed a puzzled look. 2,000 years. Lin Changqing was very smart. After being dazed, he understood Yi Yuan's meaning very quickly. Yi Yuan paused for a bit and continued, "Within 2,000 years, I'll stand before you. Let you see if Leah and I are people of the same world or not." One sentence made everyone quiet down. Tonga's pupils also constricted. He felt that Yi Yuan's boast was a little big. He was an Empyrean powerhouse himself and naturally knew how difficult it was to cultivate to be an Empyrean powerhouse. He did not doubt that Yi Yuan could cultivate to Empyrean realm, but in 2,000 years, this was boasting too much. Ha ha ha. Truly shameless boasting. Since you have such confidence, then let's have a 2,000-year agreement. How about it? After 2,000 years, you and I will have a battle. The loser will leave junior apprentice sister Mengli. Lin Changqing let out a wild laugh and said. Yi Yuan's words simply sounded like that boring self-esteem of the weak to him. Cultivating from celestial deity realm to Empyrean realm within 2,000 years, this kind of thing absolutely could not possibly happen. Even if he was overwhelmingly talented and had countless medicinal pills and spiritual items to load up, he also spent 5,000 years before cultivating to the realm of Empyrean. And his starting point was much higher than the vast majority of the heaven-span world's martial artist. He, Lin Changqing, was at the true God realm during birth. Comparing talent, who could compete with him? One had to know, there were God knows how many martial artists in this heaven-span world. But 90% of the martial artists were unable to step into the realm of true God for all their lives. But he had such a cultivation realm since birth. From celestial deity realm to Empyrean realm looked like it was just two major realms. But the distance between these two major realms was as far as heaven and earth. How many people who bragged and boasted about being geniuses were unable to cross these two major thresholds too, let alone talk about reaching it within a short 2,000 years? These words were not pride, but ignorance. Yi Yuan looked at Lin Changqing and shook his head as he said, "I, Yi Yuan, won't use my own woman as a wager." Lin Changqing had a look of disdain and was just about to scoff in contempt, but heard Yi Yuan continue saying, 2,000 years later, you and I will have a battle. The victor lives, the loser dies. Do you dare or not? Yi Yuan stared intently at Lin Changqing, his gaze incomparably sharp. Everyone sucked in a mouthful of cold air. They did not expect that Yi Yuan was actually so decisive. Agreeing on a life-and-death match, this was originally nothing. But the disparity between Yi Yuan and Lin Changqing was too great. 2,000 years was merely a snap of a finger. Agreeing to this wager was too disadvantageous to Yi Yuan. This was simply a wager without the slightest chance of winning. Tonga frowned and said, "Kid, don't be impulsive." Yi Yuan ignored him and just stared intently at Lin Changqing, opening his mouth once more to say, "Do you dare or not?" Chapter 1896, Magnanimous. Chapter 1896, Magnanimous. Do you dare or not? The world was silent, there was only Yi Yuan's voice reverberating. What difference was there between such a declaration and committing suicide? Ha ha ha. All of a sudden, Lin Changqing laughed wildly without ceasing. After a while, the laughter gradually stopped. Lin Changqing said in a clear voice, "Do I dare or not? Do you think I dare or not? If this Empyrean doesn't even dare to answer the challenge of an ant, what great Tao do I still need to seek?" Yi Yuan nodded his head, a stream of soul force crept out. "Since that's the case, let's sign a divine soul contract." Lin Changqing snickered and said, "Why? Are you still scared that this Empyrean will go back on my word?" Yi Yuan looked at him and said coolly, "Aren't you scared that I'll renege?" Lin Changqing's brows furrowed, and he said with a cold snort, "Is this Empyrean scared of you?" On Lin Changqing's side, a stream of soul force also extended out. Two streams of soul force met in the air, an aura of heavenly Tao merged into the two people's divine souls. This 2,000-year bet was officially effective. If anyone violated the divine soul contract, they would get a backlash from heavenly Tao, the consequences extremely serious. Heh, really a foolish ant. Want to stipulate a battle with this Empyrean, you also have to accept the Sun Moon Azure Sky pill first. In that case, you at least still have that tiny trace of hope. As for now, haha, Lin Changqing was pleased with himself for a while because what could be accomplished in 2,000 years, he was all too clear in his heart. The Heavenspan world had so many heavenly emperor bodimanders, but it had never been heard of that anyone could break through from celestial deity to heavenly Empyrean within 200 years. Moreover, these 2,000 years' time, could it be that he, Lin Changqing, would be marching on the spot? With his talent, 2,000 years was enough to make great progress. In this battle, he did not have any possibility of losing. Sun Moon Azure Sky Pill, are you talking about this? A small bottle appeared in Yi Yuan's hand at no idea when. The moment the mouth of the bottle opened, a medicinal fragrance that made people asphyxiated instantly suffused between heaven and earth. Just that tiny bit of medicinal fragrance that escaped already made people intoxicated. Lin Changqing's pupils constricted, looked at the small bottle in Yi Yuan's hand in disbelief, and cried out in shock, "You! How can you have a vast spirit Sun Moon Azure Sky Pill?" Being born in a heavenly emperor bodimander, Lin Changqing naturally knew how difficult it was to refine a vast spirit Sun Moon Azure Sky Pill. Even in great imperial capitals, the chances of a void spirit Sun Moon Azure Sky Pill appearing was small until it could be ignored too. Although rank 5 divine pills already did not have any effect on Lin Changqing, this did not mean that this medicinal pill that Yi Yuan took out was worthless. On the contrary, this one medicinal pill was invaluable, its price unable to be estimated. If Yi Yuan placed this Sun-Moon Azure Sky pill in great imperial capitals, it would absolutely drive all celestial deity powerhouses, even true God powerhouses crazy. As for imperial capitals, that went even more without saying. Vast spirit divine pills only had a possibility of appearing in a heavenly emperor Bodhimanda, this kind of place. Furthermore, the Sun-Moon Azure Sky pill, this kind of level 9 medicinal pill, forget about 5-star alchemy GODS, even for 7-star alchemy GODS, barely anyone could refine it to. Above divine grade, purple spirit, void spirit, vast spirit, end spirit, spirit link, each rank was harder than the last. The further up, the more terrifying the difficulty. Reaching this kind of boundary, the difficulty of refining was completely unrelated to the hard work of the alchemist. Some alchemists whose talents were ordinary could reach 4-star alchemy God, 5-star alchemy God, even 6-star alchemy God through effort. But, in terms of medicinal pill quality, they could not possibly reach vast spirit divine grade this level, no matter how hard they work to. Refining this level of medicinal pill, one needed to have an extremely profound understanding of alchemy Tao. If using purple spirit divine grade has units, between void spirit and vast spirit, was separated by 1,000,000 purple spirit. To the vast majority of alchemists, they could not possibly refine a vast spirit divine pill in all their lives too. Vast spirit divine pills, this kind of thing, they only belong to those alchemy GODS with exceedingly high talents. Lin Changqing was shocked beyond words. He used a purple spirit Sun-Moon Azure Sky pill to humiliate Yi Yuan? Truly laughable. Unrelated to self-esteem, would the Yi Yuan who possessed a vast spirit Sun-Moon Azure Sky pill care about a measly purple spirit Sun-Moon Azure Sky pill? Tonga had a mocking look on his face and said, "How can he have? Of course he refined it himself." Lin Changqing's face was finally no longer composed. He said with a disbelieving look, "He refined it himself? Do you think that this Empyrean will believe it? A celestial deity realm refining a vast spirit Sun-Moon Azure Sky pill? Do you think I'm stupid?" Tonga shrugged his shoulders and said coolly, "Believing it or not is your business. I have no need to prove anything to you. Yi Yuan naturally needs to do that even less." Lin Changqing suddenly laughed loudly and said, "I understand, this medicinal pill must have been obtained by you inside a mystic realm. But, so what if it's a vast spirit Sun-Moon Azure Sky pill? In front of this Empyrean, you still don't have any chance." Swoos. H. Plus Yi Yuan casually flung his hand, the small bottle in his hand flew over toward Lin Changqing. Subconsciously, Lin Changqing reached his hand out to receive, catching the small bottle in his hand. "This medicinal pill doesn't have any use to me. If you have any junior that needs it, I'll give it to you," Yi Yuan said coolly. Everyone looked at this scene with incredible shock, ALLS almost popping out. This was also too reckless, right? That was a vast spirit Sun-Moon Azure Sky pill. He was actually going to gift it to his deathmatch opponent. Those celestial deity all cried out in alarm and went crazy. It was too much of a wanton waste of GODS good gift. Fat. But Lung Qiuling, Tonga, and the rest could not resist laughing. Previously, Lin Changqing used a medicinal pill to humiliate Yi Yuan. Now, Yi Yuan returned an eye for an eye, using a vast spirit divine pill to retaliate. This was much more effective than a measly purple spirit divine pill. Lin Changqing's expression was extremely ugly. Logically speaking, he should destroy this medicinal pill right away. But he hesitated. A vast spirit Sun-Moon Azure Sky pill was too precious. Subconsciously, he could not bear to destroy it. He naturally did not need this medicinal pill. But just as Yi Yuan said, he had people in his family who needed it. A vast spirit Sun-Moon Azure Sky pill was equivalent to a true God powerhouse. Furthermore, the potential of this true God would get a Mars' Civ development and might become a heavenly Empyrean powerhouse in the future. When medicinal pills reached vast spirit this level, the significance was absolutely not as simple as being a medicinal pill. Otherwise, with Lin Changqing's experience and horizons, how could he possibly care about a mere rank 5 divine pill? "Don't need to feel embarrassed," said. "Even though you nearly killed me today, I still have to thank you." You brought me Leah's news. This is a piece of tremendous good news to me. In the future, if you still need any medicinal pills, you can come to find me to refine any time. But you still need to prepare the spirit medicines yourself. Seemingly seeing through what Lin Changqing was thinking, Yi Yuan took another stab viciously. But these words, it came from the bottom of his heart. Although he was almost killed today, being able to get Leah's news, he was very happy instead. At the very least, he knew that Leah was doing very well currently. Bang! Lin Changqing was angered until his entire body trembled. The moment he used strength, the small bottle shattered to dust. The vast spirit divine pill naturally dissipated with the wind too. Lin Changqing stared intently at Yi Yuan, wanting to see a hint of heartache from his eyes. However, he was disappointed. Yi Yuan's expression was calm to the extreme. There was no visible change in countenance toward the sun-moon azure sky pill's destruction at all. This meant that he really did not care. Lin Changqing was practically going nuts. He did not expect that today would actually play out like this. Chapter 1897, 9 Pledge Imperial Capital. Chapter 1897, 9 Pledge Imperial Capital. Yi Yuan was completely indifferent, but Lin Changqing felt his flesh hurt. That was a vast spirit divine grade sun-moon azure sky pill. Even in heavenly emperor Bodhimanders, this kind of thing could be encountered but could not be hoped for too. It was just that under this kind of circumstances, he had no choice at all. He was an Empyrean, he originated from a heavenly emperor Bodhimander, he had his own dignity. No matter how much he could not bear to part with it, he also had to destroy this vast spirit divine pill. He, Lin Changqing, could not afford to lose this face. Of course, he was actually already disgraced enough currently. Humph. Do you think that this Empyrean will believe that this medicinal pill was refined by you? You were merely a little lucky, Lin Changqing said with a livid expression. That's your business, nothing to do with me. Go back and cultivate well, hope that you don't disappoint me 2,000 years later, Yi Yuan said coolly. Lin Changqing's expression changed. This damn and fellow actually SEDC had his lines. Wasn't this kind of word said for the weak to hear by the strong? Still not scramming? Could it be that you're planning on staying behind to have a meal? Tonga said in a cold voice. Lin Changqing naturally did not take Tonga seriously. But right at this time, the treasure pig in his bosom suddenly opened its bleary eyes. All of a sudden, Lin Changqing seemed to stare at by a desolate beast. His expression changed several times. Finally, he still took a step out, figure disappearing. Whoosh! Everyone all heaved a long sigh in relief. Since Lin Changqing appeared, they did not even dare to breathe loudly. The pressure of an Empyrean powerhouse was too fierce. Thud. After Lin Changqing left, Yi Yuan could not hold on anymore, fainting on the ground. Under the finger of an Empyrean powerhouse, it was already a miracle for Yi Yuan to be able to hold on until now. Only all the way until 3 days later did Yi Yuan slowly wake up. Big brother, you finally woke up. White Light said joyfully. You punk, you were too reckless. Tonga looked at Yi Yuan and said with a disdainful look. Yi Yuan just smiled. Under those circumstances, what could he do? It was just that in front of heavenly Empyrean powerhouses, he was still too weak. 2,000 years to cultivate to heavenly Empyrean realm. Boy, you also looking down on heavenly Empyreans too much, Tonga said with a cold smile. Yi Yuan gave him a glance and said coolly, 2,000 years should be enough. His cultivation was different from the others. To the others, bottlenecks were the greatest obstacle. But Yi Yuan's cultivation, it was comprehending Tao first, and only then cultivating. To him, bottleneck this sort of thing did not exist. All along, Yi Yuan would not deliberately pursue the accumulation of divine essence. Most of his energy was still placed on comprehending the lesser heavenspan mountain. Hence, when Leng Qiuling saw Yi Yuan again, that was why she would be so shocked. Divine Lord to celestial deity, this hurdle was not easy to clear, even to a genius like Leng Qiuling. But Yi Yuan cleared it easily. Everyone was stunned, especially Tonga. You punk, really wildly arrogant. I really want to see how you're going to break through to Empyrean realm within 2,000 years. Furthermore, You have to know that he definitely came from a lineage with a heavenly Emperor Bodhimanda. It might even be a transcendent heavenly Emperor Bodhimanda. The cultivation resources that he enjoys is what you're unable to imagine, Tonga warned. Yi Yuan gave him a glance. Suddenly, he reached his hand out and beckoned at Treasure Pig. Swooze. H. Plus Treasure Pig bored into Yi Yuan's bosom very obediently, using its pig head to rub against Yi Yuan, so as to show affection. Hair, all thanks to you this time. Otherwise, this life of mine would be considered done for. Tonga, just what kind of existence is Treasure Pig? Yi Yuan suddenly ignored Tonga's words and asked. Previously, he also thought that he was dead for sure. Who knew that Treasure Pig came roaring across the horizon, sending Lin Changqing flying with a sneeze. The shock that scene brought to everyone was too intense. Among them also included Yi Yuan. Tonga pursed his lips and said, "How would I know?" Tonga's reply made Yi Yuan stunned. Yi Yuan always thought that Treasure Pig was Tonga's spirit pet and that he should be very clear. He did not expect that now he actually obtained such an answer. "You don't know?" Tonga shook his head and said, "Treasure Pig was handed down to me by the Bamboo Groove Void Realm's previous generation spirit medicine Empyrean. Since then, it has always been following me. As for what origin it has, I don't know a thing. Don't use that kind of eyes to look at me. I asked the previous general spirit medicine Empyrean before, but he said that he didn't know either." Yi Yuan lowered his head to look at the Treasure Pig in his bosom, shocked speechless. All along, Treasure Pig had always been mysterious. But hearing Tonga's words, the mysterious feeling on Treasure Pig grew much stronger again. "All right, but I still have to thank you," Yi Yuan said to Treasure Pig. Grunt. Grunt. Treasure Pig arched its head, that meaning seemed to be saying, "No need to thank, refine for me more medicinal pills will do." Yi Yuan smiled when he saw the situation and said, "Relax, the medicinal pills are definitely enough." "Oh, right, Your Excellency, you make a trip to Cloud Jade Imperial City, how was it?" Ning Tianping asked. Only then did Yi Yuan recall this incident. He shook his head and said, "There's already not a single soul there. This Rong sea air is likely not simple." Ning Tianping's face changed, and he said, "Your Excellency, I need to tell you a bad news. Just not long after you fell unconscious, Wu Tian died." Yi Yuan's brows furrowed, falling silent. This matter did not seem so simple. Only after a while, did he say, "Come, let's go to Nine Pledge Imperial Capital, I'm rather worried about Brother Jiang's safety." Nine Pledge Imperial Capital was a middle-order imperial capital. It was not as prosperous as Thousand Saw Imperial Capital in terms of scale. But an imperial capital was an imperial capital. It was far from what imperial cities could compare to. Yi Yuan and Jiang Jadehall were on friendly terms. When chatting idly with him in the past, he had once heard Jiang Jadehall mentioned before. The Nine Pledge Imperial Capital had three major factions: the City Lord Manor, Linghua Pavilion, as well as the Kongming Academy. Behind these three major factions were said to all be middle-stage true God realm powerhouses. Nine Pledge Imperial Capital's situation was different from the Thousand Saw Imperial Capital. These three major factions contended in the dark, neither willing to submit to the others. Of course, on the surface, it was still the City Lord Manor ruling the entire Nine Pledge Imperial Capital. But the other two major forces also secretly controlled numerous imperial cities. Jiang Jadehall came from the Kongming Academy, so the Southridge 10 cities had also always been under the scope of the Kongming Academy's power and influence. Of course, the Southridge 10 cities, this kind of barren land, the three major factions would not care about it very much. Hence, all along, the Southridge 10 cities had been safe and sound. Apart from some minor conflicts, no overly major fluctuations happened before. Jiang Jadehall, this patrolling inspector, was naturally also very comfortable. Jiang Jadehall's talent was not considered good. With his talent, it was already not too likely to have breakthroughs. But he heard Jiang Jadehall say that his daughter's talent was extremely good, stepping into celestial deity realm at a young age. Of course, this was also all thanks to Yi Yuan. Back then, during the Golden Sword Pact, Jiang Jadehall requested Yi Yuan to help him refine the Supreme Jade Void Pill. It was for the sake of his daughter. The matters afterward, Yi Yuan naturally heard about it before. After his daughter consumed the supreme Jade Void Pill, she broke through to the celestial deity realm very soon. At present, Jiang Jade Hall was thrown into a death cell, but it was the Linghua Pavilion's people secretly rigging things here. Could it be that Linghua Pavilion already colluded together with City Lord Manor and planned on joining hands to deal with Kongming Academy? Along the way, Yi Yuan was always analyzing the sequence of events for this matter. Thinking to and fro, this kind of possibility was extremely high. It was just that, why would this Rong Xie learn of Wu Tian's failure straight away and kill Wu Tian? Chapter 1898, Break Your Dog Legs. Chapter 1898, Break Your Dog Legs. Kongming Academy, Flowing Wind Establishment. This place was the place where Kongming Academy managed disciples. After disciples like Jiang Jade Hall returned to the imperial capital, they would all have to come here to report. Of course, on the surface, Jiang Jade Hall was under the City Lord Manor's jurisdiction. Inside the hall, a skinny old man looked at Yi Yuan, his gaze slightly surprised. The old man asked, "You're really Heavenly Eagle Imperial City's head elder?" Such a young fifth firmament celestial deity, even in the Kongming Academy, it was also not commonly seen. Heavenly Eagle Imperial City, that sort of place, the City Lord was also merely second firmament City Lord. Now, this head elder that suddenly popped out was actually a fifth firmament City Lord. It was not up to him to not be surprised. This realm could go to some middle-order imperial cities to be City Lord already. Yi Yuan fished out a token and handed it over, saying with a smile, "I've always been traveling outside and only returned to Heavenly Eagle a few days back." The old man received it and took a look. Sure enough, it was Heavenly Eagle Imperial City's head elder token without any facades. Hearing this meaning, it was likely when Yi Yuan was traveling outside, he encountered some fortuitous encounter, that was why he would break through so fast. It might also be refining a celestial deity Dao fruit. This kind of celestial deity realm did not have much future. Thinking up to here, the old man naturally looked down on Yi Yuan much more. A fifth firmament celestial deity, not say that they were all over the place in Nine Pledge Imperial Capital, they were also not in the minority. The old man returned the token to Yi Yuan and said indifferently, "What did you come to find this deacon for?" This old man was called Lu Chen, Flowing Wind Establishment's deacon, and also Jiang Jade Hall's direct superior. Yi Yuan clasped his hands and said, "Deacon Lu, Southridge 10 City's original patrolling inspector, Jiang Jade Hall, is this Yi's close friend?" This Yi heard that he was thrown into the death cell by the City Lord Manor because he committed something a while back, and specially came to inquire some news. Lu Chen's expression changed imperceptibly, but then he smiled and said, "Turns out that it's for Jiang Jade Hall's matter. Actually, I don't know much about his matters either. But, the thing that he committed wasn't small." How could Lu Chen's change in expression hide from Yi Yuan's eyes? But he came to ask people to do things and naturally would not be unaware of the proper limits for speech and action. He smiled slightly and said, "Deacon Lu, please enlighten with your teachings." Lu Chen stroked his beard and smiled without saying anything. Yi Yuan understood in his heart. "Fees. Hi." Plussing out a small bottle, he said it to Lu Chen and said smilingly, "Deacon Lu has taken good care of Brother Jiang normally and naturally also took care of my Heavenly Eagle Imperial City. This he has a small token here. Deacon Lu, please kindly accept it." Deacons like Lu Chen naturally could not dispense with a bout of extortions from arrivals from below. They managed patrolling inspectors. Patrolling inspectors managed imperial cities. Patrolling inspectors lined their pockets from imperial cities, while these deacons, lined their pockets from the patrolling inspectors, exploiting layer upon layer. Of course, those like Jiang Jade Hall basically did not show much filial respect. Even if he wanted to reap some profits, he could not reap much either. Hence, Jiang Jade Hall's status in this flowing wind establishment was actually very low. He was merely a fourth firmament celestial deity. Regardless of whether strength or status, it was not enough to be regarded with importance. This. A heaven-grade Shu Yu pill. Good stuff. When Lu Chen saw the medicinal pill in the small bottle, his two eyes immediately lit up. Shu Yu pill was a middle-rank 5 divine pill. It could increase celestial deity realm martial artists' cultivation. This medicinal pill was refined by Yi Yuan in the Bamboo Groove Void Realm very long ago. At that time, his standards when refining rank 5 divine pills were still lacking and he only refined heaven-grade divine pills. But this ruined pill was akin to a supreme treasure in Lu Chen's eyes. Lu Chen received the Shu Yu pill carefully and hurriedly put it away, as if afraid that Yi Yuan would regret it. Not bad, at least you had the heart. But Jiang Jadehall's matters, I urge that you'd better not get involved. Otherwise, you'll even lose your life. Lu Chen put away the Shu Yu pill and waved his hand as he said coolly. He seemed to have lost interest in continuing to talk with Yi Yuan and actually directly chased people away. Yi Yuan's brows furrowed, and he controlled his temper and said, Brother Jiang showed kindness to me. This he is only here to inquire and have no other intentions. Lu Chen's brows also furrowed and he said impatiently, I had good intentions. You can go already. Yi Yuan's heart burned with fury. 2 eyes narrowing slightly, he said, Deacon Lu took the benefits and isn't doing work. He also did not expect that this Lu Chen was so shameless. If he had long known so, he might as well have used the Shu Yu pill to go feed dogs. Although this medicinal pill was insignificant to Yi Yuan, a heaven-grade rank 5 divine pill, its value was considerable. Seeing Yi Yuan's appearance, Lu Chen said with a cold smile, Why, in this flowing wind establishment, are you still planning on attacking? Taking your things is thinking highly of you. A mere imperial city's head elder also dares to be insolent in front of this deacon. Get lost. Toward these people that came from below, Lu Chen was normally used to playing the tyrant and did not take them seriously at all. Yi Yuan's attitude also stoked his wrath. When the people below saw him, which one wasn't reverent and respectful? Now, this Yi Yuan actually dared to have such an attitude toward him, truly did not know what was good for him. A cold light flashed in Yi Yuan's eyes and he said in a cold voice, Looks like you're very COC Kaiha. Lu Chen was greatly angered when he heard that and said, Brat, you think that by hitting the jackpot and refining a celestial deity Dao fruit, you can be insolent in front of this deacon? This deacon already gave you the chance, but since you're not scramming, then I'll break your dog legs and throw you out. Bang! Lu Chen's world power suddenly erupted, cruise. HI plussing over toward Yi Yuan. Lu Chen was peak 6th firmament celestial deity, Yi Yuan was merely a middle stage 5th firmament celestial deity. He did not take Yi Yuan seriously at all. It was only to see his figure flash, smacking over toward Yi Yuan. Yi Yuan stood there and did not even move. He did not even release divine essence, as if he was frightened out of his wits. Lu Chen sneered when he saw the situation and said, Don't even know how much capability you possess, to also dare be insolent in front of this deacon. The 2 people were not far away. Lu Chen arrived in front of Yi Yuan in a blink of an eye. In the next second, he would be able to cripple Yi Yuan. But right at this moment, Yi Yuan moved. He still stood there, it was just that his right leg swung imperceptibly. Crack! Only to hear the sound of bones snapping transmit over. Lu Chen screamed miserably, directly kneeling down in front of Yi Yuan. Ah! My leg! Lu Chen wailed. Yi Yuan looked at him and said coldly, Don't even know how much capability you possess, to also dare attack others. Giving you the Shu Yu pill was looking on the account of Brother Jiang's face. Did you really take yourself to be somebody important? Lu Chen hurt until he grimaced in pain, cold sweat pouring profusely. Yi Yuan's kick just now already kicked until his leg bones were crushed to dust, unable to stand at all. He wanted to break Yi Yuan's legs. In the end, he broke his legs with one move. The domain that his world power formed did not have any effect on Yi Yuan at all. Only now did Lu Chen understand that this ridiculously young imperial city head elder in front of him was really not to be trifled with. I was wrong. I beg you, let me off. Lu Chen was sweating bullets as he said. Yi Yuan nodded and said, Not that I can't let you off, but you should know what to do. Lu Chen's pupils shrunk, but he still nodded and said, I'll speak. I'll tell you all that I know. Chapter 1899, Causing a Scene in Flowing Wind Establishment. Chapter 1899, causing a scene in Flowing Wind establishment. Hearing Lu Chen talking about Jiang Jadehall's matters, Yi Yuan's expression gradually turned cold. Turned out that Jiang Jadehall was recalled by City Lord Manor to report on his duties. But after entering the City Lord Manor, Jiang Jadehall was thrown into the death cell for the crime of assassinating young Master Yu. This young Master Yu was called Yu Jinsong, the City Lord's third son, 8th firmament celestial deity cultivation, his status extremely high. Jiang Jadehall, a measly patrolling inspector, but dared to assassinate Yu Jinsong. How outrageous was this kind of major crime? But after Yi Yuan heard, he could virtually confirm that Jiang Jadehall was being framed. There were seriously too many doubts about this incident. As long as one did not have a problem with their head, they could practically see through that this matter was fishy. Except, seeing through was one thing, whether anyone dared to say was another matter. This 9-pledge imperial capital, how many people dared to provoke the City Lord Manor? Moreover, Jiang Jadehall was just the patrolling inspector of a barren land, his status in the imperial capital very low. No one would stand up for him at all. From the conversation with this Lu Chen previously, Yi Yuan could feel that Kongming Academy was also not willing to offend the City Lord Manor for this small matter. Yi Yuan stared at Lu Chen and asked, Jiang Jadehall still has a daughter. She should be a disciple of Kongming Academy. Where is she now? Lu Chen's expression changed, faltering, and not being able to speak. When Yi Yuan saw the situation, his heart plunged to rock bottom. Only to see his gaze turn cold, and he said in a cold voice, Do you think that I don't dare to kill you in the Flowing Wind establishment? Yi Yuan pointed his fingers as a sword, piercing cold sword intent instantly wreaked havoc inside the building. Witnessing such horrifying sword intent, Lu Chen's pupils constricted, clearly frightened badly. She has already been expelled from Kongming Academy. Lu Chen said stammeringly. Yi Yuan's face changed and he said in a solemn voice, Jiang Jadehall was conscientious and did his best for so many years. If there wasn't meritorious credit, there's also hard work. Your Kongming Academy is too much. Feeling Yi Yuan's fury, Lu Chen was frightened inwardly and hurriedly explained, IIT's not what you think. She went to find young Master Yu in order to save her father. In the end, no idea what's the result, but she was sold to Carefree Grove. The academy felt that they lost face, that's why they expelled her. Carefree Grove? Yi Yuan's brows furrowed, clearly not heard of this place before. Lu Chen hurriedly said, Carefree Grove is one of the largest brothels in the imperial capital, one of City Lord Manor's businesses. Yi Yuan felt a surge of fire rise in his heart. These two father and daughter simply suffered an undeserved calamity. Yi Yuan reckoned that what this Lu Chen knew was also just this much. He could not be bothered with him either, directly turning around and leaving. But he had just stepped out of the door when a clear whistling sound sounded out. Swooze. H. Plus swooze. H. Plus swooze. H. Plus virtually right away, more than a dozen celestial deity realm powerhouses dashed out, surrounding Yi Yuan until not even water could seep through. At this time, Lu Chen's figure also flashed, posing like a pheasant standing on one foot, joining into the midst of this group of people. A middle-aged man looked at Lu Chen, frowning slightly as he said, Lu Chen, what happened, to actually release the enemy raid signal in the Flowing Wind establishment's headquarters? MN. What's with your injuries? Lu Chen hurt until he hissed in pain. Pointing at Yi Yuan, he gritted his teeth and said, Assistant Head Song. This brat who came from Heavenly Eagle Imperial City is so rude, to actually dare attack me in the Flowing Wind establishment's headquarters, directly breaking my leg. Just now, he even threatened to kill me. Song Yensai looked at Yi Yuan somewhat surprisedly, clearly not quite believing it. Heavenly Eagle Imperial City's name, he had some impression, it was a very impoverished imperial city. How could such a young fifth firmament celestial deity appear? Could it be by refining a Dao fruit? But, with Lu Chen's strength, how could he have his legs broken by this young man? Furthermore, it even did not cause too big of a commotion. In an instant, many queries flashed across in Song Yensai's mind. Haha, Lu Chen, you're also too useless, right? To actually lose to a fifth firmament celestial deity kid. A kid that came from a remote imperial city, he probably hit the jackpot and refined a celestial deity Dao fruit, right? This kind of trash, you can't take care of him either. That group of celestial deity powerhouses was mostly Flowing Wind Establishment's deacons, ridiculing Lu Chen. Clearly, their thinking was the same as Lu Chen. Only then did Song Yensai make a hand gesture, looked at Yi Yuan, and said in a solemn voice, "Young man, do you know what kind of serious crime it is to seriously injure a deacon in Flowing Wind Establishment?" Yi Yuan looked at Song Yensai and said with a mocking look, "Serious crime? Who? Looks like Kongming Academy's spearhead is all pointed at their own people. Own person was framed by the enemy and thrown in jail, none of you looked into it, but want to denounce and accuse your own people, truly laughable." Song Yensai's face fell and he said, "Young man, what high-sounding sentiment. A brat that came from a mere imperial city dares to speak to this establishment head like this?" Yi Yuan looked at him and said with a cold smile, "Otherwise, how do you want me to speak? Can't even protect your own people, still want to make me feel grateful to you? I have matters to attend to right now, all get lost for me." Toward this Flowing Wind Establishment, Yi Yuan felt disinclined to have any favorable impression right now and naturally would not have any words of praise. Song Yensai's eyebrows furrowed, and he said in a cold voice, "What a conceited brat, take him down for me." These deacons obeyed the order and immediately rushed forward together. These dozen over people were all 6th and 7th firmament celestial deity powerhouses, their strength rather uncommon. While Song Yensai was even an 8th firmament celestial deity. In his view, wasn't it still more than sufficient for these people to deal with a 5th firmament celestial deity? But he was wrong. Yi Yuan snorted coldly, figure immediately turning into an afterimage, before shuttling back and forth in the midst of these dozen over deacons. Very soon, a series of screams were emitted. One figure after another was directly sent flying out. The entire hall was quiet. Song Yensai's pupils constricted, looking at Yi Yuan with a look of aghast, full of disbelief. A 5th firmament celestial deity defeated more than 10 people who were 1 or 2 minor realms higher than him in a few moves. No, wait, not defeated. If Yi Yuan was willing, he would have already killed these people just now. Done with these, Yi Yuan put away his sword and swaggered out of the door, completely ignoring Song Yensai. Halt! Bang! Song Yensai's world power suddenly erupted, enveloping over toward Yi Yuan. However, Yi Yuan did not seem to have heard it and did not feel his world power either, walking out very calmly. Song Yensai's expression flickered, but finally, he still did not make a move. He discovered that he actually did not have confidence in dealing with this young man. Only all the way until Yi Yuan's figure disappeared from his line of sight, did he abruptly startle awake. Was he really a martial artist who refined a celestial deity Dao fruit? Impossible. Song Yensai denied this idea straight away. Martial artists who refined Dao fruits could not possibly be so strong. He looked at Lu Chen and asked in a solemn voice, "You said that he came from Heavenly Eagle Imperial City just now?" Southridge's Heavenly Eagle Imperial City? Lu Chen was still in the midst of shock. Hearing Song Yensai's question, only then did he abruptly startle awake, nod his head woodenly, and said, "Why yes. I examined his ident. One Tai token, his indeed Heavenly Eagle Imperial City's head elder." Song Yensai's brows knitted together tightly and he asked again, "Why did he come here?" Lu Chen's expression was ugly as he said, For Jiang Jade Hall's matter." Song Yensai got a shock, his figure moving, Vonnie's. I plussing from where he stood. Chapter 1900, I'll bring you out. Chapter 1900, I'll bring you out. Goodness me, what a handsome little brother. Quickly come in and take a look. Our Carefree Grove is a pleasure town, guarantee that you'll have such a good time that you'll forget to go back. The moment Yi Yuan arrived at Carefree Grove, a middle-aged woman who had partly lost her good looks immediately came up to drag him, forcefully dragging him inside. Yi Yuan looked at the madam and asked, "Does your place have a girl called Jiang Haitang?" The moment the madam heard, she immediately became vigilant and looked at Yi Yuan profoundly as she said smilingly, "Young master, this is a thorned rose. Although she looks ravise, her personality is fierce like a fire. We have plenty of fine girls here, So why don't Sir change to another one? Yi Yuan smiled and said, this young master likes wild horses, I want her. Arrange for a room and bring over for me. The madam narrowed her eye and said with a nod, since young master likes it, that's fine as well. Come, men, bring this sir up to the main room. At this time, a hustler jogged over and led Yi Yuan into the main room. These lands of pleasure were similarly very well received among martial artists. The journey of cultivation was extremely dreary, not everyone could focus wholeheartedly on Tao. After some martial artists with mediocre talent reached a certain realm, it was very hard to have breakthroughs again, and they would naturally be reluctant to part with the splendor of the world. This kind of martial artist was actually in the vast majority. Walking along the way, Yi Yuan discovered that this carefree groves business was really popular. The looks of the girls here were rather outstanding. Furthermore, each and every one of their cultivation was not weak, making Yi Yuan very surprised. Cultivation reached the Divine Lord realm, even the Celestial Deity realm. How could one be willing to come here and be reduced to the playthings of men? Yi Yuan maintained his composure and arrived in a fine room. The decoration inside was extremely luxurious. Before long, two burly men escorted a girl and pushed open the door to the room. Yi Yuan focused his eyes and looked over, but saw that this girl was thin and pallid, quite a number of bruises faintly on her face. Her hands and legs even had handcuffs and shackles. But before coming here, she had clearly been tidied up meticulously, concealing quite a bit. Although haggard-looking, the stubbornness and resolve to die in this girl's eyes could not be concealed no matter what. Yi Yuan took a glance and could not help but sigh in his heart. After entering, that girl glared at Yi Yuan. If looks could kill, Yi Yuan would have already died several times over. But Yi Yuan was indifferent and said coolly, unlock her handcuffs and anklets. Those two burly men were taken aback and said hesitantly, this isn't appropriate, right? Sir, this La. SS is very fierce and has already injured many guests. Yi Yuan said, do you guys feel that she, a lane SS whose divine sea is sealed, can hurt me? One of them thought about it and still released Jiang Haitang's restraints, and said with a cold snort, be more obedient. If you still dared to be impolite toward guests, you know the outcome. Finished talking, those two burly men went out. Yi Yuan poured himself a cup of wine and also poured a cup of wine for the empty seat opposite and did an inviting gesture, saying with a smile, sit down and talk, drink a cup of wine to calm your nerves. Jiang Haitang did not sit. She looked at Yi Yuan and said with a cold smile, shameless thing, want to use alcohol to knock me out? Dream on. Yi Yuan just smiled when he heard that. Downing the cup in one gulp himself, he smiled and said, you're called Jiang Haitang? So what? Your father is Jiang Jadehall? Jiang Haitang's face changed and she said in a cold voice, who are you? Yi Yuan looked at her and said smilingly, 800 years, fourth firmament celestial deity, not bad, not bad. Looks like the effect of the supreme jade void pill has already been brought to play completely. With this, Jiang Haitang really got a shock. She looked at Yi Yuan and said with unbelievable shock, you, who the hell are you? Why would you know that I've taken the supreme jade void pill before? The matter of Jiang Haitang having once taken a divine-grade supreme jade void pill was only known by her and her father, two people. Then, how did this young man in front of her knew? Unless. Yi Yuan smiled and said, you've already guessed it, haven't you? Jiang Haitang stared fixedly at Yi Yuan and said in disbelief, you're Yi Yuan? Impossible. My father told me that when you left Heavenly Eagle Imperial City, you were merely a first firmament divine lord. It has only been a few hundred years, how can you possibly cultivate to be a fifth firmament celestial deity? Unless you consumed a celestial deity Dao fruit? Yi Yuan made another inviting gesture, indicating for her to sit down and talk. This time, Jiang Haitang did not refuse, sitting down opposite Yi Yuan. Except, she still did not drink alcohol. Yi Yuan could perceive that she still had a vigilant heart towards him. Looks like Jiang Jadehall being thrown into jail and her being captured in a brothel made her produce an intense vigilant mentality toward everyone. Reach your hand out, Yi Yuan said. Jiang Haitang was taken aback but still extended an arm out as he said, Yi Yuan reached his hand out and put it on Jiang Haitang's pulse, and slowly closed his eyes. Before long, he opened his eyes and said with a nod, "Not bad, it's indeed the supreme jade void pill that I refined." Jiang Haitang was taken aback and said, "You suspected me?" Yi Yuan smiled and said, "Just like you doubt me, I'll naturally suspect you too." Jiang Haitang thought about it and said with a nod, "All right, but I've already consumed the supreme jade void pill for 800 to 900 years. You can tell whether I'm Jiang Haitang or not just by reading my pulse? Or, are you tricking me?" Yi Yuan smiled and said, "The medicinal strength of divine-grade medicinal pills won't dissipate so quickly. I believe that you've already felt the benefits of this medicinal pill. Higher-grade void spirit divine pills, even vast spirit divine pills, can even affect martial artists for all their lives. The medicinal pills that I refined myself, I naturally have a score in my heart." Jiang Haitang knew that what Yi Yuan said was right. With her talent, it was originally impossible to cultivate to be a fourth firmament celestial deity so quickly. These few years, during cultivation, the power of the supreme jade void pill still played a role at crucial moments. That was how it let her break through bottlenecks faster. One had to know, Jiang Haitang's current strength already caught up to Jiang Jade Hall. This kind of improvement speed was unimaginable to the previous her. "Thank you," Jiang Haitang said. Yi Yuan shook his head and said, "It is already my luck that you don't hate me. If not for me, your father also wouldn't have been thrown into the death cell either, and you also wouldn't have been reduced to such a plight." But Jiang Haitang shook her head and said, "You don't have to be like this. My father said that he owes you a great favor. His promise to you must be fulfilled. I know that he did it all for my sake." Talking up to here, Jiang Haitang's tears could not hold back anymore, flowing down akin to a dam that opened up. Yi Yuan sighed and said, "Brother Jiang is truly trustworthy. You rest assured, I absolutely won't let Brother Jiang die just like this. Rather, it's you. How could you be foolish enough to ask a tiger for its skin?" Jiang Haitang cried bitterly and said through sobs, I really had no choice." Hearing Jiang Haitang's tearful complaint, Yi Yuan's fury was ignited once more. It turned out that Jiang Haitang went to find Yu Jinsong that day, but she was requested by him to offer her body to him before he was willing to let Jiang Jade Hall out. Jiang Haitang's personality was staunch with moral integrity and was unwilling to submit. Who knew that Yu Jinsong lit a soul-eater incense in the room? He drugged Jiang Haitang and sullied her innocence, and even sealed her divine sea, sending her to Carefree Grove. Jiang Haitang's temperament was staunch with moral integrity and already long harbored the resolve to die. It was just that Jiang Jadehall's life and death were unknown, that was why she dragged out an ignorable existence to this date. Yi Yuan sighed again after listening until the end. Pulling Jiang Haitang's hand, he said, "Come, I'll bring you out." Chapter 1901, Going on a Killing Spree. Chapter 1901, Going on a Killing Spree. A warm and boundless divine essence directly rushed into Jiang Haitang's divine sea through her meridians. That layer of seal was destroyed like cruise. Hi plussing dead leaves. Divine essence instantly filled her four limbs and bones once more. Jiang Haitang looked at Yi Yuan, full of surprise. This is Carefree Grove's unique seal. Even if a ninth firmament celestial deity powerhouse came, he can't dispel this seal too. How did you do it? Places of pleasure like Carefree Grove, what they acquired were mostly very high-realm female cultivators. As for how to control these female cultivators, they had their own methods. This seal, it was naturally impossible for ordinary people to crack it. Even if a ninth firmament celestial deity guest came, it was also impossible to want to crack their seal. But Yi Yuan destroyed it like cruise. Hi plussing a dead branch. Just a seal. It's no big deal, come on, Yi Yuan smiled and said. Jiang Haitang was stunned, but shook her head and said, "We can't walk out. The City Lord Manor is behind Carefree Grove, and this place has a peak ninth firmament celestial deity holding down the fort. No one can bring people away from this place." In imperial capitals, true God powerhouses were all very aloof existences. For this kind of mundane task, there naturally would not be true God powerhouses to take care of it. In reality, peak ninth firmament celestial deities could already suppress the vast majority of the people. Moreover, it was the City Lord Manor behind Carefree Grove. How many dared to be insolent here? But Yi Yuan smiled and said, "If I want to bring you away, no one can stop it." Done talking, he did not care whether Jiang Haitang was willing or not, pulling her out of the door. Creak. The moment the door opened, 5 burly men already blocked outside the door. The madam looked at Yi Yuan and said with a smug look, "I knew that sir definitely didn't have good intentions finding this slut. If you have fun here, our Carefree Grove welcomes it greatly. But if you want to bring people away, that's a big no-no. Sir, please be prudent." Yi Yuan gave the madam a glance and said coolly, "I want to redeem Miss Haitang's freedom, state a price." The moment the madam heard, she chuckled and said, "Sir, sorry about it, upstairs have informed, this WHO isn't selling. Sir, I urge that you'd better put her down. You guys can't walk out of here. You look at them, each and every one ferocious looking. If they were to hurt sir, that wouldn't be nice." Seeing these burly men, Jiang Haitang's complexion also turned deathly pale. "Yi Yuan, you go by yourself." These few burly men all had uncommon strength, all having middle-stage celestial deity realm cultivation. Being able to look after the house and courtyard here, one's strength was naturally not ordinary. Yi Yuan had a calm look and slowly said, "Is that so? Since not selling, then I can only forcefully bring her away." As he said, Yi Yuan dragged Jiang Haitang and was going to walk outside. The madam's patience was also whittled away completely at this moment, and said in a fierce voice, refusing a toast only to drink to a forfeit, "Beat for me." The 5 burly men rushed forward together, directly Russ. H.I. plussing into the room. Smack. A clear slap sounded out, the madam's entire person flew down from the 2nd floor. But those 5 burly men hit thin air and did not even catch the corners of Yi Yuan's sleeves. Goodness gracious. This heavenly am Ned fellow. Quickly go and call Lord Fang Kuan here. Someone is causing trouble. Below came the madam's miserable howl like a pig being slaughtered. Yi Yuan was neither too fast nor too slow, bringing Jiang Haitang and walking downstairs. The entire Carefree Grove had a large-scale array formation set up, locking SPACE. Even a true God powerhouse could forget about teleporting out of here too. Otherwise, wouldn't anyone be able to bring people away, or eat a free meal? Hence, even though Yi Yuan was skilled in spatial lore, he could not possibly directly teleport out of this place too. However, this did not hinder him from displaying spatial lore. Tossing and turning about within a small area, that was no problem at all. Jiang Haitang followed Yi Yuan, staring at his back view in a daze as if she was dreaming. Numerous strong guards rushed over, but she only saw one cold light after another shoot out. Middle-stage celestial deity realm powerhouses were killed with one sword without any exception. Even peak 6th firmament celestial deities would not do as well. Jiang Haitang originally thought that Yi Yuan was just a 5th firmament celestial deity, being not much stronger than her. But now, she knew that she was gravely mistaken. Yi Yuan's might already exceeded her imagination. No matter how powerful the opponent, they simply could not withstand a single blow in front of him. The current Yi Yuan seemed to be a hero of the era in her eyes. Everything was so calm and collected, everything was so casual and effortless as if nothing in this world could stump him. At this moment, Jiang Haitang's eyes revealed a hint of hope. Perhaps her father could really be saved. Before long, there was already no one who dared to step forward. Those guards were all frightened until their faces turned pale. Places that Yi Yuan Pares said by, they immediately kept a wide berth, fearful that a ray of sword light from Yi Yuan would dismember them. Swooze. H. Plus swooze. H. Plus swooze. H. Plus several figures flashed past, blocking in front of Yi Yuan. The one in the front was actually an 8th firmament celestial deity powerhouse. Among these 4 people, the weakest was also 7th firmament celestial deity. Hee. Great 4 protectors, you guys came right on time. Hurry up and kill this kid. The madam was currently pleased with herself when a streak of sword light suddenly flew over, her figure abruptly stopped. Turns out that her head was already separated from her body. That eighth firmament celestial deity's pupils constricted. He actually did not see clearly how Yi Yuan struck. Yi Yuan looked at him and lightly spat out 2 words, "Get lost." As he said, Yi Yuan brought Jiang Haitang and moved forward again. Learning what Jiang Haitang met with, Yi Yuan seemed calm, but actually, he was already furious to the extreme in his heart. He was currently just finding some people to vent his anger. And the carefree grove that had its back resting against the City Lord Manor was just right. Being compelled by Yi Yuan's imposing momentum, the 4 great protectors actually took a step back without prior agreement. Yi Yuan advanced again, and they retreated again. Finally, that 8th firmament celestial deity could not stand it anymore and roared furiously, "Attack together! Kill him!" 4 streaks of sword light suddenly erupted. 4 surges of world power formed a strange domain, surrounding Yi Yuan and Jiang Haitang tightly. This strike was a certain kill move. The 4 great protectors had clearly received special training before. The 4 people's cooperation was very tacit. Furthermore, their world power was even able to produce a resonance. Working together, the power multiplied. Where did this young man appear from? Such formidable strength. Isn't that so? Clearly only at the 5th firmament celestial deity realm, but middle stage celestial deity realm powerhouses are like paper paste in front of him. But he's too reckless. The 4 great protectors aren't to be trifled with. The 4 of them combining forces, it was said that they had once killed a 9th firmament celestial deity powerhouse. Let alone that there's a Lord Fang Kuan who hasn't taken action yet. Heh, becoming enraged to the extreme for a woman, I like this kid. The combat strength that Yi Yuan displayed made everyone sigh with admiration. But facing these 4 great protectors, they did not feel optimistic about him. Many minor realms away, furthermore, fighting 1 versus 4, and these 4 people even had good teamwork. No matter how one looked at it, Yi Yuan did not have chances of victory either. Chapter 1902, Swaggering Off. Chapter 1902, Swaggering off. A cold light flashed and disappeared, blood splattering. The neck of one of the 4 great protectors already had a large wound opened up, fresh blood spurting wildly without ceasing. It looked like he could not survive anymore. Just 1 sword move breached the formation of the 4 great protectors. Inside the carefree grove was silent, all using terrified gazes to look at that figure. How could this kid be so strong? So young, and his strength was so formidable, but why would he actually be completely unknown in 9 Pledge Imperial capital? 1 sword move felling the carefree grove's 4 great protectors. This strength should be the crowning figure of this generation among 9 Pledge Imperial Capital's junior generation. Even that Linghua Pavilion's Rongxie probably did not have such strength either, right? Just where did this boy pop out from? Get lost. Yi Yuan opened his mouth once more, taking a step forward again. The other 3 people's expressions flickered incessantly, falling backward uncontrollably. The 3 people continuously fell back and actually unknowingly retreated to the entrance of Carefree Grove already. They retreated, but then there was no room for retreat. Falling back further and Yi Yuan would be out of Carefree Grove. At that time, without the Grand Array freezing SPACE, it would be even harder for them to stop Yi Yuan. The 3 people's expressions flickered incessantly and exchanged glances. A hint of decisiveness flashed across their eyes. Kill. The remaining 3 great protectors mustered up their courage and rushed forward once more. 9 Polar Spectral Sword. Scarlet Wind Deercry Sword. Spirit Horn Dawn Sword. Sword lights radiated brilliantly. Inside the empty Great Hall, sword energy wandered everywhere. And Yi Yuan was in the center of this storm. Clank, clank, clank. In the time it took for sparks to fly off a flint, the 4 people exchanged blows countless times. There was a series of exclamations all around. Their eyes could not keep up with the speed of the few people drawing their swords at all. The power of the 4 great protectors had long penetrated deep into people's hearts. No one dared to provoke them here. But Yi Yuan, a 5th firmament celestial deity, fought these 3 people head-on and was actually not the slightest bit weaker. This made them extremely surprised. These 3 great protectors were all 8th firmament celestial deities. Each person was 3 minor realms higher than Yi Yuan. But they actually could not gain the slightest bit of advantage. A sword crossing the void. Swiss. H. Plus the moment the cold light appeared, all those present became silent. An eighth firmament celestial deity perish. This. He is too strong. Law's fusion. Spatial law. This is an unrivaled genius. Just where did this kid pop out from? Such a character had never been heard of in Nine Pledge Imperial Capital. In a twinkle, 2 of the 4 great protectors were removed. The shock that this brought everyone was too intense. And this sword also displayed Yi Yuan's law comprehension to the fullest expression of its beauty and form. They finally knew why Yi Yuan's strength was so strong. The 2 remaining people of the 4 great protectors looked at Yi Yuan with a look of terror, shocked, speechless. That sword just now, regardless of who Yi Yuan unleashed it at, they were powerless to block it. Yi Yuan pulled Jiang Haitang and walked over toward outside the door again. How could the 2 remaining people still dare to stop it? They involuntarily retreated to one side and automatically opened up a path. The current Jiang Haitang had a blank look. This short distance of several thousand feet gave her a feeling like she was dreaming. She was being led by Yi Yuan mechanically, walking over toward outside the door. Ahead was Carefree Grove's front door, just a few steps away. Suddenly, a layer of ripple appeared in SPACE, a figure emerged before everyone's eyes. A grey-robed middle-aged man's gaze was cold, glancing at Yi Yuan, and taking a look at the 2 great protectors. One of the protectors' expression was ugly as he said, Lord Fang Kuan, can't even deal with a 5th firmament celestial deity, go back and receive punishment. Fang Kuan said in a cold voice. That protector's expression was ugly as he said, why, Your Excellency, Fang Kuan gave a cold snort and immediately cut him off. Talking what nonsense? You refuse to accept it. I accept. The protector's expression was ugly as he said. All around, everyone's faces were strange. They were all clear that today's matter really could not be blamed on the 4 great protectors. But Fang Kuan clearly did not care about these. He only looked at the result. Fang Kuan was a peak 9th firmament celestial deity. His strength was much stronger than the 4 great protectors added together. In this 9 Pledge Imperial Capital, if true God realm did not appear, he could practically sweep across all. Holding down the fort at Carefree Grove for so many years, no slip-up had ever occurred before. He was the Carefree Grove's sea-stabilizing needle. Even if a 9th firmament celestial deity caused trouble, he also handled it all the same. With this, the matter has blown up, to actually startle Lord Fang Kuan. Looks like today's matter can't be settled anymore. Lord Fang Kuan's strength is extraordinary, this kid is too careless. A pity, having this strength at a young age, but have to die here. Yeah, with his strength, if he really wanted to kill his way out, he would have long charged out. But he insists on taking his time to walk, he blundered now. The people who were frequently at Carefree Grove all knew Fang Kuan's awe-inspiring reputation. No one dared to cause trouble at Carefree Grove, because they all knew that this place had Lord Fang Kuan holding down the fort. Fang Kuan gave a cold snort, turned his head to look at Yi Yuan, and was just about to speak, but then he heard Yi Yuan say coolly, "Get lost." Fang Kuan was taken aback and said with a sneer, "What a wildly arrogant brat, you don't think that I'm the same as these trash, right?" Yi Yuan looked at him and said coolly, "You're no different from them. Not getting lost, you similarly have to die." As he said, Yi Yuan pulled Jiang Haitang and walked forward once more. Fang Kuan laughed wildly when he heard that and said, "Reckless and blind thing, I want to see how you make me die." But right at this time, a series of blue tattoos spread out from Yi Yuan's body, cutting off the entire SPACE. Divine Vestige SPACE. Currently, Fang Kuan was very close to Yi Yuan. Those blue patterns constructed and formed the Divine Vestige SPACE very quickly. Fang Kuan's heart palpitated, instinctively feeling that something was amiss, and instinctively wanted to break free of the fetters of the blue patterns. However, it was already too late. Fang Kuan's pupils constricted, incomparably horrified in his heart. Because he discovered that he was actually unable to SHI plus feet through spatial law. His body was restrained within the blue SPACE. Bang! All of a sudden, Fang Kuan released an attack. However, the blue SPACE did not waver at all. The blue patterns became increasingly denser and increasingly compact, finally teeming the entire SPACE. Let me out. Damn it, let me out. Fang Kuan howled in despair. Yi Yuan's figure appeared, his eyes being incomparably cold. Fang Kuan looked at Yi Yuan and could not resist shuddering. Those eyes even made a trace of chill well up from the bottom of his heart. Yi Yuan looked at him and said coolly, I already gave you the chance and asked you to get lost, but it's you who didn't cherish it yourself. So, go and die. Yi Yuan lightly pointed a finger out, directly piercing through Fang Kuan's heart, destroying all his vitality. Thud. The divine vestige dissipated, Fang Kuan's corpse fell to the ground powerlessly. The surrounding was deathly quiet. Carefree Grove's guardian, the peak 9th firmament celestial deity Lord Fang Kuan, actually died just like this. Everyone exchanged glances, completely no idea what happened. Go. Yi Yuan pulled Jiang Haitang and strutted out of Carefree Grove just like this, swaggering off. The two great protectors exchanged a glance, there was only shock left in the other party's eyes. This scene was too astounding. Originally thought that there would be a heaven-shocking great battle, no one could have thought that Fang Kuan died bafflingly just like this. Chapter 1903, A slight move in one part may affect the situation as a whole. Chapter 1903, A slight move in one part may affect the situation as a whole. What did you say? Fang Kuan was killed by a 5th firmament celestial deity. When Yu Jinsong got this news, he nearly jumped up from the seat. Fang Kuan's strength, he was all too clear. How could a 5th firmament celestial deity possibly kill him? His first reaction when he heard this news was that he did not believe it. Isn't that so? That boy used no idea what method, just like a cock. Enveloping Lord Fang Kuan inside. In just a blink of an eye, he died. When the leader of the 4 great protectors recalled the situation back then, he still had lingering fear in his heart until now. With Yi Yuan causing a disturbance, the Carefree Grove came to a total standstill and was totally unable to operate anymore. That place was a money-squandering establishment, it was a tremendous source of revenue to the City Lord Manor. With this, it was chopped by Yi Yuan. Yu Jinsong's fury could be imagined. Yu Jinsong was angered until his expression was livid. Looking at the protector, he said, You said that kid came from Southridge's Heavenly Eagle Imperial City. Furthermore, he was just Heavenly Eagle Imperial City's head elder. The protector sweat cold sweat profusely and said with a nod, Yes, young master, that kid's a dent. One Tai has already been investigated clearly. It's Heavenly Eagle Imperial City's head elder, Yi Yuan. Before going to Carefree Grove, he even made a trip to Flowing Wind Establishment and almost tore down the entire Flowing Wind Establishment. Oh, right, before he came to the Imperial capital, he even killed the Wu family's young master, Wu Tian, as well as the Wu family's 8th firmament celestial deity retainer, Wu Yun. Coming to the Imperial capital this time, he should be here for Jiang Jadehall's case. The City Lord Manor's investigative ability was still extremely strong. Just used a night and they already inquired about Yi Yuan's ins and outs clearly. Hearing the protector report one news after another, Yu Jinsong's expression flickered incessantly. In this short half a month's time, Yi Yuan already turned 9 pledge imperial capital upside down, directly offending the 3 major forces. Although the Wu family's strength could not compare to these 3 forces, they were absolutely not some soft persimmon either. The Wu family's ancestor was a true God realm powerhouse. Yu Jinsong narrowed his eyes like a venomous snake and said in a cold voice, Pass us down the order for me. 3 days later, openly execute Jiang Jadehall in Heavenly Grove Plaza. At that time, we'll lay down an inescapable net. This young master wants to see whether he has 3 heads and 6 arms or not. The news spread to City Lord Manor. As one of the 3 great factions, Kongming Academy naturally would not be unaware. Song Yentsai was currently standing in front of a middle-aged man but was fearful after the event in his heart. Luckily when Yi Yuan left back then, he did not really make a move to stop. Otherwise, his outcome would be exactly the same as Fang Kuan. Hang on, his strength was far worse than Fang Kuan, there was no hope of surviving at all. Presently, the situation in the city is very delicate. Before yesterday night, most likely no one would have thought that an imperial city's head elder would actually stir up such a great disturbance. The middle-aged man heaved a sigh and said. Song Yensai smiled bitterly and said, who could have thought that a fifth firmament celestial deity brat could kill his way through Carefree Grove? The middle-aged nodded his head and said, Jiang Jadehall is merely a puny little patrolling inspector and is totally insignificant. Waging war with City Lord Manor and Linghua Pavilion for him was seriously unwise. It's just that no one would have thought that he actually got acquainted with such a remarkable young man. Carefree Grove's business, everyone is very envious of it. No one has ever dared to cause trouble inside before. Who could have thought that Yi Yuan actually wiped them all out? Song Yensai said, then what should we do now? Yi Yuan already poked a hole in the sky, yet we are very passive. The middle-aged shook his head and said, people above have already given the word. Jiang Jadehall must be protected. The City Lord Manor and Linghua Pavilion are eager for action. This boy has such terrifying talent, so he'll definitely be able to assist us in the future. Hence, we have to make up for the past blunder at all cost. When Song Yensai heard this, his expression changed slightly. Everyone in the city was searching for Yi Yuan. But after he brought Jiang Haitang away from the Carefree Grove, his entire person seemed to have evaporated into thin air. No one could find him. The City Lord Manor wanted to kill Yi Yuan, but they could not find him. Kongming Academy wanted to find Yi Yuan to explain things, but sadly, they could not find Yi Yuan either. 3 days' time said in a flash. The matter of publicly executing Jiang Jadehall was already announced to the whole city through the City Lord Manor. When he saw the light again, Jiang Jadehall felt that it was rather piercing to the eye. He originally thought that he would die inside the jail dubiously just like that, but he did not expect that in order to kill him, the City Lord Manor made such a big commotion. Suddenly, a group of people in front came over. Seeing that person in the front, Jiang Jadehall's entire body trembled slightly. It was precisely the one who framed him, getting him thrown in jail. Yu Jinsong came in front of Jiang Jadehall and said with a smug smile, Jiang Jadehall, are you very curious why killing you, a puny little patrolling inspector, would still cause such a big disturbance? Jiang Jadehall's heart was long akin to dead ash, how he died had no difference to him. The only thing that he was worried about was his daughter. Mucking around in 9 Pledge Imperial capital for so long, Jiang Jadehall naturally understood his situation. He was merely the sacrificial item of the upper echelon's fight. Who could care about the life or death of a puny little patrolling inspector? Jiang Jadehall drew a deep breath and looked at Yu Jinsong as he said, Young Master Yu, Jiang Jadehall is merely a minor character, so death isn't regrettable. It's just that I hope you won't make things difficult for my daughter. Ha ha ha. Yu Jinsong laughed loudly and said, how could I bear to make things difficult for Haitang, my lord father-in-law? Jiang Jadehall's entire body trembled. Looking at Yu Jinsong in great alarm and rage, he said, You. What did you do to her? Yu Jinsong looked at Jiang Jadehall with a smile that was not a smile and said, What can I do to her? She came to beg me to let you out. I say, meat that's delivered to my mouth, I can't spit it out, right? TSK, didn't expect that you, a RSE man, your daughter was actually so raviz. HI+ing. Really electrifying. Jiang Jadehall was angered until his entire body trembled and he roared furiously, You! Animal! Animal! Jiang Jadehall bared his teeth, roaring at Yu Jinsong, but 2 rows of tears flowed down from the corners of his eyes. His heart was currently already completely broken. But Yu Jinsong laughed very happily. Patting Jiang Jadehall's shoulder, he said, Don't be in a hurry. I still have a piece of good news to tell you. Someone came to save you. The current Jiang Jadehall could not hear Jiang Jadehall's words anymore at all. His mind was full of the image of his daughter being humiliated, hating to the extreme in his heart, and also hurting to the extreme. Seeing that Jiang Jadehall did not react, Yu Jinsong asked with a smile, You know Yi Yuan, right? Hearing this scene, Jiang Jadehall's entire body trembled, his eyes finally recovering clarity, looking at Yu Jinsong with a disbelieving look. You! You're saying that Yi Yuan he came back? Yu Jinsong nodded and said, not only did he come back, he even rescued your daughter from Carefree Grove. Are you very pleasantly surprised? See Carefree Grove? How is that possible? Jiang Jadehall's pupils constricted, instantly thinking of many things. But, hearing that his daughter was rescued, Jiang Jadehall also felt his heart ease up. But very soon, his face changed, looking at Yu Jinsong with indignation. Nas. Hi plussing his teeth in hatred. Chapter 1904, Not Giving Face. Chapter 1904, Not Giving Face. You want to publicly execute me in order to lure Yi Yuan out? Jiang Jadehall said with a furious roar. Yu Jinsong had a smug look as he said smilingly, you're not stupid, understanding it so quickly. Today, City Lord Manor has already arranged 3 true God realm experts to lie in wait around the execution ground. The moment he appears, the 3 great true God realm powerhouses will attack at the same time. You guess, what will be his outcome? Ha ha ha. Jiang Jadehall was incomparably shocked in his heart. In order to deal with Yi Yuan, the City Lord Manor actually sent out 3 true God realm powerhouses. Yi Yuan's strength was actually already powerful to such a degree. It had just been a short few hundred years. Yi Yuan's growth completely exceeded his imagination. Yi Yuan barged into a dragon's lair, a tiger's den alone in order to save him and save Jiang Haitang. He was very touched in his heart. This made his promise to Yi Yuan become very important. Except, this Yu Jinsong was shameless when doing things, by fair means or foul. If he rashly came to save him, wouldn't he lose his life in vain? Thinking up to here, his hatred toward Yu Jinsong was even more akin to a wave that dashed to the sky. You! Despicable! Shameless! Yu Jinsong, even if I, Jiang Jadehall, become a ghost, I won't let you off either. Jiang Jadehall gnashed his teeth in hatred, doing his best, wanting to break free of the shackles. It was just a pity that this shackle was forged from purple gold divine metal. Forget that his divine sea was sealed, even normally, it was impossible to break free too. Become a ghost? Hehe, you need to have a chance to become a ghost too. Bring him away. Yu Jinsong waved his sleeves grandly. The guard escorted Jiang Jadehall and marched for the execution grounds. Jiang Jadehall was being sent away, his face ashen. He hated Yu Jinsong. He hated his inability, but he was completely powerless to change anything. Yi Yuan, you shouldn't have come. 2 rows of hot tears flowed down his face. There had never been a lack of those who wanted to watch the fun. Currently, Heavenly Grove Plaza was long already packed full of people, nowhere to find a foothold at all. Really can't understand why executing a puny little patrolling inspector has to cause such a big commotion. Heh, you don't know this, right? Do you know who was the girl who was rescued, slaughtering their way out of Carefree Grove? It's this Jiang Jadehall's daughter. This show today, the real interest of the drunkard isn't in the wine. You're talking about that Yi Yuan? Terrific lad, that's a God. A 5th firmament celestial deity, and he actually slew Lord Fang Kuan, truly remarkable. A shame. This scheme that young master you came up with today, even if Yi Yuan knows that it's a pit, he has to jump too. Unless, he doesn't want to save Jiang Jadehall anymore. The matter of Yi Yuan causing a disturbance in Carefree Grove was no longer some secret long ago. It caused a huge stir in the city. Curious folks naturally clawed out the whole sequence of events. Originally, an insignificant patrolling inspector. But now, because of Yi Yuan's troublemaking, the degree of focus was extremely high. Today, so many people came, wanting to see whether Yi Yuan dared to come or not. Yu Jinsong sat on the seat of honor with a relaxed look. Discovered Yi Yuan yet? Yu Jinsong said to the protector behind him. This Wang, who was precisely the leader of the 4 great protectors who had once fought with Yi Yuan before. Hearing Yu Jinsong's question, Wang, who shook his head and said, reporting to young master, didn't discover traces. Young master, we put on such a grand lineup, so he probably don't dare to come, right? Yu Jinsong smiled and said, this kid has been friends with Jiang Jadehall for several hundred years, they're friends. Hi plus P very close. This time, for Jiang Jadehall's sake, He barged into Carefree Grove alone and rescued Jiang Haitang. It can be seen how important he views Jiang Jadehall. Therefore, there's no way he doesn't come. You continue investigating. Once you discover his trace, don't act rashly and alert the enemy. Tell me immediately. Yes, young Master Wang, who received the order and left. In order to capture Yi Yuan, Yu Jinsong laid down an inescapable net today. Today, the city guards present were all elites among elites. Not only were their strengths formidable, but the power of their combined attacks were also extremely powerful. Apart from this, he even brought a bunch of late-stage celestial deity realm powerhouses, dispersed in all directions of the plaza. The moment Yi Yuan appeared, this dense large web would directly pounce on Yi Yuan and kill him. As for the 3 true God realm powerhouses, they were also hidden in various areas of the plaza at this time. Among these 3 true GODs, there were 2 first firmament true God and 1 second firmament true God. It could be seen how highly he regarded Yi Yuan. He had absolute confidence that as long as Yi Yuan dared to show face, he absolutely could not escape. Suddenly, 3 figures barged into the execution ground. When Yu Jinsong saw the arrivals, he could not help revealing a look of amuse. Ement getting up, he bowed and said, "Little nephew Jinsong pays respect to Academy head Fei." The person in front had a very powerful aura. He was actually a true God realm powerhouse. Bystanders did not know him, but Yu Jinsong naturally recognized him. He was called Fei Mingtian, one of Kongming Academy's assistant academy heads. Following behind Fei Mingtian were Flowing Wind Establishment's establishment head Li Xian, and assistant establishment head, Song Yensai. Fei Mingtian nodded his head and said, "Not seeing for several years, Honorable Nephew Yu's realm improved considerably again." Yu Jinsong smiled and said, "Academy head Fei is too kind. Little nephew is currently carrying out the City Lord Manor's law. I wonder what Academy head Fei came for?" Fei Mingtian's face fell. Yu Jinsong's words concealed a needle in wool, blocking him dead with one sentence. Since Yu Jinsong dared to frame Jiang Jadehall, he naturally would not give people a handle and had long created sufficient ironclad proof. Otherwise, the Kongming Academy would not go so far as to not make any noise at all. Fei Mingtian said coolly, "Honorable Nephew Yu, Jiang Jadehall is at any rate from the Kongming Academy. Can you give our academy face and spare his life?" Yu Jinsong laughed when he heard that and said, "Academy head Fei's words aren't right. Although Jiang Jadehall originated from the Kongming Academy, he works in the City Lord Manor now. For so many years, the City Lord Manor also spent large amounts of cultivation resources on him, but he didn't think to repay it, and actually assassinated me. This kind of person, if he isn't sentenced to death according to the law, what will my City Lord Manor use to manage the 9 pledge imperial capital?" Fei Mingtian's brows furrowed slightly. Yu Jinsong's words were flawless, he could not find any words to refute at all. Although Flowing Wind Establishment was the place where Kongming Academy managed imperial cities, it was too inferior to show in public. On the surface, all of the imperial cities were under the City Lord Manor's name. In that case, there's no leeway to maneuver. If I were to forcefully bring him away... The imposing momentum on Fei Mingtian's body gradually grew. Horrifying world power crushed over toward Yu Jinsong. Clearly, he was already angered. But Yu Jinsong was completely fine as he said with a faint smile, "Academy head Fei's emotion, this lowly nephew naturally understands. It's just that the law is the law, nobody can violate it, right? If Academy head Fei were to really take action, I'm afraid that Lord Father will be making a move. Academy head Fei wouldn't think that Lord Father knows absolutely nothing about today's matter, right?" Fei Mingtian's expression changed. Yu Jinsong's father was naturally City Lord Yu Wenfeng, his strength unfathomable. This punk actually used the City Lord to threaten him. Kongming Academy originally thought that by sending a true God powerhouse to acting capacity, Yu Jinsong should give face. Who knew that Yu Jinsong's attitude was actually so decisive? Yu Jinsong looked at Fei Mingtian and said with a light smile, "Academy head Fei, not that this lowly nephew isn't giving face, but that the law beats everything. Kongming Academy is also a part of 9 pledge imperial capital. Producing such a treacherous traitor, Shouldn't Academy head Fei observe the execution then? Chapter 1905, Doing Something Difficult Effortlessly. Chapter 1905, Doing Something Difficult Effortlessly. Fei Mingtian was angered until he trembled all over, but he was powerless to do anything. His ident. 1. Tai was extraordinary. Once he really made a move, that was thoroughly falling out with the City Lord manner. Fei Mingtian gave a cold snort, flicked his sleeves, and left. But he did not leave. He simply retreated to one side to observe the execution from the sidelines. Academy head Fei, what should we do now? Li Xian asked. Fei Mingtian let out a sigh and said, this matter isn't easy to handle. Our Kongming Academy is in a disadvantageous situation to begin with. The City Lord manor is probably hoping exactly for us to lose all decorum with them right now. Li Xian said, then, what about Yi Yuan? If we don't save Jiang Jade Hall, he probably won't be willing to drop the matter. Fei Mingtian shook his head and said, I hope that he isn't Raz. H. Plus time slowly trickled by, there were no signs of Yi Yuan showing up. Yu Jinsong got somewhat tired of waiting and said coolly, carry out execution. His subordinate said in a clear voice, the hour is up, execute. The executioner received the order, carried a knife, and came before Jiang Jade Hall. All executioners used special magic weapons to carry out a death sentence. To divine Dao powerhouses, even if their heads were chopped off, they would not die either. Unless one's comprehension in the power of laws was very deep, wrecking all of their life force, that was how they could be killed. The executioner's strength was not too strong, he naturally did not have this ability. Yu Jinsong suddenly stood up and said in a clear voice, Yi Yuan, I know that you're here. Aren't you very impressive? So why don't you dare come out anymore? Or is it that you took a fancy to Jiang Haitang and only saved her and not her father? Gutless coward, come out if you have the capability. Still not coming out, Jiang Jade Hall will be dead. Jiang Jade Hall's face changed, and he roared angrily, Yi Yuan, you mustn't come out. Thank you for saving Haitang, I already have no ties left. They laid down an all-encompass signet, just waiting for you to show up. You mustn't come out. A hint of a cruel smile flashed across the corners of Yu Jinsong's mouth. Jiang Jade Hall's words would only stimulate Yi Yuan to appear. I'm here. Right at this time, a voice suddenly sounded out. Except, this voice was too near as if it was beside his ear. Suddenly, Yu Jinsong felt his scalp tingle. A feeling of incredible danger welled up in his heart and he instinctively wanted to escape. However, it was already too late. A figure suddenly appeared beside him, blue fine lines suddenly wrapped over toward him. Scheming against the unguarded, how could Yi Yuan give him the chance to escape? Yu Jinsong fell into the divine vestige SPACE without the slightest surprise. Very soon, the divine vestige SPACE dissipated. A sword was pressed on Yu Jinsong's neck. In this short while, Yi Yuan already sealed Yu Jinsong's divine C. Everyone looked over but discovered that Yi Yuan was actually wearing the outfit of an ordinary city guard on him. Turns out that he actually hid inside the city guard army. Furthermore, his target was not Jiang Jade Hall at all but Yu Jinsong. This scene happened too quickly, swift until everyone did not react to it and Yu Jinsong already became a captive. Yu Jinsong was a ninth firmament celestial deity powerhouse. No one would have expected that he actually did not even have the strength to resist and was restrained by Yi Yuan. The city guards were very near Yu Jinsong. This bit of distance was merely the distance of a blink of an eye to Yi Yuan. And with Yu Jinsong's strength, it was impossible for Yi Yuan to succeed with one strike too. Hence, he had long planned it out, using the divine vestige SPACE to restrain the other party. This series of means was done in one go, not giving those three great true God powerhouses any time to react at all. Fei Mingtian looked at Yi Yuan with an astonished look, full of disbelief. No one could have thought that Yi Yuan would actually think of using such a method to save Jiang Jade Hall. This boy is bold and meticulous in thinking, his talent surpasses others, truly terrifying. Fei Mingtian said in shock. Bang! 3 terrifying auras rose to the sky. The 3 great true God powerhouses who were lurking nearby finally showed their faces. The three people surrounded Yi Yuan tightly but did not dare to step forward. There was an uproar all around. Only then did they know that in order to deal with Yi Yuan, the City Lord Manor actually sent out 3 true God powerhouses. Furthermore, one of them was even a second firmament true God. It was just that these 3 great true God powerhouses did not even have a chance to make a move, and Yu Jinsong was already kidnapped from under their eyelids. This means was simply inconceivable. Yu Jinsong laid down an all-encompassing net, wanting to capture Yi Yuan. In the end, he failed to capture him and got himself ensnared instead. The 3 great true God powerhouses actually became ornaments. That second firmament true God powerhouse said, "Brat, hurry up and let go of Jinsong. I'll spare you from death." Yi Yuan looked at him with eyes like looking at an idiot and immediately gave Yu Jinsong a slap. Smack. A crisp sound could be heard clearly in the entire plaza. Quite a number of people all touched their own faces unwittingly as if this slap was slapped on their faces. "This slap is dealt for Hai Tang," Yi Yuan said coolly, not having the slightest hint of emotion. A slap landing, half of Yu Jinsong's face already swelled up badly. You dare to hit me?" Yu Jinsong's words were unclear, his eyes when looking at Yi Yuan was full of disbelief. Smack. What answered him was a second slap. "This slap is for Brother Jiang. These 2 slaps are tentatively the interest. Your dog life, I'll take it. Now, let him go," Yi Yuan said coolly. People looked at Yi Yuan with worse HI plus ping faces. Too domineering. If not for seeing it with their own eyes, they totally would not dare to believe that someone could toy with the entire City Lord Manor in the palm of their hand. This composure, this strength, this easy accomplishment of a difficult matter as if it was easy, was absolutely not what ordinary people could achieve. 2 slaps thrashed Yu Jinsong until he became a pig head. Jiang Jadehall looked at Yi Yuan blankly, as if he did not recognize him. Not seeing for several hundred years, Yi Yuan's strength was actually horrifying to such a degree already. After hearing Yu Jinsong's words, Jiang Jadehall was worried that he implicated Yi Yuan. But who knew that Yi Yuan actually played something like this, capturing Yu Jinsong to be a hostage? "Yi Yuan, you can't escape," Yu Jinsong said unclearly. "With you around, why would I not be able to escape?" Yi Yuan said coolly. Letting go of Jiang Jadehall, "What if you kill me? I can let go of him, but you must swear a heavenly Tao oath that you absolutely can't kill me," Yu Jinsong said. Yi Yuan nodded his head and said, "Can." Yi Yuan did not plan on killing Yu Jinsong in the first place. He also knew that he could not kill him. Capturing him was just in order to save Jiang Jadehall. Very soon, Yi Yuan swore the heavenly Tao oath. This made Yu Jinsong's heart ease up. Let him go." Yu Jinsong issued the order. Jiang Jadehall's handcuffs and anklets were released. The him who regained freedom anew felt like he was dreaming. "Get lost," Yi Yuan said to the 3 great true God powerhouses. The 3 great powerhouses were wary in taking action for fear of implications and could only open up a path. Yi Yuan pushed Yu Jinsong and arrived on the execution grounds, and said to Jiang Jadehall, "Brother Jiang, Yi Yuan came late and let you suffered. I've let you and Hai Tang down." Jiang Jadehall shook his head and said, "What's what I owe you? For you to be able to do things to this extent for elder brother, I didn't become brothers with you in vain." Chapter 1906. Conditions. Chapter 1906. Conditions. Outside the city, there was a densely packed army. 3 great true God powerhouses were at the front. Ahead, Yi Yuan's sword detained Yu Jinsong, bringing Jiang Jadehall falling back. "Brat, we've already let him go and you're still not letting him go. Aren't you afraid of Heavenly Tao's backlash?" That second firmament true God said in a solemn voice. Yi Yuan said coolly, "You all followed all the way, isn't it to wait to kill me after I let him go? Humph. Do you think that you can escape? The monk can run, but the temple can't run, unless you disregard the life and death of Heavenly Eagle Imperial City," Yu Jinsong said with a cold smile. Yi Yuan already swore a Heavenly Tao oath, so he was not afraid that Yi Yuan would not let him go. Hence, he also became brazen and unbridled. Yi Yuan's bottom line, The City Lord Manor had long investigated it inside out. Yu Jinsong knew that using this to threaten Yi Yuan was definitely useful. Who knew that? Yi Yuan replied coolly, "You can send people to destroy Heavenly Eagle Imperial City, I'm powerless to stop it too. But, starting from today, you'll have to keep your nerves constantly tensed. Otherwise, maybe someday, you'll become a deceased soul under my sword." Yu Jinsong's face fell and he said in a cold voice, "You're threatening me? Do you know how many true God powerhouses my City Lord Manor has?" Yi Yuan was still calm as he said, "I'm just expounding a fact. There were many true God powerhouses present today too, but they failed to protect you." The moment these words came out, not just Yu Jinsong, those few true God powerhouses also had awkward faces. Yu Jinsong's expression flickered incessantly. He was really scared. Yi Yuan came and went like a shadow. Furthermore, he was extremely adept in spatial law. It was truly impossible to guard against. What was more terrifying was that blue SPACE. After he was taken into the divine vestige SPACE by Yi Yuan, his entire person did not have any strength to resist at all. The various kinds of powers of law that he grasped actually all lost effect. That feeling of powerlessness still made him have lingering fear in his heart until now. He did not wish to experience that sort of feeling again. At the thought of being stalked every day by such a bizarre person, Yu Jinsong unwittingly felt chills up his spine. Yu Jinsong gnashed his teeth in hatred and said, "You consider yourself ruthless. Bureaucratic play and trickery, resorting to schemes and intrigues, it had always been his, Yu Jinsong's, forte. He had never failed before. Did not expect that today, all of his methods were cracked by this mysterious Yi Yuan. This made him extremely vexed in his heart. Suddenly, the tip of Yi Yuan's eyebrows moved, and he said coolly, "Since you came, why do you not dare to show up openly?" No one answered him. Those city guards looked around, but could not see any figure and even thought that Yi Yuan ate the wrong medicine. Even those few true God powerhouses were also at a loss. Yi Yuan pinned Yu Jinsong, his figure moving slightly, appearing somewhere else. "Still not appearing?" Yi Yuan said again. Suddenly, two figures emerged. A black-robed middle-aged man and a grey-robed old man. "See City Lord Your Excellency, Lord Academy Head." City Lord Manor's second firmament true God and Fei Mingtian cried out in surprise at the same time. Arriving here, Fei Mingtian naturally followed too. These two were none other than precisely the 9 Pledge Imperial Capital's City Lord, Yu Wenfeng, as well as Kongming Academy's Academy Head, Li Kongming. Li Kongming looked at Yi Yuan, a hint of surprise flash plussing across his eyes as he said, "A fine young man. Looks like your attainment in spatial law is much stronger than this academy head imagined." Everyone all looked at Yi Yuan with incredible shock. They were very puzzled how Yi Yuan discovered these two apex figures. One had to know, even those true God powerhouses did not have the slightest clue about these two people's arrival. Especially those few true God powerhouses, they even looked towards Yi Yuan in great shock. Yi Yuan was able to discover Yu Wenfeng and Li Kongming, but they could not. This showed that Yi Yuan's attainments in spatial law were far above theirs. But Yi Yuan was just 5th firmament celestial deity. Yi Yuan ignored Li Kongming. He said to another area of the void, "If I didn't guess wrongly, the one hiding there is Pavilion Lord Linghua, right?" Everyone was alarmed again. No one could have thought that Pavilion Lord Linghua also came personally. Yu Wenfeng's and Li Kongming's faces changed slightly. They actually did not notice that there was still a person hiding in the void. Concealing within the void, this was an extremely high-level concealment method. Its degree of concealment was naturally greatly related to the martial artist's application of spatial law. Cultivation reaching the true God realm, one small world was already very complete. The spatial law perceived through the small world would naturally be all the more powerful too. It was just that the application of spatial law also differed from person to person. Even for people in the same realm, there was a huge difference too. Yu Wenfeng and Li Kongming had already discovered the other party long ago. It was just that they did not even discover Pavilion Lord Linghua. This showed that Pavilion Lord Linghua already surpa. said them in this aspect. Of course, this was just a minor trick to powerhouses of their level. They concealed in the void, unable to give away any aura. Once there was any activity, the other party would detect it. Even using it to sneak attack would not do as well. But even so, Pavilion Lord Linghua also became all the more mysterious because of this. To powerhouses of this level, any hint of subtle difference could have the possibility of turning into victory. This concealment method was the hardest to discover. But the three of them, not a single one was actually able to escape Yi Yuan's arcane sights. How could everyone not be shocked? The black-robed Pavilion Lord Linghua slowly revealed his figure. It was just that he was hidden in the black robe, unable for the others to see him clearly. "Young man, you're really great. Do you have an interest in joining my Linghua Pavilion?" Pavilion Lord Linghua slowly said. Yu Wenfeng's and Li Kongming's expressions changed. No one could have expected that Pavilion Lord Linghua solicited the moment he opened his mouth. "Yi Yuan, you mustn't. Kongming Academy is your home," Li Kongming hurriedly said. Yu Wenfeng also spoke up. "Yi Yuan, as long as you join the City Lord Manor, the matter today will be written off. I'll confer you the land of 100 cities." When these words came out, the audience burst into an uproar. Land of 100 cities, how much resources did it possess? How many martial artists did it also possess, and how powerful of a faction could be developed? To martial artists, this was absolutely an irresistible temptation. As long as Yi Yuan agreed, he would virtually be equivalent to the lord of a small imperial capital. Originally they thought that the three great apex powerhouses came out in order to go to war with Yi Yuan, but they did not expect that it was actually this situation. "Father, shut up. It's none of your business here." Yu Jinsong was just about to speak when he was cut off by Yu Wenfeng heartlessly. Yi Yuan looked at Pavilion Lord Linghua and said coolly, "Want me to join Linghua Pavilion? It's also not impossible. But I have a condition." "What condition?" Everyone's hearts leaped up, especially Yu Wenfeng and Li Kongming's. "Hand Rong Xie over to me," Yi Yuan said coolly. Pavilion Lord Linghua fell silent for a moment and spoke up. "You can change to another condition." Yi Yuan waved his hand and said coolly, "I'm only stating the condition, whether to agree or not is up to you." Finished talking, he turned to Yu Wenfeng and said coolly, "I don't want the land of 100 cities. I only want Yu Jinsong's life. If you agree, I'll join the City Lord Manor." Chapter 1907, A Very Formidable Alchemist. Chapter 1907, A Very Formidable Alchemist. What did you say? The moment Yu Jinsong heard this, he immediately exploded. But Yi Yuan could not be bothered to look at him. He stared straight at Yu Wenfeng, being not the slightest bit afraid. But Yi Yuan's boldness also made everyone tongue-tied. He did not even want the land of 100 cities and just wanted Yu Jinsong's life, truly broad-minded. Of course, there were also many people who felt that he was stupid. But Jiang Jadehall by the side was touched, understanding that Yi Yuan was venting this frustration for them father and daughter here. The land of 100 cities, what kind of power and influence, how glorious was that? Yu Wenfeng really put forth the blood capital in order to rope in Yi Yuan. But Yi Yuan did not even bat an eyelid and refused. Yu Wenfeng frowned and said, "Otherwise than this, everything else can be discussed." Yi Yuan shook his head and said coolly, "It's me stating terms now, not you." Yu Wenfeng's face changed and he said with a cold snort, "Brat, do you really want to suffer the wrath of my City Lord Manor? Do you know what that means?" "Humph. Yu Wenfeng, do you really think that you're impressive?" "I, Li Kongming, am protecting Yi Yuan," Li Kongming said with a cold smile. With his shrewdness, how could he let go of this chance? The two conditions that Yi Yuan stated, it was impossible for those two to agree. Then, Yi Yuan could only choose the Kongming Academy. Yi Yuan gave Li Kongming a glance and said coolly, "You don't need to waste your efforts either, I won't go to the Kongming Academy." Li Kongming's expression changed, and he asked, "Why? Do you know what consequences there will be without my Kongming Academy's protection?" "Ha ha ha. Li Kongming, messing around for half a day, you were merely under the hallucination that the other party was willing. He doesn't buy it at all." Yu Wenfeng laughed loudly when he heard that. Yi Yuan said coolly, you guys don't think too highly of yourselves either. I, Yi Yuan, don't need anyone's protection. I came to Nine Pledge Imperial Capital only for the sake of saving Brother Jiang. Now that the matter has already been accomplished, I can't be bothered to get involved in the affairs between you guys. The surrounding was silent, they were all stunned by Yi Yuan's words. Arrogant. Too arrogant. Facing a bunch of true God powerhouses, Yi Yuan actually dared to say this kind of words. This was simply courting death. Did this boy have a problem with his head, or did he really have some reliances? In the land of Imperial Capital, true God powerhouses were sovereign-like existences. Yi Yuan actually made them not think of themselves as a big deal. This kind of word was simply high treason. And he himself was merely a puny little fifth firmament celestial deity. The three great powerhouses were all taken aback when they heard it. Immediately, Yu Wenfeng laughed loudly and said, "Brat, do you know who you're talking to?" Yi Yuan replied coolly, "I naturally know." Yu Wenfeng laughed from extreme rage and said, "All right then, this seat wants to see what confidence you have to say this kind of word." No one could have expected that Yi Yuan actually slowly nodded his head and said, "You can give it a try." As he said, Yi Yuan pushed Yu Jinsong, directly throwing him out. Everyone was stunned. Was Yi Yuan returning the hostage to the opponent? How were they going to fight? A City Lord Manner's true God powerhouse hurriedly made a move and caught Yu Jinsong. Finally escaping Yi Yuan's control, Yu Jinsong pointed at Yi Yuan and roared angrily, "Father, kill him! Kill him!" Bang! Yu Wenfeng directly smacked a palm out. Horrifying energy undulation crushed over towards Yi Yuan. "Brother Jiang, follow me." Yi Yuan grabbed the collar of the Jiang Jade Hall, whose complexion turned white, his figure moving, Vonnie's plussing from where he stood. Yu Wenfeng's horrifying palm immediately struck thin air. The group of powerhouses suddenly cried out in surprise, "Spatial SHI plus feet." They all knew that Yi Yuan's spatial law was rather powerful, but they did not know that it already reached such a degree. No wonder he could slaughter his way through inside the carefree grove. Turns out that his spatial law is already comprehended to the fourth firmament. Not only that, he already fused Sword Dao law and spatial law. This talent is too terrifying. Turns out that this is his confidence. Turns out that he's already established in an undefeatable position. Amidst the wave of exclamations, Yi Yuan's figure emerged once more. The place where he stood was just nice between the three great powerhouses. That bout of tune-up previously, actually, Yi Yuan had long calculated it. Once these three people unleashed attacks, he would be able to SHI plus feet away at once, avoiding the three people's attacks. Otherwise, how could he put himself in a perilous situation? Therefore, when Yu Wenfeng unleashed his attack, Yi Yuan evaded it at the first moment. Facing off with the three great powerhouses from far away, Yi Yuan stood proudly, giving people a feeling of extreme trance. Yi Yuan was clearly just an summing fifth firmament celestial deity, but in terms of aura, he actually did not lose to the three great third firmament powerhouses. Yi Yuan looked at Yu Wenfeng and said coolly, "Now, you saw my confidence." Yu Wenfeng gave a cold snort and said, "So what? Is it possible that you think this seat can't do anything to you because you know spatial SHI plus feet?" Yi Yuan said coolly, "I know that the speed of a true God powerhouse is exceedingly fast, comparable to spatial SHI plus foot, but if I didn't have confidence in my own speed, do you think that I'd stand here to talk and chat with you? If you don't believe me, you can give it another try." That bout just now, Yu Wenfeng did not go all out. Yi Yuan did not use his full strength either. At present, Yi Yuan's cultivation grew deeper with each passing day. His comprehension of spatial SHI plus feet also gradually deepened. The ability of spatial SHI plus feet was no longer what it had been a long time ago. Even when facing true God powerhouses, he had the capital to escape too. As long as he avoided the world power of true God powerhouses, however vast the world was, he could roam as he please. Of course, if the SPACE to display it was insufficient, once he fell into the world domain of a true God powerhouse, then he would be in danger. Hence, He captured Yu Jinsong as a hostage and retreated to outside the city. It was in order to avoid the world domains of these true God powerhouses. Everything was long within his calculations. If he did not plan out a route of retreat for himself, how could he dare barge into Nine-Pledge Imperial capital by himself and rescue Jiang Jade Hall alone? Yu Wenfeng's expression was livid. It was already disgraceful enough that he, an exalted middle-stage true God, took action, and actually could not take down a puny little fifth firmament celestial deity. Now, he would not attempt again rashly. And now, he also understood Yi Yuan's intentions. The place where Yi Yuan stood was just nice outside of the place that his world power was able to reach, making him extremely upset. The pavilion Lord Linghua, who had been silent all along, suddenly spoke up. What a terrific lad, interesting. Interesting. It's just that you can escape, but can Heavenly Eagle Imperial City escape? Yi Yuan was not surprised. Heavenly Eagle Imperial City was Nine-Pledge Imperial Capital's subsidiary. It was too easy for them to want to investigate his relations. HI+P with Heavenly Eagle. He looked at Pavilion Lord Linghua and said coolly, "Indeed, I'm currently powerless to stop you all from destroying Heavenly Eagle. But you all similarly can't catch me either. You guys remember this for me. As long as you all dare to touch Heavenly Eagle, I'll completely destroy your three major factions in less than 500 years. These words, Yi Yuan said them casually. But the killing intent in that voice was clear to anyone. Heh, you, brat, are really confident. 500 years and you want to eradicate us? Yu Wenfeng said with a cold smile. Clearly, he did not believe it. Yi Yuan looked at him and said coolly, if I'm willing, maybe it won't need 500 years. Don't you all forget, I'm also an alchemist. A very formidable alchemist. Chapter 1908. When one man attains Tao, his fowls and dogs ascend to heaven too. Chapter 1908. When one man attains Tao, his fowls and dogs ascend to heaven too. A very formidable alchemist. Heh, how formidable can you be? Could it be that you can even refine rank 6 divine pills? Yu Wenfeng said with a cold smile. 5-star alchemy gods were everywhere in the imperial capital. There were also quite a few formidable ones. He did not believe how formidable Yi Yuan, a 5-star alchemy god, could be. The incident of Lin Changqing causing a great disturbance at Heavenly Eagle happened recently. Yi Yuan came too quickly. The news had not spread to the imperial capital. Of course, this was also because Wu Tian, this inspector, was finished off. The transmission of information also slowed down a lot. If they knew that Yi Yuan directly threw away a Sun Moon Azure Sky pill, they would definitely cuss Yi Yuan out for being a prodigal son. Swooze. H. Plus swooze. H. Plus swooze. H. Plus Yi Yuan casually threw out 3 small bottles, flying straight for the 3 great powerhouses. The 3 people caught the small bottles and took a look, pupils constricting. Following that, they used incomparably shocked gazes to look at Yi Yuan. Although it was not Sun Moon Azure Sky pill, this kind of heaven-defying medicinal pill, the medicinal pills that Yi Yuan took out were also sufficient to awe them. After all, what Yi Yuan took out were vast spirit divine pills. Brother Jiang, let's go. Finished talking, Yi Yuan turned around and left. Everyone used baffled gazes to look at those 3. They did not know what kind of medicinal pills could actually make the 3 great powerhouses have such a loss in composure. Father, they are gone. Yu Jinsong roared angrily. Smack. A clear slap echoed out. Yu Jinsong was directly slapped flying. Tie this unfilial son up for me and bring back. Done talking, his figure moved, disappearing. Li Kongming and Pavilion Lord Linghua similarly disappeared. Everyone had dumbfounded looks, completely not knowing what happened. 3 medicinal pills actually made the 3 great powerhouses attitude have such an upheaval transformation. Everyone knew that Yu Jinsong was Yu Wenfeng's most precious son. Now, he actually wanted to tie Yu Jinsong up. This Yi Yuan was truly terrifying. This raiding incident of the Nine-Pledge Imperial Capital's execution ground came to a conclusion just like that. But Yi Yuan became Nine-Pledge's legend. A 5th firmament celestial deity caused a big disturbance in an imperial capital and made a full retreat. More importantly, The three major factions actually did not have anyone denounce Heavenly Eagle Imperial City. Before long, another news spread to the three major forces. Not long ago, an Empyrean powerhouse had once slaughtered his way to Heavenly Eagle Imperial City and in the end, returned in defeat. There was even a little interlude in between. Yi Yuan took out a vast spirit sun moon azure sky pill. These two news were akin to a bolt out of the blue, shocking the three major factions. Very soon, a piece of news that made people even more shocked came out of City Lord Manor. Yi Yuan was appointed as the new Southridge 10 Cities patrolling inspector. Furthermore, Yi Yuan, this patrolling inspector, did not need to offer tributes to the imperial capital and did not need to report his work to the imperial capital, listening neither to orders nor serving. The moment this order came out, the entire 9-pledge imperial capital was shaken. This was equivalent to Yi Yuan becoming Southridge 10 Cities' absolute sovereign, acquiring territory and becoming king. In reality, the Southridge 10 Cities consisted of just 10 very poor imperial cities, merely a single hair from 9 oxen for the 9-pledge imperial capital. But this matter had never happened before in the history of 9-pledge imperial capital. The moment the news came out, the entire Heavenly Eagle Imperial City rejoiced. Yi Yuan was originally Heavenly Eagle's god-like figure. At present, head elder becoming the patrolling inspector, their days in the future would get much better. One had to know, the Imperial City's yearly tributes was a very horrifying sum. To a barren place like Heavenly Eagle, this was a tremendous burden. It was also because of this that Heavenly Eagle's overall strength had not been able to improve all along. After Yi Yuan took on the post of patrolling inspector, it greatly reduced the tax burden. This was something that made all martial artists indebted. Southridge's martial artists' love and support for Yi Yuan reached the peak for some time. However, there was also an awkward matter. Following the arrival of Lung Qiuling and the others, the positions of Zhuo and the few of them celestial deity powerhouses became awkward. White Light obtained the White Tiger True Blood, his strength advancing at a tremendous pace, already broken through to middle stage rank 5. Ning Qianping's strength also already broke through to the 4th firmament celestial deity realm. Lung Qiuling went even more without saying. She refined some more vermilion bird true blood and already broke through to late-stage celestial deity realm presently, reaching the 7th firmament celestial deity realm. In contrast, the position of Zhuo, this city lord, appeared awkward. However, Yi Yuan brought out a large batch of spirit medicines when he came out of the void spirit. The low-grade spirit medicines that he gave Zhuo they all to consume were naturally not few. Under Yi Yuan's assistance, Zhuo and the rest broke through realms one after another. On this day, Zhuo broke through to the 3rd firmament celestial deity realm and immediately came to find Yi Yuan. Zhuo thanks your excellency. If not for your excellency, Shujie probably won't be able to break through to be a 3rd firmament celestial deity in this lifetime. Zhuo prostrated on the ground as he said. One's personal affairs, one would be aware. Zhuo knew that his potential had long been exhausted. It was totally impossible to break through to be a 3rd firmament celestial deity. But a medicinal pill from Yi Yuan let him gain a new lease on life. Not only did he break through to 3rd firmament celestial deity realm, it even stimulated his potential once again. He sensed that he could still continue comprehending heavenly Tao now and even break through to the 4th firmament celestial deity realm. This was what he did not dare to think at all prior to this. And this was also precisely the powerful aspect of void spirit, vast spirit divine pills. One had to know, a mere rank 5 divine pill moved even Lin Changqing, this Empyrean powerhouse who came from a heavenly emperor Bodhimanda. Zhuo was clear in his heart that this kind of medicinal pill used on him was simply a wanton waste of God's good gifts. Letting those geniuses take it was making the best use of things. But Yi Yuan gave it to him without the slightest hesitation. Hence, toward Yi Yuan, Zhuo was still grateful apart from gratefulness. What's brothers were saying? Back then, without your care, there also won't be today's Yi Yuan. This trivial matter isn't worth mentioning. In the future, you will realize this is simply a small matter. Your realm also absolutely won't stop at 3rd firmament celestial deity, Yi Yuan said smilingly. When Zhuo heard that, He was agitated until he trembled all over. Yeah, what did this count for to Yi Yuan? As the saying went, when one man attained Tao, his fowls and dogs ascended to heaven too. It was talking about this, right? Thank you, Your Excellency. Your Excellency, this Zhuo came today. Apart from thanking Your Excellency, I also want to resign from the position of City Lord, Zhuo Shujie said. Presently, Yi Yuan was no different from a local tyrant. The appointment of City Lord, he naturally had the final say. Yi Yuan knew what Zhuo Shujie was thinking in his heart and said with a wave of his hand, Brother Zhuo, you don't need to be like this. You still are the City Lord. This position of City Lord is also not whoever's realm is higher can be. The tricks involved, they can't figure it out in a short while either. This City Lord, it's most suitable for you to be. Brother Zhuo, this patrolling inspector, was also forced into doing what's beyond me. There are many things that are too complicated and difficult to unravel. You're also aware, my ambition doesn't lie here. These secular affairs, hope that Brother Zhuo can share my burden. Yi Yuan said it very sincerely, filling Zhuo Shujie with fear and trepidation. He naturally knew Yi Yuan's ambition. How could a puny little Southridge 10 cities trap him? It was just that, looking at it now, Yi Yuan was planning on making this place into his base. This made Zhuo Shujie very happy. Since Your Excellency said so, then, this Zhuo will thicken my face and continue holding the post. The two people were currently talking when Ning Tianping suddenly came in to report. He said, Your Excellency, there's a powerhouse outside who says that he's your disciple and wants to meet you. Chapter 1909, Crazy Idea. Chapter 1909, Crazy Idea Disciple. Yi Yuan frowned and could not come up with anything after thinking for a long time. When did he take in a disciple? But, thinking about it, it also seemed like no one dared to come and impersonate as his disciple currently, right? Let him come in, Yi Yuan instructed. Not long after, Ning Tianping led a young man in, his handsome face like carved jade, elegant and natural. Master. When the young man saw Yi Yuan, he had a look of wild elation on his face, pressing his head onto the ground. Seeing the other party, Yi Yuan also finally recalled who this disciple was and was immediately overjoyed. Bai Chen. This young man was precisely the disciple that Yi Yuan took in back then in the Sky Foothill world. It was White Knight Sacred Palace's Palace Lord, Bai Chen. Parting for close to 1,000 years, Yi Yuan did not expect that he actually came to find him, and immediately felt very warm. The Ning Tianping and Zhuo Shujie by the side both had strange expressions when they saw this scene. This peak 9th firmament celestial deity powerhouse actually called Master when he saw Yi Yuan. It seemed somewhat strange no matter what. They naturally did not feel that Yi Yuan did not have the qualification. It was just that the disciple's realm was even higher than the Master's. This was indeed rather unusual. Furthermore, this Bai Chen was also too young to actually already have peak 9th firmament celestial deity cultivation. It made them feel very odd. TSK, Your Excellency is Your Excellency, even taking in a disciple is so incredible, Ning Tianping said with vicissitudes of emotion. You followed His Excellency for so long, have you seen His Excellency accept disciples before? Zhuo Shujie asked. Ning Tianping shook his head and said, never seen before. Zhuo Shujie's pupils shrunk and he said in surprise, then doesn't that mean that His Excellency already accepted this disciple before coming to Heavenly Eagle? This disciple is also too heaven-defying, right? Bai Chen's age was even younger than Yi Yuan, how could he have such horrifying cultivation speed? Quickly get up. I didn't expect that what you refined was actually a peak 9th firmament celestial deity Tao fruit. Your present realm is actually above mine. Yi Yuan had a rare bout of hearty laughter. It could be said that he watched Bai Chen grow up. To be able to have such accomplishments presently, he was naturally happy. Peak 9th firmament celestial deity, although it did not count as some impressive big shot, it was also considered a powerhouse of a region already. When Ning Tianping and Zhuo Shujie heard this, only then did they come to a realization. Turned out that Bai Chen actually refined a celestial deity Tao fruit to cultivate so quickly. Bai Chen blushed with shame and said, Master, don't make fun of me anymore. Master's cultivation speed is simply terrifying. In less than a short 1,000 years, you cultivated from grotto profound realm to your present realm. It's seldom seen universally. Furthermore, Master still has infinite potential, but I no longer have the possibility of breaking through. Talking up to here, a hint of dejection flashed across in Bai Chen's gaze. To him back then, celestial deity realm was an existence too lofty to reach, a realm impossible to reach throughout his entire life. But now, he was the master of Sky Foothill, a ninth firmament celestial deity powerhouse. His horizons were already different from normal. In this heavenspan world, there was still an entirely different world. Back then, Yi Yuan also warned him before. But at that time, on the one hand, he was forced by the circumstances. On the other hand, he acknowledged that he could not reach his present realm. But now, when he really fully refined the Tao fruit, he somewhat felt a sense of loss. The road was chosen by him, he did not regret it. But the sense of loss in his heart could not be avoided. Especially after seeing Yi Yuan, this kind of feeling became increasingly stronger. Seeing Bai Chen's appearance, Yi Yuan also sighed. Bai Chen's talent was pretty good in the Sky Foothill world. But with his talent, it was very hard to break through to the celestial deity realm. Refining the Tao fruit was indeed a very decent choice for him. But human desire was ever expanding. Who could be willing to never make progress for all their lives? Moreover, Bai Chen was still so young. Thinking up to here, a crazy idea suddenly appeared in Yi Yuan's mind. Did people who refined Tao fruits really had no hopes of advancing ranks anymore? Perhaps he could invent a medicinal pill that could let people who refined Tao fruits advance ranks. As soon as this idea was born, it could not be stopped no matter what. Bai Chen, heaven doesn't seal off all paths. Maybe there's still a way. Coming to find me this time, what plans do you have? Yi Yuan said smilingly. Bai Chen thought that Yi Yuan was consoling him and just forced a smile. After Bai Chen refined the Tao fruit, he discovered that he was unable to comprehend heavenly Tao anymore. His cultivation also would not have any growth. No matter how hard he worked, it could not change this result either. Only then did he know that his master did not bluff him. There was really no hope at all. He was different from those people on their deathbeds snatc hing for Tao fruits. He was too young. He was unwilling, so he ran out of the Sky Foothill world, wanting to come to the Heavenspan world to seek out lucky chances. He came to find Yi Yuan before, but at that time, Yi Yuan already left Heavenly Eagle, his whereabouts not known. Hence, he started drifting around in the Heavenspan world. But the more he came into contact with, the more he despaired. He knew that once refined a Tao fruit, there was no more possibility of breaking through. Unless one refined an even stronger Tao fruit. But this difficulty was too great. The higher Tao fruits went, the rarer they got. The chances of appearing were too low. Furthermore, each time they appeared, there were countless powerhouses who went to snatch it. Hence, Bai Chen became more and more in despair. Master, I wish to stay by your side. If you have anything that you need this disciple to do, this disciple will carry out my obligations. Bai Chen said. Bai Chen was very grateful toward Yi Yuan. Without Yi Yuan, he would have long died, let alone become Sky Foothill world sovereign. Now, his cultivation realm could still do a little something for Yi Yuan. Another few more years, he probably would not even have the opportunity to do miscellaneous chapter ORS for Yi Yuan anymore. Yi Yuan nodded his head and said, Tianping, go and call them together. I'll introduce to them this disciple of mine. Yi Yuan introduced Heavenly Eagle's celestial deity realms. Everyone also became acquainted with this disciple of Yi Yuan's. It was just that in their hearts, everyone still looked down on him, this ninth firmament celestial deity. It was just that no one expressed it. Among these people included Ning Tianping, White Light, as well as Leng Qiuling and the rest. Martial artists who refined Tao fruits, everyone would have some discrimination in their hearts. Firstly, this was something earned without any labor toiled. Secondly, this kind of person's potential was already exhausted and it was impossible to break through anymore. If Bai Chen went to an ordinary imperial city, everyone naturally would not have this kind of thought. But following by Yi Yuan's side, Everyone had limitless futures. Only Bai Chen would never be able to improve. Hence, even though Bai Chen was presently the highest cultivation realm in Southridge 10 cities, the number 2 powerhouse in martial prowess, everyone actually more or less had scorn in their hearts. This kind of subtle atmosphere, Bai Chen could also feel it himself. But, for Yi Yuan's sake, he endured it. Yi Yuan could naturally see it clearly too, but he did not say anything. This matter, he did not dare to say for certain either. Hence, he did not say it to anyone. Furthermore, right at this time, 9 Pledge Imperial Capital that side also sent people. On this day, 9 Pledge Imperial Capital's City Lord Manor sent several martial artists, detaining a prisoner, arriving at Heavenly Eagle Imperial City. The one in the front was a young man. This young man was a little older than Yu Jinsong, but he had some similarities with him between his eyebrows. Seeing Yi Yuan, that young man bowed in salute and said, "I'm Yu Changyun. I come here specially to pay respects to Lord Patrolling Inspector on Father's command." Chapter 1910, or Chapter 1910, or among the arrivals, there was not one true God realm powerhouse. In Heavenly Eagle Imperial City, apart from that mysterious pink pig, similarly did not have a true God realm. The City Lord Manor doing so already expressed sufficient respect toward Southridge. Of course, everyone was well aware that actually, that was respect toward Lord Patrolling Inspector Yi Yuan. TSK, those are all the Imperial Capital's lords. If not for Lord Yi Yuan, how could they possibly come to our backcountry? I heard that that person talking with Lord Yi Yuan is 9 Pledge Imperial Capital City Lord's son, half-step true God realm. Even he has to be so polite to our Lord Yi Yuan. Lord Yi Yuan is really too incredible. Even true God powerhouses have to conduct themselves based on his expression. In the city, bustling streams of people watched Yi Yuan meet with the City Lord Manor's powerhouses with idolizing expressions on their faces. Yi Yuan swept a glance at Yu Jinsong, who was already all bundled up. He then said coolly, "Looks like City Lord His Excellency is very sincere." Yi Yuan understood that this tying up was done for him to see. Yu Jinsong did not have any strength to resist at all. The restriction that he planted on Yu Jinsong, the City Lord Manor was still unable to dispel it until now. Yi Yuan's chaos divine essence was extremely special in the first place. It even mixed in blue divine marks inside. Even if a true God powerhouse wanted to release it, it was absolutely not an easy matter too. Yu Jinsong's face no longer had the former pride. It was full of dispiritedness and terror. Yu Changyun clasped his hands and said, "My younger brother was malicious, resulting in committing a grave mistake. Father ordered me to tie him up and await Lord Patrolling Inspector's sentencing." Yi Yuan just smiled and said, "Go to the City Lord Manor before talking." Yi Yuan led the party into the City Lord Manor and sat down as host and guest. Yu Changyun signaled his subordinate with his eyes. The subordinate got the meaning and brought Yu Jinsong to the hall, letting him kneel down in front of Yi Yuan. Father said that this boy is too malicious, resulting in offending Lord Patrolling Inspector. Now, we tie him up here. Want to kill or dismember is up to you. Yu Changyun got up to clasp his hands in salute, his attitude very humble and polite, as if the one kneeling below was not his younger brother. Yi Yuan said coolly, "With my temperament, even killing him several times isn't enough. But this incident, I'm not the party involved. Killing him or not, I still need to ask brother Jiang father and daughter to make a final decision." Jiang Jadehall's entire body trembled, tears pouring out. Starting from when he was framed and thrown into jail, until escaping with his life now, Jiang Jadehall had never thought that he could personally take revenge. To him, Yu Jinsong was a figure far removed from the Ma. S says. Wanting to take revenge was far too difficult. But now, Yi Yuan put the chance in front of his eyes. He walked toward Yu Jinsong tremblingly, his footsteps carrying a hint of solemnness. He hated Yu Jinsong to the bones, not because of himself, but because of his daughter. This animal actually sullied Jiang Haitang's innocence, so how could he get over it? "Jiang Jadehall, you dare?" Yu Jinsong sensed the threat of death and roared angrily at Jiang Jadehall. Jiang Jadehall's expression changed and he actually came to a standstill. Before this, He, Jiang Jadehall, had always been an insignificant character. Even if Yu Jinsong was being tied up, he was also an important person with a deep background. Jiang Jadehall did not dare about himself. He was afraid that killing Yu Jinsong would bring trouble to Yi Yuan. If tying Yu Jinsong up and bringing him over was just Yu Wenfeng's act of giving face, if he really killed, it would definitely incur considerable trouble. After all, Yu Wenfeng was a middle-stage true God realm powerhouse. Once all decorum was lost, the land of Southridge would definitely be plunged into misery and suffering. Brother Jiang, don't need to worry about anything. Want to kill or dismember, it is up to you. I can shoulder it. Yi Yuan said coolly. Hearing this, Yu Jinsong's expression could not help changing and he roared angrily, Yi Yuan, you dare to kill me? Yi Yuan looked at him and said with a smile that was not a smile, you're merely a sacrificial piece right now, that's all. Yet you still want to assume the majesty of the tiger. City Lord Yu has not just you, one son. If you died, then you died, so what? If he really wanted to protect you, you also wouldn't show up here today. Yu Jinsong's expression changed and he said in a solemn voice, I'm his most outstanding son, he won't abandon me. If you dare to touch me, he'll definitely trample Southridge to the ground. Yi Yuan laughed when he heard that and said, I think that you're mistaken. He didn't send you here because he didn't like you, but because he knows that he can't protect you anymore no matter what. You know, he can't kill me. But before long, I'll be able to kill him. You dying and you all dying together, he chose you dying, that's all. The talent that Yi Yuan displayed was too strong. No one would doubt whether he could step into the true God realm. Taking action against Yi Yuan now, one they could not kill him, what awaited them would be his future crazed revenge. The reason why Yi Yuan displayed his talent in front of the three great powerhouses was for the sake of astounding them, making them not dare to act rashly without careful consideration. Moreover, Heavenly Eagle still had an even more mysterious pink pig. Therefore, Yi Yuan was not afraid of anything. Yu Wenfeng could only abandon Yu Jinsong right now to get on friendly terms with Yi Yuan. If he became enemies with Yi Yuan, then when he grew up in the future, the consequences would be catastrophic. Yi Yuan's analysis made Jiang Jadehall's eyes become bright. He understood, the present Yi Yuan already had the capital to challenge true God powerhouses. Even true God powerhouses had to come and tear him up. Hence, he did not need to fear anything. Suddenly, Jiang Jadehall pointed like lightning, pointing at Yu Jinsong's abdomen. Arg! Yu Jinsong gave a miserable scream, his entire person sent flying out. The corners of Yu Chongyun's mouth twitched slightly but recovered his calm very quickly. My cultivation. You crippled my cultivation. Yu Jinsong roared furiously. Jiang Jadehall did not look at him. He said to Yi Yuan with cupped fists, Yi Yuan, Haitang, and I thank you. Thank you for giving me the chance to take revenge with my own hands. Yi Yuan smiled and said, Brother Jiang doesn't need to be like this. The road after today is still long. Jiang Jadehall nodded his head solemnly and took his leave. He did not know how to express his feelings of gratitude. But at this moment, he already made up his mind that this life was Yi Yuan's. Yi Yuan, kill me if you have the guts. Otherwise, you'll definitely regret it. Yu Jinsong roared. Bang! Yi Yuan flicked his sleeves, directly sending him flying out. Noisy. Throw him out of the city for me, Yi Yuan said coolly. Done with these, only then did Yi Yuan return to his seat and said to Yu Chongyun coolly, City Lord Yu's generous gift, I'll accept it. However, this is what he owes me, it's not considered a favor. If you want to request for medicinal pills, there still needs to be additional compensation. The corners of Yu Chongyun's mouth twitched again, rather unhappy in his heart. If not for Yu Wenfeng repeatedly exhorting before coming, forbidding him from provoking Yi Yuan, he would have long exploded. Outside all talked about how Yi Yuan was so and so. He did not see it with his own eyes and naturally did not believe it. But his father said it very seriously, so Yu Chongyun did not dare to defy. Because he did not wish to become a second Yu Jinsong. Haha, that's of course. Yu Chongyun said with a laugh. I wonder what medicinal pill brother Yu is requesting. Yi Yuan asked. Mentioning this, Yu Changyun was rather agitated as he said, "These few days, His Excellency racked his brain and finally gathered the spirit medicines required for the Sun Moon Azure Sky Pill. We hope that Lord Patrolling Inspector can refine one on our behalf. As for the compensation, it will naturally satisfy you." Chapter 1911, Rong Xie. Chapter 1911, Rong Xie. Bringing along the divine-grade Sun Moon Azure Sky Pill, Yu Changyun left perfectly feeling content. Yi Yuan was able to refine vast spirit divine pills. But toward the City Lord Manor, he naturally would not go all out. However, purple spirit divine pills were already adequate. Forget about 9 pledge imperial capital, even in great imperial capitals, one also could not find more than a few alchemists that could refine divine-grade level 9 medicinal pills. Of course, the City Lord Manor also paid a dear price for this. Yu Changyun's front foot had just left when the Flowing Wind establishment's head, Li Xian, brought a group of people to Heavenly Eagle. They naturally came over to request for pills too. Yi Yuan's impression of Kongming Academy was not good, but he would not let go of the chance to demand an exorbitant price too. What the present Southridge 10 cities lack the most was cultivation resources and spirit medicines. Yi Yuan could not possibly keep staying in Heavenly Eagle Imperial City to protect these people. Since that was the case, then let those people around him become stronger, then there naturally would not be people who dared to bully them anymore. As if it had been discussed, after sending away Li Xian, Linghua Pavilion's people also arrived. But, different from the other two, only one person came from Linghua Pavilion. This person was Rong Xie. When this delicate beauty that no one could help loving upon seeing her stood in front of Yi Yuan actually had a feeling of his breath being taken away. What a beautiful girl. The IEB. ALLs of the Ning Tianping beside Yi Yuan were almost popping out. Rong Xie smiled faintly and bowed toward Yi Yuan. Sinner Rong Xie pays respect to Lord Patrolling Inspector. This smile gladdened the heart and refreshed the mind all the more so. Ning Tianping was at the peak of vigor and vitality and was practically about to turn soft. Yi Yuan said with a smile that was not a smile, "What sin is there?" Rong Xie was slightly surprised in her heart, only then did she know that she underestimated Yi Yuan. A woman's looks were absolutely a major killing tool to men. Rong Xie had always been extremely confident in her own looks. Her every twinkle and smile was sufficient to make any men lose their minds. When Wu Tian saw Rong Xie, his entire person floated to the heavens, leaving him at her mercy. But Yi Yuan was actually only surprised for a bit and returned to normal very quickly. Rong Xie instigated Wu Tian to deal with Heavenly Eagle and almost caused a catastrophe. Rong Xie's aggrieved appearance was really pitiful to look at. Yi Yuan was also secretly shocked in his heart. This woman's seduction art was really too formidable. If not for the soul-suppressing pearl, even if he wanted to recover clarity, it was absolutely impossible to be this fast too. This kind of enchantment art was extremely brilliant. Yi Yuan could not see the slightest trace of enchantment art from Rong Xie's body. No coquetry, no flirtation, yet she gave you a feeling of immortal qi fluttering just by standing there, akin to a fairy maiden that had transcended the mundane world. Otherwise, it would not be possible for Ning Tianping to suck UMB so easily. He had trained for a long time with Yi Yuan, so his state of mind was already exceptional a long time ago. However, it was not enough. Seeing Rong Xie, Yi Yuan understood what happened to Wu Tian very quickly. Almost caused a catastrophe. Rong Xie, don't tell me that Jiang Jadehall's matter isn't related to you. Yi Yuan sneered, his expression becoming sharp. But Rong Xie kept her countenance and said in puzzlement, "Xie doesn't understand." Yi Yuan said coolly, "You don't think that I wouldn't ruthlessly destroy a flower because your looks are as beautiful as a fairy, right? Your seduction art is very brilliant, but it still falls short of the standard to deal with me." Clank. Yi Yuan's voice had yet to fade when the frost counter sword suddenly left its sheath. The target was precisely Rong Xie. Ning Tianping had not come back to his senses yet and cried out in surprise, "Your Excellency, what do you want to do?" Rong Xie's expression suddenly changed and wanted to evade this sword. But she discovered that she had nowhere to run at all. This sword was too swift and fierce. Rong Xie's talent was exceedingly high, but she was merely a seventh firmament celestial deity. It was simply impossible to be Yi Yuan's match. In the next moment, Yi Yuan's sword already pressed on her throat. "Your Excellency, don't!" Ning Tianping shouted. Clearly, he had already thoroughly suck. "You bed." But right at this time, a surge of mysterious power tunneled into his mind. Ning Tianping's entire body trembled, his eyes finally recovering clarity. What happened to me just now?" Seeing this scene, Rong Xie's pupils constricted. She finally knew that she ran into an expert. Yi Yuan's attainment in the area of divine soul was simply terrifying. Sensing the cold air exuding from the tip of the sword, Rong Xie felt that the god of death was beckoning to her. "I don't care what your Linghua pavilion is planning at the back, but you guys shouldn't have provoked me. Since you provoked me, then you have to be prepared to have the awareness overthrown." Rong Xie's complexion was white as a sheet. No longer harboring any hopes of getting lucky in her heart, she appeared slightly nervous as she said, "Lord Patrolling Inspector, pardon my offense. Xie just wanted to make use of Yu Jinsong to swallow up Kongming Academy's territory together with the City Lord Manor. But I didn't expect that he did such an inhumane and evil thing." Yi Yuan looked at her and said coldly, "If it was you manipulating it at the back, you'd long be dead now." Yu Jinsong coveted Rong Xie, this was definite. But Yi Yuan could tell that Yu Jinsong did not fall for Rong Xie's seduction art, or should he say that he was not controlled by Rong Xie. The struggle of the three great factions, Jiang Jadehall being framed, even though Yi Yuan was unhappy about it, he actually understood. But Jiang Haitang's matter made Yi Yuan's incredibly enraged. Hence, no matter what, Yu Jinsong would not have a good outcome. Even if Yu Wenfeng did not send him over, Yi Yuan would definitely demand an answer in the future too. Rong Xie's complexion was pale as she said fearfully, "Xie knows her mistake, Your Excellency can punish as you will." Everything that happened before her eyes were totally different from what she imagined previously. No matter how formidable Yi Yuan was, he was also merely a celestial deity realm martial artist. She thought that she could rely on her enchantment art to escape a calamity or even ask for medicinal pills. She would not be foolish to the point she would cast a spell on Yi Yuan. But affecting Yi Yuan's decision through her profound enchantment art was still doable. Just like when she dealt with Yu Jinsong back then. But now, she discovered that she was ridiculously wrong. Just a bit more and her life would be gone. Rong Xie already did not have any thoughts of getting lucky and could only resign herself to fate. Yi Yuan put away the sword, returned to his seat, and said in a cold voice, "You're also here to ask for pills, right?" Rong Xie's expression changed and she said in a low voice, "Your Excellency is wise." Yi Yuan said, "Not that you can't request for pills, but your compensation will be 5 times of the other two factions." Rong Xie was startled and was just about to speak, but then she heard Yi Yuan say in a cold voice, "Don't talk nonsense with me. There are no conditions to discuss. Not agreeing, please go back. In the future, my Southridge also won't do any more business with your Linghua pavilion." When Rong Xie heard that, she bit her lip lightly and performed a salute to Yi Yuan as she said in a light voice, "Yi Yuan, this lowly woman can't make the decision. Can you allow this lowly woman to consult the pavilion lord's opinion?" Yi Yuan waved his hand and said coolly, "Go on, behave yourself. Otherwise, you know the consequences." Rong Xie's enchantment was too powerful, not giving her a bit of warning, she might be able to make quite a few people lose their minds. After Rong Xie left, Ning Tianping felt lingering fear as he said, "Your Excellency, this woman is so formidable." Yi Yuan nodded and said, "Her enchantment art is natural born. There's not the slightest flaw at all. Her divine soul is also much more powerful than martial artists of the same rank, very hard to deal with." Chapter 1912, Soul-Driving Dao Fusion Pill. Chapter 1912, Soul-Driving Dao Fusion Pill. Yi Yuan instinctively felt that this Rong Xie was not simple. This kind of bizarre enchantment art, Yi Yuan seldom saw it in his lifetime too. If she really exerted herself to the utmost, probably Yu Jinsong, this kind of powerhouse, would find it hard to ward off too. It was just that there was still a true God realm powerhouse behind Yu Jinsong, That was why Rongxie was very observing of proper restraint. Then, why would Your Excellency still refine pills for her? Ning Qianping asked puzzledly. He rarely saw Yi Yuan's solemn appearance and could not help being secretly surprised. When Yi Yuan faced true God powerhouses, he had a calm look too. This woman isn't simple. That Linghua pavilion is likewise not simple. Since they sent Rongxie here, it shows that they don't wish to lose all decorum with us for the time being. Of course, we aren't their match right now as well. Hence, everyone had best stay in our own lanes and mind our own business, Yi Yuan said. This Linghua pavilion always gave Yi Yuan a mysterious and unfathomable feeling. Compared to Yu Wenfeng and the others, that pavilion Lord Linghua was clearly much harder to speculate his strength. But, borrowing this chance to demand an exorbitant price, Yi Yuan was happy about it too. Along the way, Rongxie was indeed very restrained. She used a secret art to completely cover up the immortal qi on her body, looking much more ordinary to bystanders. Yi Yuan did not send people to keep an eye on her, but it was precisely because of this that she dared to be unbridled even less. Returning to her residence and shutting the door and windows, rays of light suddenly emitted from Rongxie's body. It was only to see her mumbling away, and then those light dots finally turned into a light cover, enveloping the whole house. Following that, a ray of yellow light flew out from her glabella and turned into an illusory black-robed man, landed on the opposite side. If Yi Yuan was here, he would be able to recognize that this black-robed man was precisely that mysterious pavilion Lord Linghua. Paying respect to Protector Witheredwood, Rongxie gave a deep bow to the black-robed man. The black-robed man nodded slightly and said, "This boy is really impressive." A hint of surprise flashed across in Rongxie's beautiful eyes as she said, "Even you, Protector Witheredwood, aren't his match either." The black-robed man said, "I originally wanted to secretly observe him, but don't know why, I keep having the jitters. I have a feeling that as long as my wisp of divine sense left your glabella, it will definitely be eradicated by him." Rongxie's expression changed slightly and she said, "My immortal dream art doesn't have any effect on him at all. This is still my first time encountering it. In the past, even true God powerhouses couldn't possibly detect it too." Rongxie's immortal dream art was greatly different from ordinary enchantment arts. It was not a spell that directly targeted other people's divine souls, but a kind of divine soul reflex technique, affecting the other party's senses, being extremely undetectable. As long as she did not take the initiative to go and make contact with the other party's divine soul, it was simply impossible for the other party to discover it. Since Rongxie learned it, she had never failed before. Did not expect that today, it was directly cracked by Yi Yuan. Originally still wanted to probe his background, but looking at it now, this kid is even more troublesome than this old man imagined. The voice of Witheredwood hidden in the black robes carried some gloominess. Rongxie's brows furrowed slightly and she said, "He put forth a condition. Refining pills for us will be 5 times more expensive than the other 2 forces. Protector Witheredwood, what should we do?" The black-robed man mused for a moment and said, "Agree to him. This kid's appearance thoroughly disrupted our setup. Now that he's willing to stay out of the way, that's for the best. As long as he doesn't come and provoke us, we don't provoke him either, and can even ingratiate to him. Everything is for the grand plan." Rongxie bowed slightly and said with a nod, "Xie understands." 3 groups of people let Yi Yuan make a huge killing. Furthermore, Southridge's great commotion already spread throughout the entire 9-pledge imperial capital at this time too. The news of Southridge becoming an independent country astounded the 4 directions. Of course, the most important thing was still Yi Yuan's alchemy skills. Those celestial deity powerhouses of the middle-order imperial cities and high-order imperial cities all went into action without delay. A 5-star alchemy emperor capable of refining vast spirit divine pills, in a place like the 9-pledge imperial capital, that was absolutely in high demand. Not only did more and more celestial deity powerhouses came to Heavenly Eagle, more and more alchemists also gradually gathered at Heavenly Eagle. Actually, many of the Pill Tower's alchemists including Xian Yu were personally taught by Yi Yuan. After several centuries of tempering, their strength was no longer what it used to be since long ago. Especially the Ning family's Ning Xiu, Her talent was pretty strong and was long already a 4-star alchemy god who was known far and wide. Coupled with Yi Yuan's current fame that was at the height of its prosperity, Heavenly Eagle because of the holy land of alchemists. After Southridge's situation settled down, a year's time already said. In this 1 year, Yi Yuan's realm also unknowingly broke through to 6th firmament divine vestige. Of course, under Yi Yuan's magic-like medicinal pills as salt, Heavenly Eagle Imperial City gave birth to a large batch of celestial deity powerhouses. The power of the present Heavenly Eagle Imperial City already said the vast majority of high-order imperial cities. However, following everyone's strength becoming stronger and stronger, Bai Chen became more and more awkward here. He discovered that everyone around Yi Yuan, their strengths were all advancing by leaps and bounds. Only he remained forever at a standstill. In other imperial cities, everyone's cultivation speed was very slow, easily calculated with tens of thousands of years. But in Heavenly Eagle, 10,000 years was too long. They were all seizing every minute they can. With extremely high-quality medicinal pills, everyone's cultivation speed was too fast. Every day, Bai Chen was living in torture. In this 1 year, Bai Chen also became familiar with Ning Tianping and the people around Yi Yuan. Except, he kept on being unable to integrate into that circle. Not that because everyone was not fond of him, but because everyone knew that he would be eliminated in the end. At the rate of this progress, Heavenly Eagle's 9th firmament celestial deities would be as worthless as cabbages. On this day, Bai Chen finally could not endure it anymore and went to find Yi Yuan. Master, the time that I came out is too long. I want to go back to Sky Foothill to take a look. Bai Chen discovered that right now, only returning to Sky Foothill could calm his state of mind. After all, in that place, he was the sovereign. How could Yi Yuan not understand what he was thinking in his heart? He smiled and said, "Going back, are you reconciled to it?" As the controller, he could indeed do as he pleased in the Sky Foothill world. But that was under the prerequisite of not knowing that there was a huge world outside. Once they knew, who could be willing to be mediocre? Bai Chen smiled bitterly and said, "What can I do even if I'm not reconciled to it? Miss Lung's strength is likely almost catching up to mine already. As for the others, in a few more years, they will also surpass us." Yi Yuan patted his shoulder and said smilingly, "This 1 year, Southridge has just stabilized. There was a multitude of things to attend to, so I've never been able to settle down. Now that the overall situation has preliminarily settled down, I finally have time to consider your problem." Bai Chen was taken aback when he heard that and said, "My problem? What problems do I have?" In Heavenly Eagle, he was the most free person, because he did not need to cultivate at all. Yi Yuan smiled and said, "I want to research a new kind of medicinal pill and need your cooperation." The moment Bai Chen heard, he said in pleasant surprise, "I wonder what new medicinal pill master wants to research." Yi Yuan looked at him and said with a smile, "Soul-driving Dao fusion pill." Chapter 1913, Grand Completion Dao Realm. Chapter 1913, Grand Completion Dao Realm. Inside the hidden chamber, light revolved around. Bai Chen let go of his whole divine soul and also fully released the Dao that he comprehended. Yi Yuan's soul force spread out, carefully sensing the secrets within Bai Chen's body. This kind of state had been ongoing for more than a month. Every day, Yi Yuan would investigate until his soul force was depleted. Suddenly, the light converged, and inside the hidden chamber things returned to tranquility. "Master, are you all right?" Seeing the Yi Yuan who was tired until he was virtually collapsing, Bai Chen hurriedly went up to support him. Yi Yuan waved his hand and said, "I'm fine. Just that I used too much strength today. Master, let's forget it. It's simply impossible for people who refined Dao fruits to advance anymore." When Bai Chen saw Yi Yuan being dog-tired every day, he was moved, but he really could not bear it in his heart. The crux was that this matter was simply a futile effort. Since time immemorial, how many major powers wanted to break this shackle? But no one was able to succeed. Disregarding what was far away, just talking about the present era, there was still an alchemy Dao supreme existence around, but it was also unheard of that he could create this kind of medicinal pill. Bai Chen naturally knew that Yi Yuan was formidable, but this kind of unprecedented thing, it was truly not what the word formidable could accomplish. Yi Yuan looked at Bai Chen and said smilingly, "Could it be that you're willing to stop in front of the true God realm in this life?" Bai Chen said with an indignant look, "I'm naturally unwilling. It's just that, seeing Master exhaust your soul force for me every day, Bai Chen feels that I've let Master down. The road back then was chosen by me. I know that I'm being somewhat hypocritical now, but I can't control myself." Bai Chen understood that Yi Yuan's time was too valuable. Wasting his time made Bai Chen feel grievously sinful. If hope could be seen in this matter, it was still all right, but it was clearly a hopeless endeavor. If he spent several years, even several decades' time but returned without accomplishing anything, this kind of loss was simply immeasurable. Yi Yuan said, "If there's unwillingness, then it's good. Under the operation of heavenly Tao, there are no absolutes." Back then, the small world that Master was in, heavenly Tao dwindled to zero. No one could step into the deity realm for more than 100,000 years. But even so, Master also blazed a new trail and entered great Tao with alchemy, finally entering deity realm. Bai Chen sucked in a cold breath when he heard that and said in amazement, "Turns out that Master was actually born in a small world too? Entering great Tao with alchemy, truly incredible." He was presently Sky Foothill World's controller and naturally knew what heavenly Tao signified. Heavenly Tao missing divine Tao, no matter how monstrous your talent was, it was also impossible to step into deity realm. But his Master did it. Yi Yuan smiled and said, "There are no absolutes in the world, what you see with your eyes might not be the truth. Back then, if I gave up on divine Tao because heavenly Tao dwindled to zero, there also wouldn't be the present me." Bai Chen drew a deep breath and said with a nod, "Master, I understand. I won't give up." Yi Yuan nodded and said, "The reason why one can't advance after refining a Tao fruit is that the Tao you refined isn't your Tao sup one sup. Other people's comprehensions are other people's in the end. Even if you refine them, that's also other people's lifetime comprehension. That's like wearing clothes. What you wear is clothing tailor-made for others, no matter what, you can't possibly fit into it completely too. It's also precisely because of this that your divine soul and your physical body can't completely conform to other people's Tao as well." Bai Chen thought about it and said, "But this kind of thing is too abstruse. Divine soul, physical body, Tao fruit, three things completely becoming one, can it really be achieved?" Heavenly Tao was abstruse, the physical body and divine soul were similarly abstruse. Great Tao revolved, but the human body was also a small world that revolved according to some kind of law. Martial artists cultivating, most knew how but did not know the whys. Wanting to pry into the mysteries of the human body was an extremely difficult thing to begin with, let alone even having to make these three completely fit together. Since remote antiquity, how many alchemists had attempted to breach this gap, but no one was able to succeed. Yi Yuan smiled and said, "Not trying, how would one know? I have a feeling that once the soul-driving Tao fusion pill succeeds, my alchemy Tao strength will definitely improve further." Yi Yuan used a full 3 years to probe Bai Chen's body. In these 3 years, Yi Yuan could be said to have exhausted himself and racked his brain, completely depleting his soul force every day because he was willing to stop. The current Yi Yuan seemed to have returned to when he was studying the Tao-defying pill back then, his entire person insane. Bai Chen also finally experienced Yi Yuan's craziness. Only then did he knew that for Yi Yuan to be able to have today's accomplishments, it was not coincidental. Other people all said that Yi Yuan's talent was high, but did not know how much hard work he put in behind. It was just that this kind of frenzied probing was not what ordinary martial artists could stomach. Bai Chen felt that if it were him, investigating the body's mysteries with such intensity, he would probably have long gone mad. Without astonis, HI+ing willpower, it was simply impossible to accomplish. 3 years later, Yi Yuan suddenly told Bai Chen that he was entering closed seclusion and disappeared. Inside the world-suppressing stele, Yi Yuan sat cross-legged in front of the lesser heavenspan mountain. "Senior, just what is the divine soul?" Yi Yuan suddenly asked. Through 3 years of probing, Yi Yuan discovered that wanting to create the soul-driving Tao fusion pill, The crux still lied with the divine soul. And in this aspect, Dustless undoubtedly had the greatest right to speak. Dustless said, "This question, no one can answer clearly. However, humans can't exist without the soul. The divine soul can exist independently in this world, but the physical body can't break away from the existence of the divine soul. It's a kind of mysterious mental energy, connecting the physical body and heavenly Tao. Martial artists can cultivate Tao because the divine soul can communicate with heavenly Tao. If one has to insist on saying what it is, I feel that it's the extension of heavenly Tao." The extension of heavenly Tao, Yi Yuan ruminated on Dustless's words, his mind starting to sink into the lesser heavenspan mountain. Myriad lives have intelligence and are a part of heavenly Tao. The physical body is a dead substance without the soul. Gra. SS and wood are dead objects without spirit. If say that the divine soul is a line, this end connects to material, that end is Ansh. Or ed to heavenly Tao. Gradually, a trace of enlightenment was born in Yi Yuan's heart. Above the lesser heavenspan mountain, the aura of Tao gradually grew thicker. Yi Yuan's divine soul left the body and flew above the lesser heavenspan mountain. Gradually, his figure became illusory, becoming countless light dots, and finally, completely dissipating. In this area of space, the existence of Yi Yuan's divine soul could no longer be seen. But sensing carefully, it was as if his divine soul was omnipresent. Seeing this scene, Dustless's pupils constricted slightly as he cried out in surprise, "This kid gained epiphany again. Soul fusing into Tao, feeling the source of great Tao, even Empyreans can't accomplish it too." 100 years pass said in a twinkle. On this day, Yi Yuan slowly opened his eyes, his gaze incomparably deep. Divine soul returning to position, Yi Yuan felt an inflating feeling within his body, he was actually going to break through. Thoughts stirring, countless middle-grade divine essence stones appeared around Yi Yuan. Without the slightest hesitation, Yi Yuan started absorbing divine essence frenziedly. No idea how long had Pares said either, Yi Yuan finally reached 7th firmament divine vestige in one stroke. Tao realm is at grand completion. Wonder when can I step into that fleeting and ephemeral ancestor realm, Yi Yuan said with vicissitudes of emotion. Chapter 1914, Lus Strauss Gold Great Imperial Capital. Chapter 1914, Lus Strauss Gold Great Imperial Capital. The legacy left behind by Sacred Ancestor High Priest let Yi Yuan have a clear understanding of alchemy Tao realms. Before the Tao realm was the initial realm, surface level, ignorant about Tao. Getting to know the alchemy Tao was the initial realm. Initial realm alchemists relied entirely on experience when refining pills and could not find the proper approach. Hence, it was very hard to refine high-quality medicinal pills. After initial realm was Tao realm. Tao realm alchemists already understood the great Tao. Refining pills were accomplished with high proficiency. Refining divine-grade divine pills were also accomplished with high proficiency. Yi Yuan entered this realm since he triggered great Tao heavenly melody. At present, 100 years of comprehending Tao and creating the soul-driving Tao fusion pill, his comprehension into the divine soul and alchemy Tao grew deeper with each Pares Sing day. Tao realm also finally reached the realm of grand completion. Just as Yi Yuan predicted, the comprehension of this soul-driving Tao fusion pill let him have a tremendous understanding of alchemy Tao. Presently, although it still remained at the deducing stage, it already let him obtain tremendous benefits. According to the inheritance left behind by Sacred Ancestor High Priest, there was an even higher realm above Tao realm, that was the Ancestor realm. The Medicine Ancestor and Sacred Ancestor High Priest resided in this realm. Ancestor realm was an even more drawn-out realm. It was not just the two of them that reached Ancestor realm, some transcendent heavenly emperors were likewise able to reach this realm, but these two people clearly walked further. Yi Yuan's Tao realm was at grand completion and only a step away from the Ancestor realm. It was just that this step was far too difficult. Alchemists capable of reaching grand completion Tao realm could similarly be counted on the fingers of one hand. The majority were some formidable characters among 7-star and 8-star. As for the Ancestor realm, that was even rarer. Yi Yuan was presently at the grand completion Tao realm. It could be said that his comprehension in the alchemy Tao already said over 90% of the Heavenspan world's alchemist. And he was merely at rank 5 presently. After more than 10 years' time, an upheaval transformation already happened to Heavenly Eagle. In over a decade, a large batch of celestial deity powerhouses sprung up. Divine Lord realms were even too many to enumerate. The overall strength of Heavenly Eagle rose to a new high. Most important, Heavenly Eagle Imperial City already became just like a small-scale alchemy holy land. Presently, the alchemists who rushed over from other places, hoping to join the Pill Tower, were too many to count. The Pill Tower also drafted strict assessment criteria to select talents. When Yi Yuan exited seclusion, Tonga and Treasure Pig were already waiting outside long ago. Seeing Yi Yuan, Treasure Pig flew over with a whoosh, tunneling straight into Yi Yuan's bosom. The intention of curry favor was very obvious. Grunt, grunt. Treasure Pig seemed to have discovered Yi Yuan's difference and cried very happily. Tonga sensed something, a hint of surprise flash. Plussing across his eyes as he said, heart carefree like clouds, will akin to running water flowing east and west. You are at Grand Completion Tao Realm? Grand Completion Tao Realm was an extremely mysterious and abstruse realm. Those able to touch it were exceedingly few. But Tonga was someone in Tao Realm to begin with, so he could naturally detect Yi Yuan's changes. Yi Yuan smiled and said, secluding for 10 years, I finally have some understanding. It's indeed at the Grand Completion. Hearing this, the corners of Tonga's mouth twitched slightly. His gaze when looking at Yi Yuan became complicated. As a 7-star alchemy god and being able to satisfy Treasure Pig, Tonga's strength naturally went without saying. In reality, he had long stepped into the Tao realm, making his alchemy Tao strength far surpass same rank alchemists. You punk, truly a freak. Could it be that you really comprehended the soul-driving Tao fusion pill? Tonga said rather disbelievingly. Yi Yuan laughed in spite of himself and said, how is that possible? I haven't even touched spirit medicines, I just have some direction. As for whether it can succeed or not, it will depend on by Chen that kid's fortunes. Tonga's heart felt a chill. Yi Yuan saying so indicated that he definitely had some confidence. Creating a new kind of medicinal pill, furthermore, it was this kind of extremely high-difficulty medicinal pill. This was absolutely not that simple of a matter. It needed countless deductions and failures before it had a possibility of succeeding. Suddenly, Tonga looked at Yi Yuan with a heated gaze and said, Heavenly Eagle's resources are unable to support you to complete this pill formula at all. So what do you plan to do? Yi Yuan nodded and said, I know, so I plan on making a trip to L.U.S. Traus Gold Great Imperial Capital and hope to reach an agreement with the Myriad Treasure Tower. That way, we won't lack spirit medicines anymore. Tonga suddenly said, since you're already at Grand Completion Tao Realm, I need you to help me refine a medicinal pill. Yi Yuan's eyes lit up and he said, there's naturally no problem. It's just that rank 5 divine pills doesn't seem to have any effect on you, right? Tonga shook his head and said, the cultivation method that my lineage cultivates is rather peculiar. Although the cultivation speed is very fast, every 50,000 years, I'll return to boyhood from old age once, the time as long as 1,000 years. Each time I return to boyhood from old age, my body, looks, strength, will recover to the appearance of a 7 to an 8-year-old child. In these 1,000 years, I'm unable to cultivate and can only remain at the strength when I was 7 or 8. However, our lineage left behind several pill formulas. As long as we consume the medicinal pills, we can recover to a corresponding strength. With your current realm, coupled with Grand Completion Tao realm strength, the medicinal pill refined should be able to let me recover to true God realm. So that's how it is. No problem, leave this to me. Yi Yuan suddenly saw the light, only now knowing why Tonga would become like this. But Yi Yuan became interested too. If Tonga could really recover true God realm strength, then Heavenly Eagle Imperial City would undoubtedly have an additional genuine powerhouse holding down the fort. At that time, even when facing the 9 pledge imperial capital's 3 great powers, they would also have the strength to protect themselves. Yi Yuan could not help having a headache when he saw the pill formula. This medicinal pill was called Cleansing Rain Dream Reverting Pill, a type of level 9 difficulty super rank 5 divine pill. The refining difficulty was extremely great. In fact, it was even a notch higher than the Sun Moon Azure Sky pill. The spirit medicines on it, each type was extremely precious. No wonder Tonga never mentioned this matter all the way until now. After Yi Yuan delegated over some matters, he brought by Chen, Ning Tianping, Tonga, Treasure Pig, as well as the myriad treasure towers Xiaofeng, and left Heavenly Eagle Imperial City. After 1,000 years Pa said, Xiaofeng's present strength was also no longer what it was in the past. It was just that his age was a little too old, his potential long already exhausted. Even with Yi Yuan's help, his improvement was also limited. Presently, he still remained at the realm of 4-star alchemy God. But to Xiaofeng, his present realm was already what he did not dare to imagine. To be able to walk until this step today, he was naturally overwhelmed with gratefulness toward Yi Yuan. Inside the purple extreme hall, a group of people sat opposite facing each other. This trip, I'll have to trouble brother Xiao, Yi Yuan said. Xiaofeng smiled bitterly and said, younger brother Yi, you're too serious. I'm merely a measly 4-star alchemy God. I don't even count as a supporting cast in the great imperial capital. During this trip, you'll likely still have to bring out your own strength. But there's one thing that you can rest assured about. The cities under the Myriad Treasure Tower mostly treat earning money as a top priority. As long as there are profits to be earned, they won't refuse. Yi Yuan nodded and said, I heard that the one in charge of LUS Traus Gold Great Imperial Capital is Empyrean Flutterfeather. He himself is a 7-star alchemy God, with his alchemy Dao cultivation being exceedingly high. Not at all inferior compared to the powerhouses under the Medicine Ancestors' command. Wonder if I can experience his splendor this time or not. Chapter 1915, Not Seeing. Chapter 1915, Not Seeing. Xiaofeng opened his mouth and did not speak. Yi Yuan's words, he could not comprehend it. LUS Traus Gold Great Imperial Capital was an extremely famous city of medicinal pills within the human territories. The reason was none other than Empyrean Flutterfeather was a 7-star alchemy God who had a resounding reputation. 7-star alchemy God was already the limits of what ordinary people could understand. Heavenly Emperor Kla. SS powerhouses, each one was very mysterious. Even Empyrean powerhouses found it hard to see their true face. 8-star alchemy GODs were naturally more mysterious than Heavenly Emperor powerhouses. Reaching the boundary of 8-star alchemy God, it was hard to be moved by secular objects at all. Wanting to invite them to take action was simply nothing more than wishful thinking. Only Heavenly Emperor Kla. SS powerhouses could entice them. Hence, Empyrean Flutterfeather was naturally one of the Empyreans with exceedingly formidable alchemy Dao strength in the eyes of the human martial artists. With Yi Yuan's current alchemy Dao strength, it was already hard for ordinary alchemists to enter his sights. Only Empyrean Flutterfeather, this level of super powerhouses, would he have the interest to have an exchange with. These words naturally sounded incomparably conceited to others, but Tonga by the side knew that Yi Yuan had this capital. In a blink, it was another few years. Yi Yuan's party crossed over countless city walls and finally arrived at LUS Traus Gold Great Imperial Capital. My God, is this LUS Traus Gold Great Imperial Capital made out of gold? Even if he had broadened his horizons greatly from following Yi Yuan, Ning Tianping was also dumbstruck with amazement by the scene before his eyes. Using resplendent and magnificent to describe this enormous city was all two apartment LUS Traus Gold Great Imperial Capital was situated by the mountains. The city walls were all a stretch of golden color, looking like it was built using pure gold, extremely grand and imposing. Heh, you're also looking down on LUS Traus Gold Great Imperial Capital too much. Each brick of this city wall is integrated with 50% gilt iron zand and reinforced with a rank 7 grand array. Even an Empyrean powerhouse's attack can forget about leaving a mark behind on the city wall, Xiaofeng said. Ning Tianping said in shock, 50% gilt iron zand. That's a rank 7 material, every little bit is worth 1,000 gold. This city is so big, Wouldn't it empty out the entire heavenspan world's gilt irons and? Xiao Feng smiled and said, Myriad Treasure Tower is spread all over the heavenspan world. The income every day, you can't imagine it at all. This city is indeed extraordinary, but to Lord Heavenly Emperor, it's merely a single hair from 9 oxen. Hearing that, Yi Yuan was also incomparably shocked in his heart. Heavenly Emperor Myriad Treasure could really be said to be the richest in the world. Halt! Do you all have customs clearance stock? You ments! A guard at the city gate entrance immediately stopped them when he saw Yi Yuan and the rest. When Xiao Feng saw the situation, he hurriedly bowed and said, This brother, I'm a deacon under Springwind Hall. This is my token. These few are my Myriad Treasure Tower's good friends and want to enter the city to discuss a deal with Springwind Hall. I hope that you can be accommodating. The present Xiao Feng was already a first-rate figure in Heavenly Eagle's Myriad Treasure Tower. But arriving here, he had to even humble himself towards a guard. The guard smiled disdainfully when he saw the token and said, A mere low-level deacon also came to the great imperial capital to discuss business. You aren't joking, right? Do you know what kind of big business L.U.S. Strauss Gold Great Imperial Capital is doing every day? Hurry up and get lost, entering is also wasting the Lord's time. Xiao Feng looked toward Yi Yuan with a bitter smile, a helpless look on his face. His ident. One Tai was truly too low in a place like a great imperial capital, even the guards looked down on him. Cities of a level did things at the same level. Those who came to great imperial capitals to talk business, which one wasn't a wealthy TYC? N of a region? Even so, before they entered the city, they still had needed customs clearance stock. You ments before they could enter the city. A measly imperial city's 4-star alchemy god, what kind of big business could he bring? The powerhouses that the guard had seen before were too many to count, so he would not take Yi Yuan and the others, these celestial deity realms, seriously at all. Even though he himself was also just a third firmament celestial deity. Yi Yuan smiled and scooted over to the guard's side and said smilingly, This brother, we really have business to discuss, I hope that you can be accommodating. He fished out a medicinal pill like performing a magic trick, putting it in front of the guard. That guard's gaze turned sharp, and he hurriedly put it away and waved his hand and said, Hurry up and go in, don't block the people behind. A purple spirit rank 5 divine pill, a small guard at his level could not afford to use it. The medicinal pill that Yi Yuan gave him was sufficient for him to break through to 4th firmament celestial deity. This kind of big gift, how could he not have the reason to let Yi Yuan go in? Yi Yuan clasped his hands and brought everyone into the city. Younger brother Yi, really sorry about it. Xiao Feng looked at Yi Yuan and said with an ashamed look. He also did not expect that he could not even enter the city gates. Yi Yuan smiled and said, Brother Xiao, you don't need to be like this. If not for your token, even if I gave him medicinal pills, he also won't dare to accept it. L.U.S. Strauss Gold Great Imperial Capital was Heavenly Emperor Myriad Treasure's headquarters, completely different from Heavenly Eagle's Myriad Treasure Tower that depended on others for a living. There were God knows how many major powers and great TYC. OONS that came and went here every day. If without the Myriad Treasure Tower's middleman leading the way, these guards absolutely did not dare to easily let them enter. This was also the reason why Yi Yuan had to bring Xiao Feng along. Ning Tianping said indignantly, really acting like SN. Oh BS. After we're done with this deal, need to let that punk take a look at how one cannot judge people by appearance. Yi Yuan smiled and said, This world talks using strength. Our strength is naturally top-rate when placed in Heavenly Eagle. But arriving at a great imperial capital, it's nothing much anymore. The Empyrean powerhouses that guardhead just now had seen are likely not in the minority too. Why would he pay attention to the few of us celestial deity realms? Ning Tianping naturally knew this logic, but he was still very irate and said, Humph. A rank 5 divine pill, just take it as having fed a dog. The party entered the city and headed straight for the most prosperous region. After passing through many places, the few people arrived in front of a mansion. Xiao Feng showed the token and invitation to the guard and said respectfully, This lowly one is Springwind Hall's low-level deacon, Xiao Feng. My master is River Calm Imperial Capital's high-level 5-star alchemy God, Lu Zhe. This is master's handwritten greeting. Hope that I can request an audience with Elder Jiang Yuan. When that guard heard Xiao Feng introduce his background, he had a disdainful look on his face. After looking at the greeting card, he waved his hand and said, "Go to the gatehouse over there and wait." Xiao Feng's heart eased up. He was afraid that this guard directly chased people away. River Calm Imperial Capital was an imperial capital under Lus Strauss Gold Great Imperial Capital's command. Xiao Feng's master, Lu Zhe, had some status in River Calm Imperial Capital. Of course, arriving at a great imperial capital, it was still not enough to look at. This Jiang Yuan was Springwind Hall's elder, a true God realm powerhouse, his status in Myriad Treasure Tower quite high. Before Xiao Feng came here, he requested for this greeting card from his master. It was just that whether people gave face or not, he had no confidence in his heart at all. Arriving at the gatehouse, the few people were immediately stunned. Inside the gatehouse was long already packed full of people. Furthermore, each and every one of them, their strengths were not ordinary. A servant issued Xiao Feng a number plate and said in an ordering tone, "This is your number, hold it properly. When your number is called, then go in." It could be seen that this elder Jiang Yuan's status was rather high. Clearly, the people who came to find him for business were a lot. The few people did not expect that their wait lasted 7 days and 7 nights. After 7 days, their number plate was finally called. The servant led them into a house. Inside the house was a steward-looking middle-aged man. The middle-aged man said coolly, "Bring up your greeting card." Xiao Feng hurriedly handed it up. The middle-aged man swept a glance, threw it back again, and said coolly, "You all leave. The family head is very busy and isn't free to see you all." Chapter 1916. Have your family head come find me. Chapter 1916. Have your family head come find me this. Lord Jiang Hua, can you accommodate a little? We really have important matters to discuss with Elder Jiang Yuan. Xiao Feng did not expect that waiting bitterly for 7 days and 7 nights, what he got was such a sentence. He did not feel that he lost face. It was just that being unable to help Yi Yuan made him very ashamed and guilty in his heart. It was hard to enter a noble gate. Originally thought that his master was, at any rate, a high-level 5-star alchemy God too and could more or less have some face. Who knew that other people did not give you this face at all? Xiao Feng felt bitter in his heart. It was just that he did not want to give up just like this and still wanted to fight for it. Who knew that Jiang Hua's expression turned dark and then said with a cold snort, "Important matter? Don't you, a low-level deacon, understand you're a dent? One Tai? Everyone that comes over to find family head all says that they have important matters. If I let anyone in, how do I still work as a steward? Also, holding a 5-star alchemy GODS greeting card and you want to come and meet family head? In great imperial capitals, what do 5-star alchemy GODS count for? Quickly get lost, don't block other people." Xiao Feng's fury rose up with a whoosh. He was merely a nobody, but Jiang Hua's words insulted his master, which made him unable to accept it. "You. Bullying people too far. You're merely a celestial deity yourself, so who do you think you are?" Xiao Feng said furiously. Jiang Hua's gaze turned cold and did not even give any warning. Raising his hand, it was a palm. Xiao Feng was merely a divine lord realm. This palm came over akin to toppling mountains and overturning the seas. How could he block it? But right at this time, Jiang Hua only felt a blur before his eyes, and his attack was actually dissolved without a sound. So fast. Jiang Hua's pupils constricted, secretly shocked in his heart. He was 9th firmament celestial deity and actually did not see clearly how Yi Yuan made his move. One had to know, Yi Yuan was merely a 7th firmament celestial deity. However, he did not care at all, because this place was the Jiang Manor. "What? Do you guys want to cause trouble in the Jiang Manor?" Jiang Hua said in a solemn voice. Yi Yuan looked at him and said coolly, "It was clearly you who attacked first. How did it become us who caused trouble? Not seeing then not seeing, there's also no need to insult people's master. I'll send my regards to your father right now. I wonder how you'd feel. You see, I haven't even extended my greetings, and your expression already changed. Therefore, you should be more understanding of others, don't let your eyes grow on top of your head. A round of words was said until Jiang Hua's face alternated between green and white. Yi Yuan was clearly scolding him, yet, it was like he did not scold, making Jiang Hua feel aggrieved. Only to see his expression turn dark and he said in a cold voice, "Humph. Looks like you guys aren't placing my Jiang manner in your eyes. Come, guards, take these few people down for me and teach them a good lesson." Yi Yuan's two eyes narrowed, a powerful aura instantly erupted, locking Jiang Hua down firmly. Jiang Hua's expression suddenly changed, like his throat was clutched by someone. Even breathing became anguish. Hi+ing. He was incomparably shocked in his heart. Why would a seventh firmament celestial deity give him such tremendous pressure? Under the word of command, 4 to 5 ninth firmament celestial deity powerhouses dashed in all at once. They were all the Jiang Manor's house guards. Even though there were many true God powerhouses inside great imperial capitals, it was naturally impossible for them to become a house guard of a Jiang Manor. Steward Jiang. Are you okay? When the guards saw Jiang Hua's complexion turn white, each and every one of their faces changed drastically. This seventh firmament celestial deity young man in front of them actually gave them a feeling of being unable to overcome with force. This kind of feeling was truly ludicrous. Yi Yuan looked at Jiang Hua and said coolly, "You rely on your master's might to bully others here, but you said that we don't put the Jiang Manor in our eyes. Can you, a puny little steward, represent the Jiang Manor? Or is it that you took yourself to be the Jiang Manor's master? What a show of authority." When the guards heard that, their expressions when looking at Jiang Hua were full of peculiarness. But Jiang Hua's expression changed, and he said stammeringly, "Why you slinging mud at people?" Yi Yuan laughed in spite of himself and said, "You said the words yourself, the show of authority was displayed by you, and you said that I'm slinging mud. Does every person who comes to Jiang Manor have to see your attitude? We waited for 7 days and night, handed over the greeting card, and felt that there was no problem in the area of etiquette when we touched our hearts and asked ourselves. But you only swept a glance at the greeting card and made us scram? ASN. Oh, beebish person like you probably chased away quite a few people indiscriminately, right? As a servant, you made enemies for your master everywhere. Did I malign you then?" Those house guards all exchanged glances. They all knew that Steward Jiang Hua was indeed becoming more and more haughty. When doing things now, he was somewhat arrogant. Everyone's cultivation realm was clearly more or less the same, but he totally paid no attention to them, these guards. Hence, what Yi Yuan said was not wrong. Imperial cities were still alright, but of those who came to visit, there were quite a number of imperial capitals' powerhouses. Just as Yi Yuan said, what if among these people, someone rose up? Then it was provoking huge trouble for his own master. The commotion here naturally attracted the attention of the gatehouse there. Quite a number of people had already surrounded them long ago. Some people could not help secretly approving when they heard Yi Yuan's words. Most of them had to look to Jiang Yuan for help. Hence, they could only humble themselves and wait in the gatehouse, waiting to be called in. It was just that meeting or not was also entirely up to Jiang Hua's whims. These few years, Jiang Hua extorted considerable profit from them. As for those who came from imperial cities like Yi Yuan, Jiang Hua completely turned his nose up at them and naturally could not be bothered to reach his hand out towards them as well. But Jiang Hua laughed coldly when he heard that and said, "Your meaning is that you'll be a remarkable important figure in the future, an existence that even our family head can't afford to provoke? Ha ha ha. I want to hear what important matters a BU Empkin who came from a mere imperial city have to find family head. No need. I'll make your family head come find me personally. Brother Xiao, let's go." Yi Yuan said coolly. As he said, he withdrew his aura and brought Xiao Feng, and prepared to turn around and leave. The pressure on Jiang Hua's body suddenly lightened, but he was already furious to the extreme in his heart. Seeing Yi Yuan go out, Jiang Hua gave a furious roar, "Go invite the true God realm retainer in the house, and take this punk down for me. I want to see how he becomes a big shot." Woos. plus a ray of sword light directly tore apart the void, immediately Russ. Hi plussing in from outside the house, and Bruss. Hi plussing past Jiang Hua's ear. Jiang Hua only felt a wind blow past, the muscles in his body suddenly tensed up. Crack. A wooden beam behind Jiang Hua was directly split into two. Jiang Hua's pupils constricted, only knowing in hindsight that he had already had a brush with the god of death. Drip. Drip. Cold sweat flowed down the side of his head. He stood there and did not dare to make the slightest movement for a long time, all the way until Yi Yuan's figure disappeared from the area of the Jiang Manor. Those guards also looked at this scene in astonishment, incomparably shocked in their hearts. They were all rejoicing, lucky they did not take action just now, otherwise, they would probably all be corpses now. Law fusion. Spatial law. This young man was incredible. Suddenly, Jiang Hua's entire body trembled, finally recovering his senses. Is he gone? Jiang Hua asked the guards anxiously and doubtfully. Chapter 1917. Chapter 1917, Earth Chilin Jigon, Steward Jiang, the guard said with lingering fear. Only then did Jiang Hua come back to his senses, and heave a long sigh in relief. Immediately after, he gave a cold snort again and said disdainfully, "Foolish thing. Family head is the Springwind Hall's elder. Why would he go look for a trash like you?" It was true that Yi Yuan was formidable, but formidable people in this Lus Traus Gold Great Imperial Capital were too many. How could family head Jiang Yuan possibly go and personally try to meet a celestial deity? It was absolutely impossible for this sort of thing to happen. Thinking about it, he turned around and went out of the wing room. He went into a courtyard of the Jiang Manor. This place was the residence of Jiang Manor's retainers. "Oh, isn't this younger brother Jiang Hua? What wind blew you over? Why is your expression so ugly? There's actually still someone who dares to provoke younger brother in this Jiang Manor." When a middle-aged man in fitting attire saw Jiang Hua, he immediately greeted him with all smiles. This retainer was called Qin Guan, a first firmament true god powerhouse. One should not look at how he was a true god realm powerhouse. He was still very polite toward Jiang Hua. They all, these foreign surname retainers, the allocation of resources all had to go through Jiang Hua's hands. Jiang Hua's authority in the Jiang family was tremendous. Forging good relations with him naturally had no downside. Jiang Hua's expression was very ugly as he said, "Elder brother Qin Guan, this brother was threatened by someone today. I hope that elder brother can help me vent this frustration." Qin Guan said in surprise, "There's actually someone who dares to threaten younger brother. Is he tired of living? Tell me about it." Qin Guan was not a fool either, meddling in everything. If it was a true god or an existence that he could not afford to provoke, he naturally did not dare to deal with it. Even if persimmons, he got to pick the soft ones to knead. Hearing Jiang Hua's words, his face fell. He then said in a cold voice, "What a conceited brat. He's used to being arrogant in the imperial city, right? This place is a great imperial capital, even true god powerhouses don't dare to be insolent. This punk is really tired of living. Younger brother, you say, what to do about him?" Hearing that it was a few celestial deity realms, Qin Guan was immediately roused up. This persimmon, he was going to need it. A hint of viciousness flashed across in Jiang Hua's eyes and he said, "Humph, this kid who's ignorant of the immensity of heaven and earth, forget it if he insulted me," but he turned his nose up at the Jiang Manor. "He deserves to die. Brother Qin Guan, I'll grasp his whereabouts at all times these few days. You help me end him." Qin Guan patted his chest and said, "Relax, leave it to me." When Jiang Hua saw that he agreed, he smiled and said, "Brother Qin Guan rest assured, after the matter is done, Jiang Hua will definitely show generous thanks." Parting on a sour note, Xiao Feng had an apologetic and guilty look on his face. "Yi Yuan, sorry, master's debt of grat. One chewed toward this Xiao is akin to a mountain, I truly can't allow others to vilify him." Yi Yuan smiled and said, "Don't even have time to thank you yet, what are you saying sorry for? These stewards all have eyes growing on top of their heads. Even if a true god powerhouse came, they might turn their noses up at him too. Why bother with someone like him? But, without Elder Jiang Yuan's connections, wouldn't our trip have been in vain? Xiao Feng said awkwardly. Heaven doesn't seal off all paths, there will always be a way, Yi Yuan said. Your Excellency, then what should we do now? Ning Tianping asked. Yi Yuan said, since the road here is blocked, let's go buy some spirit medicines first. When Tonga's strength recovers to the true God realm, our safety will also be more secure. In this great imperial capital where true gods walked everywhere, Yi Yuan's current strength was still a little weak. With a true God powerhouse by his side, it would naturally be much safer. Yi Yuan was also prepared against Jiang Hua, but he did not expect that he really guessed it correctly. Jiang Hua did not plan to let them off. The party left the Jiang Manor and headed straight for the 100 Herb Gathering. The 100 Herb Gathering was a large-scale spirit medicine trading market, covering a very vast area. It was established by the Myriad Treasure Tower. But those selling spirit medicines here were far from just the Myriad Treasure Tower alone. This place gathered more than a dozen major forces, large businesses, and even many retail brokers, mutually helping to make up for what the others lack, forming a supermar. Civ spirit medicine market. The daily throughput capacity was very astonishing. HI+ing. Of course, the Myriad Treasure Tower also earned boatloads in this area. The spirit medicines that Tonga's cleansing rain dream reverting pill required were too rare. They could only be gathered in a place like the 100 Herb Gathering. If even this place was unable to gather them, then there was only getting super lucky in the future, or wait for him to recover his strength after 1,000 years. A beautiful female attendant asked Yi Yuan with a radiant smile, Sir, may I ask what spirit medicines you need? The 100 Herb Gathering had an inquiry area. Martial artists could search for the spirit medicines that they need here. The 100 Herb Gathering had a dazzling array of spirit medicines, all levels of spirit medicines, with a great variety, and in an extremely huge number. If martial artists went to find one by one, who knew how much time they would have to waste? For this, the 100 Herb Gathering built a large-scale array formation and categorized all of the spirit medicines into different classes into the array formation. When it entered the warehouse, when was it sold, there were clear records. This way, it was easy to manage and also convenient for martial artists to check. Yi Yuan said, help me check for ironwood ash, blackheart seaweed, earth chelene. Yi Yuan listed a large bunch of spirit medicines in one go. That beautiful attendant's dainty fingers moved slightly, entering one spell after another into the array formation in front of her. Very soon, the results were out. Sir, our Myriad Treasure Tower and Myriad Realms Chamber of Commerce both have ironwood ash. Deerchase Merchanting Association has 2 portions of blackheart seaweed. The beautiful attendant spoke with confidence and composure, reporting the results of the inquiry. Yi Yuan frowned when he heard it and said, what about the earth chelene? The beautiful attendant answered with a smile, it was still in stock just now, but it might be gone now. Before Sir came, Master Chen Chang had just inquired about this earth chelene and has already gone over now. Currently, in the 100 Herb Gathering, there's just one portion of earth chelene. Yi Yuan frowned and said, since it hasn't been sold yet, then I should still be able to go and inquire, right? Tell me the stall, this shouldn't violate the rules, right? The attendant smiled and said, it naturally doesn't violate, so can go take a look. But, Master Chen Chang is a famous 6-star alchemy god in the city. Yi Yuan waved his hand and said, tell me. The attendant was helpless and could only tell Yi Yuan the stall. This earth chelene was a type of spirit medicine. It got its name because it looked remarkably like the legendary divine beast, chelene. It was extremely seldom seen. Such a large 100 Herb Gathering only had this one portion, the rarity could be seen. But this earth chelene was a core ingredient to refine the cleansing rain dream reverting pill. Once he let it slip by this time, no idea when he would be able to find it again. Yi Yuan naturally would not be willing to give up. According to that attendant's instructions, Yi Yuan found that stall very soon. But he saw that an old man was currently flushed to the ears, appearing very indignant. That earth chelene was currently quietly placed in a jade container. This old man was likely Master Chen Chang that attendant spoke of. Seeing that the earth chelene was not sold, Yi Yuan also let out a long sigh in relief. Looks like these two people did not reach an agreement in the transaction of the Earth Cheline. You this fellow, how can you be so obstinate? My exquisite Jade Heart Recovery Pill already reached peak heaven grade, infinitely close to divine grade. I already said I'll use other things to compensate you, why aren't you willing to relent? Chen Chang said angrily to the stall owner. Chapter 1918, Vying with the Master for Spirit Medicine. Chapter 1918, Vying with the Master for Spirit Medicine. The stall owner was a middle-aged man wearing a felt cap, looking somewhat weather-beaten. Seeing Master Chen Chang flying off the handle, he said with an indifferent look, I already said, this Earth Cheline can only be exchanged for a divine-grade exquisite Jade Heart Recovery Pill. Lower than divine grade, not exchanging altogether. Chen Chang felt exasperated. Pointing at the nose of the middle-aged man with a felt hat, he said, you go out and inquire, this L.U.S. Strauss Gold Great Imperial Capital, apart from me, Chen Chang, who else can refine a peak heaven-grade exquisite Jade Heart Recovery Pill? Unless Lord Flutterfeather personally takes action, otherwise, even if you wait 10,000 years, you might not be able to get divine grade 2. Exquisite Jade Heart Recovery Pill was a level 9 difficulty rank 5 divine pill. It could be said to be a rank 5 healing holy medicine. The refining difficulty was not at all inferior to the Sun Moon Azure Sky pill. Even for Chen Chang, this kind of alchemy master who was known far and wide, wanting to refine divine grade also had to depend on luck. Peak heaven grade and divine grade were only separated by a thin line, but this thin line was as hard as ascending to the heavens. That was the difference between knowing and not knowing. With Chen Chang's strength, if he kept on refining, there would always be hope of refining a divine grade. It was just that this way, disregarding whether or not there were that many spirit medicines, the price was also too high. The middle-aged man in the felt hat said coolly, then I'll wait until a divine grade one appears. Chen Chang could not help choking when he heard that, an enraged appearance from disappointment surfacing on his face. Why are you so stubborn? The middle-aged man in felt hat saw that Chen Chang was anxious, the expression on his face eased up slightly and he said with cupped fists, Master Chen Chang, I know that your alchemy Dao strength is exceedingly formidable, but my brother's injury must use a divine-grade exquisite Jade Heart Recovery Pill. This Earth Cheline, I really can't sell to you. Please forgive me. The moment Chen Chang heard it, his face involuntarily revealed a depressed look. One could tell that he clearly coveted this Earth Cheline immensely. If I can bring out a divine-grade exquisite Jade Heart Recovery Pill, can this Earth Cheline be exchanged with me? The two people were currently at a stalemate when a voice sounded out by the side. The two people glanced over but saw a young man in white robes walking over to this side. This young man was naturally Yi Yuan. When Chen Chang saw the situation, he flicked his sleeves grandly and said with a frown, where did this little imp come from? Don't cause trouble here. When the middle-aged man in the felt hat heard this, his eyes originally lit up. But seeing Yi Yuan's young visage, he immediately lost interest. Young man, don't come and make fun of me, I can't bear being made the target of emus. EMENT. Go back to where you came from. Although Yi Yuan's strength was pretty good, it could not enter their sights at all. In this L.U.S. Strauss Gold Great Imperial Capital, Seventh Firmament Celestial Deity martial artists could be described using as plentiful as oxen hair, why would they pay any attention? Let alone Chen Chang, a late-stage true God realm top powerhouse, high-level 6-star alchemy God. This middle-aged man in the felt hat also had first firmament true God cultivation. Yi Yuan did not mind and said smilingly, I don't have time to make fun of you. This Earth Cheline is very important to me. If you need the exquisite Jade Heart Recovery Pill, I can refine it for you right now. Let's hand over the money in one hand, and the goods in the other. Yi Yuan's words immediately attracted quite a few people's attention. Where did this kid come out from, to actually dare snatch spirit medicines from Master Chen Chang? He even said that he's going to refine a divine-grade exquisite Jade Heart Recovery Pill on the spot. This trumpet is blown really hard. Heh. Truly shameless boasting. Even Master Chen Chang has to take a chance when refining the exquisite Jade Heart Recovery Pill. Could it be that he, a measly little 5-star alchemy God, can refine it? Chen Chang's reputation was clearly very resounding. Quite a number of experts present were very familiar with him. A celestial deity realm that popped out from God knows where said that he was going to refine a divine-grade exquisite jade heart recovery pill. This kind of spectacle was really rather funny. Hearing Yi Yuan's words, Chen Chang's face fell and he said, "Young man, do you know who this old man is? To actually dare snatch something from this old man?" Yi Yuan looked at Chen Chang and said with a smile, "I naturally know, your master Chen Chang. But this exquisite jade heart recovery pill, weren't you unable to refine it? Since you can't refine it, you can't very well let this earth Chileen be wasted here, right? Master Chen Chang, you enjoy high prestige and command universal respect. If you can take out a divine-grade exquisite jade heart recovery pill, this child naturally won't fight with you." When Chen Chang heard that, his face could not help turning black. How could divine-grade exquisite jade heart recovery pill be so easy to refine? If he could take it out, why would he still need to talk rubbish here? Humph. Punk, you also got to come up prepared when bragging, alright? It's not that this old man is boasting, but in this LUS Traus Gold Great Imperial Capital, apart from Lord Flutterfeather, no one has absolute confidence in being able to refine a divine-grade exquisite jade heart recovery pill. As for the other few people, their strengths are almost on par with this old man, a hairline away from this old man. They naturally have to depend on luck too. You say that you can refine it. Who would believe? Chen Chang said with a disdainful look. When the others heard this, they all secretly nodded their heads, and they mocked Yi Yuan for overestimating his own ability in their hearts. Master Chen Chang was naturally not boasting, he naturally had his confidence in saying these words. No one would feel that there was anything inappropriate. But the words Yi Yuan said, that was boasting. For some time, mocking voices sounded out all around, ridiculing Yi Yuan one after another. Yi Yuan looked at the middle-aged man in the felt hat and said smilingly, "Senior, please hold out on packing up the stall, and wait here for a moment. This Yi will be right back, okay?" The middle-aged man in felt hat looked at Yi Yuan with a suspicious look and said coolly, "If you can really bring a divine-grade exquisite jade heart recovery pill, this earth Chileen is naturally yours." As he said, the middle-aged man in the felt hat actually did not take it seriously at all. He was naturally aware of Chen Chang's reputation and was not willing to overly offend too, hence, that was why he said those words. To say that Yi Yuan was even more formidable than Chen Chang, he would not believe even if he was beaten to death too. Yi Yuan nodded his head and immediately turned around and left. Chen Chang snorted coldly and naturally thought nothing of it. Forget that it was just a 5-star alchemy God, even if a 6-star alchemy God came, he also had sufficient confidence to feel that the other party would be inferior to him. A celestial deity realm brat whose skeletal age did not exceed 1,000 years old could refine a divine-grade exquisite jade heart recovery pill? A fantasy tale. After Yi Yuan left, he went to inquire about the spirit medicines needed to refine the exquisite jade heart recovery pill. Disregarding other things, his actions still aroused quite a number of people's attention. Some people did not believe in such heresy and actually followed Yi Yuan to move around within the 100 herb gathering. Although the exquisite jade heart recovery pill was a level 9 difficulty medicinal pill, compared to the cleansing rain dream reverting pill, the medicinal pills needed were much more common. Various major factions all had some stock. Yi Yuan gathered them very quickly. Of course, this also cost quite a bit of his divine essence stones. But the present Yi Yuan already obtained the Purple Extreme Hall's inheritance and also sat on the Southridge 10 cities. Even if he reduced quite a bit of tax, he was also an out-and-out nouveau riche. Purchasing these spirit medicines was naturally not difficult. Within this 100 herb gathering, quite a few people were all exchanging for medicinal pills. Pill refining rooms were naturally equipped. Yi Yuan gathered the spirit medicines and rented a pill refining room and started refining the pill. Outside the pill refining room, a group of people surrounded there, clamoring to get a word in. This boy really went to refine pills. These spirit medicines that he bought, he probably spent no less than 1 million middle-grade divine essence stones, right? Goodness gracious. Don't look at how this brat is young, he's really a wealthy guy. Reckon that he's a wastrel. Just the likes of him also want to refine a divine-grade exquisite jade heart recovery pill? Chapter 1919, Where's Your Family's Grown Up? Chapter 1919, Where's Your Family's Grown Up came out. This boy came out. Just how long has it been? He's already done refining? Refine my ass. It's naturally a failure. Just this short while can refine a level 9 difficulty medicinal pill? The moment Yi Yuan came out, it immediately caused a commotion. He came out too quickly, using only less than 4 hours. Logically speaking, the higher the difficulty of the medicinal pill, the more troublesome it was to refine. Exquisite jade heart recovery pill. This kind of medicinal pill, the time expended would naturally be longer. Even for a master like Chen Chang, spending 8 to 10 hours, 12 to 14 hours was a normal occurrence. Yi Yuan entered the pill refining room for less than 4 hours from start to finish. What could he refine? Did he really take level 9 difficulty medicinal pills to be cabbages on the streets, anyhow refined? Toward these meddlesome people, Yi Yuan naturally could not be bothered with them. He divided the crowd as he walked right over toward the stall of that middle-aged man in the felt hat. When everyone saw this scene, they could not help having stunned faces. This kid really went. Asking for trouble? Amen. This kid can get back so quickly. A large group of people pouring over naturally attracted the attention of Chen Chang and the middle-aged man in the felt hat. After Yi Yuan left, he hounded the middle-aged man in the felt hat and prattled for a long time. But the middle-aged man in the felt hat did not commit himself until success was certain and insisted on seeing the divine-grade exquisite jade heart recovery pill before he was willing to let it go. Seeing Yi Yuan come over, Chen Chang said huffily, "Stinking brat, you really dared to come. Don't tell me that you already refined a divine-grade exquisite jade heart recovery pill in this short while." When the middle-aged man in the felt hat looked at Yi Yuan, his eyes revealed an impatient look but did not speak. "That's of course. Otherwise, would I, a junior, really dare to make fun of you too?" Yi Yuan smiled and said. As he said, Yi Yuan took out a small bottle with a seal and threw it to the middle-aged man in the felt hat. The middle-aged man in the felt hat received it and took a look. His expression immediately changed. Not just him, the expression on Chen Chang's face also became serious. Through the small bottle, one could see that the color of the medicinal pill was extremely pretty, giving people a HI+ing feeling. Needless to say, the quality of this medicinal pill must be very high. The middle-aged man in the felt hat sunk a wisp of divine sense into the small bottle. The expression on his face became more and more shocked. Following that, it was a look of wild elation. Looking at the color was one thing, whether or not it was really a divine-grade medicinal pill still needed to be tested. Everyone stared at the middle-aged man in the felt hat. His expression infected the people around him, making everyone's faces likewise becoming shocked. Could it be that inside this small bottle was really a divine-grade exquisite jade heart recovery pill? Yi Yuan looked at the middle-aged man in the felt hat quietly and did not say anything. With his present strength, even refining a vast spirit exquisite jade heart recovery pill was a cinch, let alone talk about a purple spirit divine pill. Suddenly, the middle-aged man in the felt hat lightly pushed the jade box containing the earth chelene, HI+ing it in front of Yi Yuan, and said, "This earth chelene is yours. The quality of the medicinal pill is even better than I imagined. If you need any other compensation, feel free to open your mouth." One sentence shocked everyone. "IIT's really a divine-grade exquisite jade heart recovery pill? My eyesight must be failing. Could it be that this brat's alchemy Dao strength is even stronger than Master Chen Chang's?" Master Chen Chang pushed for half a day here and this middle-aged man in the felt hat refused to loosen up. Now, he actually gave the earth chelene to this young man just like that. The impact that this scene brought to everyone was too intense. In great imperial capitals, divine-grade medicinal pills were not rare. But divine-grade level 9 medicinal pills, that was seldom seen. The difficulty of level 9 medicinal pills, it could be said that each one was as hard as ascending to the heavens. Heaven-grade was easy to encounter, divine-grade was hard to find. But now, Yi Yuan took out a divine-grade level 9 medicinal pill. How could they not be shocked? Plus, there was Chen Chang, this master for comparison by the side, this shock became even more intense. Yi Yuan reached his hand out to take the earth Qilin, but he heard Chen Chang shout loudly, "Hold on." The middle-aged man in the felt hat frowned and said, "Master, now that the transaction is done, could it be that Master wants to wreck the deal?" In the 100 herb gathering, the transaction of things was given by one and accepted by another. Ruining deals here was a very serious crime. Even for an existence like Chen Chang, he could not bear it too. Chen Chang did not answer. Reaching his hand out towards the middle-aged man in the felt hat, he said, "Let me take a look at the medicinal pill." The middle-aged man in the felt hat hesitated for a moment, but in the end, he still said the small bottle over. He was not worried about Chen Chang destroying the medicinal pill, because he could not bear the consequences. Chen Chang received the small bottle and also sunk a wisp of divine sense inside. Very soon, the expression on his face became complicated and astonished, just like the middle-aged man in felt hat earlier. "Brat, where's your family's grown up?" Chen Chang asked Yi Yuan with a solemn look. "Grown up?" Yi Yuan was stunned when he heard that. "Stop feigning ignorance. Looking at your bone age, you absolutely won't exceed 2,000 years old. If you can refine an exquisite jade heart recovery pill that infinitely approaches vast spirit divine grade at your tiny age, wouldn't this old man's many years have been in vain?" Chen Chang said. Hearing this, the surrounding people all revealed a look of sudden realization. Yeah. This boy must have come from some great alchemy family. There must be an extremely formidable high-level alchemy god behind him. That high-level alchemy god's strength was at least by no means inferior to Master Chen Chang. He might be even more powerful than him. Otherwise, Master Chen Chang also would not take it so seriously. As for Yi Yuan spending 2 to 4 hours to go refine the pill earlier, that was merely to pull the wool over people's eyes. Hearing Chen Chang's words, Yi Yuan's face revealed a strange look. Could it be that his performance was too astonish? Hi+ing? This Chen Chang actually did not believe that the medicinal pill was refined by him. If he refined a vast spirit divine pill, would Chen Chang speculate that the powerhouse behind him was Lord Medicine Ancestor? "This medicinal pill was refined by me," Yi Yuan said nonchalantly. Chen Chang looked at Yi Yuan and said in earnest, "Young man, wanting to become famous is a good thing, but you have to rely on your own ability. With the way you are, even if you really become renowned under the heavens, if other people really came to find you to request for pills, what will you do? Your background isn't bad, don't harm yourself." Clearly, Chen Chang did not believe Yi Yuan's words at all. Yi Yuan went out and walked one round, and only spent less than 4 hours and then took out a purple spirit divine pills. In Chen Chang's view, this was merely Yi Yuan exposing himself unwittingly by trying to cover things up, hoping that others would believe that this medicinal pill was refined by him. In reality, in his mind, Yi Yuan merely just happened to have a divine-grade exquisite jade heart recovery pill on him. If he came from a powerful alchemy family, carrying a few healing holy medicines on him was all too normal. It was just that this kind of vanity made Chen Chang very disdainful. By the side, Bai Chen and Ning Tianping seriously could not listen anymore and was just about to refute with a few words but was stopped by Yi Yuan with a hand gesture. "Master Chen Chang lectured well, this junior has learned my lesson. However, my family's grown up isn't following by my side. I'm afraid that I'll have to disappoint Master," Yi Yuan said smilingly. Yi Yuan understood in his heart that no matter how he explained, this old man probably would not believe it, so he could only go along with his words. Chapter 1920, Obscure Medicinal Pill. Chapter 1920, Obscure Medicinal Pill. Hearing Yi Yuan's words, Chen Chang's face revealed a hint of pity. An alchemist capable of refining such a high-quality exquisite jade heart recovery pill was absolutely an extremely formidable figure. Reaching his realm, being able to exchange pointers with such a character was much more important than an earth Qilin. Chen Chang looked at Yi Yuan and said with a nod, "Lad, following such a formidable figure, you have to cultivate well. Being able to learn 10% to 20% of his abilities is sufficient for you to benefit for life." Yi Yuan's attitude of acknowledging his fault made his impression of Yi Yuan become a little better. A fault confessed was half redressed. It was just that he did not notice how odd the expressions of Bai Chen and Ning Qianping behind Yi Yuan were. Yi Yuan smiled when he heard this and said, "Yes, Junior will definitely work doubly hard from today onwards." Then, "Can this Junior put away this earth Chelin?" The corners of Chen Chang's mouth twitched slightly. Waving his hand, he indicated for Yi Yuan to keep it. This earth Chelin was too precious. It could not be bought just by having money. If not obtaining it this time, then no idea when he would have the chance to encounter it again next time. Yi Yuan naturally would not be courteous either. Lightly flicking his sleeves, he put away the earth Chelin. "Lad, I wonder what's the name of your family's grown up? Where are you from?" Chen Chang clearly did not give up yet, wanting to inquire about Yi Yuan's background. It was just that how could Yi Yuan go and make up a background? So he just brushed it off by saying, "Master, my family repeatedly exhorted that I mustn't reveal my background when traveling outside. Otherwise, I'll be served with family punishment. I'm really sorry." When Chen Chang heard that, he could only heave a sigh with a helpless look, turned around, and left. The middle-aged man in the felt hat kept the medicinal pill and said to Yi Yuan, "Little brother, although this middle age wasn't personally refined by you, it's a great help to me. The value of your medicinal pill already far surpasses," said the earth Chelin. "Whatever conditions that need to be added on, feel free to speak up." Originally, the value of a level 9 difficulty rank 5 divine pill naturally far exceeded a rank 5 spirit medicine. It was just that an earth Chelin was too rare. That was how the middle-aged man in the felt hat could hike the price on the spot, using it to exchange for a divine-grade exquisite jade heart recovery pill. Although he was a true God powerhouse, if really made him buy a divine-grade exquisite jade heart recovery pill, even if he smashed his iron pots and pans to sell as scrap iron, he could not afford it either. A divine-grade exquisite jade heart recovery pill, even Chen Chang could not refine it. It could be imagined how valuable it was. Yi Yuan clasped his hands and said, "No need, just a medicinal pill. It doesn't count as much. Just take it as making a friend." The middle-aged man in the felt hat was slightly taken aback, clearly not expecting that Yi Yuan was actually so generous, but thinking about it, he also felt at ease. With Yi Yuan's background, he probably completely did not care for that bit of compensation, right? "Little brother, I'll become friends with you. This time, just take it as me owing you a favor. If you need any help from me, Huazhen, feel free to open your mouth." The middle-aged man in the felt hat cupped his fists, turned around, and left. Inside the 100 Herb Gatherings pill refining room, Bai Chen and Ning Qianping both had reluctant looks on their faces. Tonga hugged Treasure Pig, a hint of dissatisfaction plussing across in his eyes. "I think that old punk was clearly looking for a way out, truly preposterous," Bai Chen said. That old man couldn't refine the medicinal pill himself, and yet, he still measured using the yardstick of a petty man, not believing that the medicinal pill was refined by you. What a joke. "Ignorant," Ning Qianping said. Yi Yuan smiled and said, "Not vying, is vying. Your own strength only belongs to yourself, no need for other people's recognition. That moment when they witness your power, why would there be a need to provide any explanations?" Ning Qianping and Bai Chen's pupils constricted, ruminating over Yi Yuan's words. Even Tonga also looked at Yi Yuan in surprise. He had lived for a long time and thought that he had long seen through the emptiness of the material world already, but discovered that he was actually inferior to a child. Yi Yuan's state of mind had long transcended worldliness already. It was also no wonder that he could have his present accomplishments. Yi Yuan looked at Tonga and said, "It's also that you're lucky, and it's also considered that my luck is decent. All in all, the spirit medicines are already gathered. This medicinal pill can begin to be refined." Tonga said, "No matter whether it succeeds in refining or not, I owe you a favor." To an Empyrean powerhouse, becoming like Tonga was clearly not reconciled to it. This feeling of powerlessness, no one would like it. Even if they gathered the spirit medicines, Tonga also maintained a conservative attitude toward whether or not Yi Yuan could succeed in the pill refinement. It was naturally not that Tonga did not believe in Yi Yuan's strength. The cleansing rain dream reverting pill was indeed not an ordinary medicinal pill. The refining difficulty was tremendous. Even among level 9 difficulty medicinal pills, it was also extremely difficult to refine. This kind of medicine belonged to the extremely obscure kind. Barely anyone in this world heard of it before, and no more than a handful of people knew how to refine. The spirit medicines used in this medicinal pill also belonged to those extremely obscure kinds. Obscurity represented that the usage was extremely limited. Never even heard of it before, how to refine it? This kind of obscure medicinal pill was a huge challenge to every alchemist. Forget about Yi Yuan, even when Tonga himself was at his prime, he totally could not refine it as well. If not for Yi Yuan reaching grand completion Dao realm, he also would not request for Yi Yuan to refine this medicinal pill. Yi Yuan nodded and said, "You guys wait in the outer room. I need to go into seclusion for a few days to understand the medicinal properties of these spirit medicines. After all, there's no second chance." When the few people arrived in the outer room, Tonga's expression suddenly became nervous. "Lord Tonga, my lord taking action, what are you still worried about? Since I started following him, I've never seen a medicinal pill that he can't refine." Seeing Tonga's nervous look, Ning Qianping found it rather funny as he said. Tonga rolled his eyes and said huffily, "What the hell do you know? The weight of the earth Chilean was only sufficient for Yi Yuan to refine once, there was no opportunity for a second attempt. Hence, Yi Yuan was extremely prudent as well." Tonga understood the difficulty of refining. He naturally understood it even more so than the others. Being able to refine the level 9 difficulty exquisite Jade Heart Recovery Pill did not mean being able to refine the similar difficulty cleansing Rain Dream Reverting Pill. Pill refinement was another form of cultivation. If say comprehending alchemy was inner strength, then an understanding of pharmacology was external strength. 1. Only by cultivating inner and external together that one could achieve a high-quality medicinal pill. But the chances of ironwood ash, blackheart seaweed, earth Chilean, these spirit medicines appearing, was far too low. Yi Yuan only had one chance. To what degree he could refine the medicinal pill, that would be determined on to what degree he could understand these spirit medicines. He sliced a very tiny piece from the spirit medicine, and carefully experienced the medicinal theory of these spirit medicines. This approach was extremely unilateral. Because each portion of the spirit medicine, the lore fragments contained was different. Yi Yuan could only deduce the medicinal properties of the entire spirit medicine through this tiny piece. Then, he even had to deduce the entire pill refining process according to the pill formula. This process was complicated to the extreme. Even with Yi Yuan's present soul force, he also felt that it was too much for him to bear. But he had no choice anymore, and it would affect the refinement of the medicinal pill. Furthermore, among these spirit medicines, there were half that Yi Yuan had never come into contact with before. Each kind needed him to go and experience it carefully. 1. A reference to wuxia, where inner strength is basically Qi true force, but superhuman level, not mountain-destroying level. Chapter 1921, Tonga apologizes. Chapter 1921, Tonga apologizes. Here, I don't understand, but I know that His Excellency has never failed before. He might not be a match for a true god, but competing in pill refinement, no one can surpass him. Hearing Tonga's words, Ning Qianping was also very disdainful. Although he knew that Tonga was an Empyrean powerhouse, Tonga's attitude made him very displeased. Following Yi Yuan for a long time, Ning Qianping already had blind confidence in Yi Yuan. This was not his individual words. Hi+P, but the confidence that was continuously established in his heart from the miracle after miracle that he saw being at Yi Yuan's side. This kind of confidence was virtually unshakable. At least in alchemy, Yi Yuan had never failed before. No matter how difficult it was to refine a medicinal pill, reaching Yi Yuan's hands, it was also accomplished with ease. Especially after breaking through to the Divine Lord realm, Yi Yuan's alchemy strength became more and more miraculous. It was naturally impossible for Ning Qianping to have any doubts. Tonga looked at Ning Qianping like looking at an idiot and said coolly, "Perhaps this cleansing rain dream reverting pill is his greatest challenge up to this point. I'm not saying that he can't refine it, it's just that he has a very high chance of failing." "Not possible. Ning Qianping returned 2 words sonorous and forcefully. Tonga could not help choking when he heard it and said with a cold snort, impervious to reason. At this time, Xiaofeng suddenly spoke up, Senior Tonga is right, maybe. This shall be younger brother Yi's greatest challenge up to this point. This cleansing rain dream reverting pill is different from the medicinal pills that he had encountered in the past. Xiaofeng explained the special aspects of the cleansing rain dream reverting pill for Ning Qianping and Bai Chen. He himself was an alchemist and was naturally clear about the knack involved. Listening to his explanation until the end, Ning Qianping's and Bai Chen's expressions also became solemn. Competing in pill refinement, could it be that this Empyrean doesn't know more than you guys? Just a rank 5 divine pill. If Yi Yuan had the confidence of success, why would this Empyrean wait until his at grand completion Dao realm before opening my mouth? 2 ignorant brats, Tonga said unhappily. Ning Qianping fell silent, but very soon, he lifted his head again and said to Tonga, either way, it's impossible for His Excellency to fail, you just look properly. Tonga could not help choking when he heard this, and then he said with a cold snort, hopelessly foolies. H. Plus. In the blink of an eye, it was 30 over days. Yi Yuan did not come out all along. Ning Qianping finally realized that what Tonga and Xiaofeng said was not exaggerating things to raise an alarm. He had never seen Yi Yuan spend such a long time on one medicinal pill before. Outside the door, Ning Qianping paced back and forth, appearing somewhat vexed. Stop walking around, my eyes are becoming dizzy thanks to you. Tonga said unhappily. Humph. His Excellency is refining the pill for you. You're actually not worried at all. If anything happens to His Excellency, I won't let you off. Ning Qianping said with a cold snort. Creak. Right at this time, the door opened from inside. A weary to the extreme figure slowly walked out from inside. Your Excellency. Ah. Are you all right? Seeing Yi Yuan's appearance, Ning Qianping nearly jumped up and hurriedly went forward to support. The current Yi Yuan's 2 eyes were full of blood traces, his hair somewhat disheveled, his entire person like he had a great illness. In Ning Qianping's impression, Yi Yuan was always calm and collected when refining pills, accompli. Hi plussing with great ease. When had he become like this? Yi Yuan waved his hand and said feebly, it's just that the mental strength expenditure was too great. I'll be fine after resting for a few days. Tonga stood up, his expression when looking at Yi Yuan involuntarily changed. Failed. The cleansing rain dream reverting pill was par s said down by the Bamboo Groove Void Realm's forefather. For countless years, the Bamboo Groove Void Realm had once gathered spirit medicines several times. But up to this date, no one had successfully refined it before. Even a peak 7-star alchemy god that had once appeared also never succeeded before. Not that they could not refine a high-quality medicinal pill, but that they never succeeded in forming the pill before. Not even once. And this medicinal pill was merely just a rank 5 divine pill. The refining difficulty could be imagined. Hence, Tonga actually did not harbor much hope in Yi Yuan. Swooze. H. Plus a streak of flowing light streaked past, Tonga reached his hand out to catch, a small bottle appeared in his hand. Immediately his expression solidified. Tonga looked at Yi Yuan in surprise and said, You actually really succeeded. Yi Yuan's face revealed a hint of a smile and said, Heh, this medicinal pill really has a kick, almost killing me. Honestly speaking, I've refined pills for so many years, this is the most tiring time, but, succeeded by a fluke. Fluke. Tonga looked at Yi Yuan and said in incredible shock. He himself was an alchemist and naturally knew how hard on one's mental strength it was to refine a medicinal pill. But Yi Yuan's alchemy strength, he was too clear. Even if he found a 7-star alchemy god right now, in terms of refining a rank 5 divine pill, his strength might not be stronger than Yi Yuan. To be able to torment Yi Yuan until like this, it could be seen how much effort he expended for this medicinal pill. A wisp of divine sense sunk into the small bottle. Tonga's entire person was akin to being struck by lightning. Thud. Awoo. Awoo. Treasure Pig fell to the ground and started crying out, indicating his displeasure. But Tonga did not have any reaction at all. He was still in the midst of shock. The vast spirit divine pill. How? How did you do it? Tonga looked at Yi Yuan as if he was looking at a prehistoric behemoth. No one had ever refined this medicinal pill before. Even in the Heavenspan world, there probably wasn't this pill formula at all. But, not only did Yi Yuan refine it, he even performed to an extremely high level, refining it into a vast spirit divine pill. Similarly, level 9 difficulty, the exquisite jade heart recovery pill and cleansing rain dream reverting pill, these two medicinal pills, completely could not be compared at all. The medicinal properties of those spirit medicines, Yi Yuan had no way of familiarizing at all. Yi Yuan could only deduce it bit by bit. Under such circumstances, being able to refine high grade was already extremely remarkable. But Yi Yuan took out a perfect medicinal pill. Tonga really did not know what words to use to describe the shock in his heart currently. Rather, it was Ning Tianping whose thoughts and feelings were not as strong as him, saying with a big laugh, "Ha ha ha, what did I say? With His Excellency taking action, he definitely won't fail. In alchemy, he's undefeatable." The current Ning Tianping was like a victor. In this 1 month, he was very worried about Yi Yuan, but his confidence in Yi Yuan had never wavered before. With Yi Yuan being successful, this fact proved that Ning Tianping was right. Tonga opened his mouth, but nothing came out. At this moment, he suddenly discovered that his understanding of Yi Yuan was still so shallow. In this 1 month, he felt that Ning Tianping's confidence in Yi Yuan was overly blind. But he discovered now that this was not the case. With Yi Yuan's age, being able to achieve such horrifying accomplishments in alchemy, one could not use common sense to appraise him at all. Hence, Ning Tianping's confidence might not have been blind words. HI plus P. Not maybe, but definitely. Tonga looked at Ning Tianping and let out a heavy sigh as he said, "All right, I admit that I was wrong. I underestimated Yi Yuan. His might doesn't originate from his strength. This kid's future accomplishments are unimaginable." Ning Tianping was taken aback. This haughty Empyrean powerhouse actually apologized to him? Chapter 1922, Dark Pine Courtyard. Chapter 1922, Dark Pine Courtyard. This sleep, Yi Yuan slept very well, sleeping all the way for 10 days and nights. To deity realm powerhouses, they already did not need sleep to recover their state. But this time, Yi Yuan's mental strength was exhausted too greatly, and needed deep sleep before he could recover his state. On this day, Yi Yuan finally woke up. He discovered that a pair of large eyes were currently staring at him. A pig nose was currently pressed against his nose. Treasure pig. Tonga went into closed seclusion. Yi Yuan came to a realization very quickly. Grunt, grunt. Treasure pig nodded its head repeatedly. Yi Yuan had a revelation. "Your Excellency, you finally woke up." Tonga consumed the cleansing rain dream reverting pill and already returned to the purple extreme hall to go into a closed seclusion. Ning Tianping said. These few days, Ning Tianping few people had always been keeping watch over Yi Yuan. Seeing him wake up at this time, they also let out a long sigh in relief. Yi Yuan slowly got up and said with a nod, delayed for a very long time, "It's time to do proper business." Xiao Feng's gaze turned intent and he said, "What do you want to do?" Yi Yuan said, "Isn't it said that Empyrean Flutterfeather set up an alchemy celestial pavilion, using alchemy battles to determine the rank of the alchemy god? Then let's go take a look." When Xiao Feng heard that, his eyes could not help lighting up. Slapping his thigh hard, he said, "Man, I'm really stupid, why didn't I think of this? With your strength, wouldn't everyone still fight to cooperate with us when the time comes? This matter brooks no delay. Let's quickly go over." Yi Yuan smiled and said, "No Russ. H. Plus the pill refinement this time, I had some gains. Wait for me to sort it out. Tomorrow morning, we'll go to the Alchemy Celestial Pavilion." Meditating in closed seclusion, Yi Yuan really had many thoughts and feelings. What Tonga said was right. The pill refinement this time was indeed the greatest challenge that he encountered in his life. Even when refining the Tao-defying pill back then, it was also not as painful and exhausting as now. Yi Yuan spent more than 20 days to deduce the medicinal properties and to continuously compare the spirit medicines, finding errors and omissions and rededucing. Deducing entirely the medicinal properties, Yi Yuan started deriving the pill formula. Just like that, 1 month's time, Yi Yuan was immersed in extremely intense deductions. How could he not be tired? But he was extremely satisfied with the final results. To be able to refine the cleansing rain dream reverting pill into vast spirit divine grade, Yi Yuan himself also felt very accomplished. And this also made him have a deeper understanding of the medicinal properties of spirit medicines. The medicinal properties of spirit medicines did not exist in solitary. There were very deep connections intrinsically too. It was just that this kind of connection was too complicated. The deductions were naturally not as direct as directly comprehending them. But, after really deducing it, the benefits were naturally immense. Although this could not help Yi Yuan to break through to the ancestor realm, it consolidated his alchemy foundation. A night quietly Pares said. On the second day, Yi Yuan went out of the pill refining room, settled the bill, and left the 100 Herb Gathering. The 100 Herb Gathering's pill refining room's rent was extremely high. Renting the pill refining room for more than 40 days in a row, Yi Yuan also spent a considerable fee, making his flesh hurt. The party was currently walking on the streets when suddenly, a manservant-looking young man blocked Yi Yuan's path. The manservant asked, "May I ask if it's Lord Yi Yuan?" Yi Yuan was somewhat puzzled, but still nodded and said, "That's right, I'm Yi Yuan, looking for me for?" The manservant said, "Just now, someone had me Pares say word to you. If you want to see Elder Jiang Yuan, you can go to Linnan Street's Dark Pine Courtyard." When Yi Yuan heard that, his 2 eyes narrowed slightly and he said smilingly, "You go back and tell him that I'm not interested." Finished talking, Yi Yuan brought everyone and directly left. The moment this manservant spoke, Yi Yuan knew that this person must have been sent by Jiang Hua. Although everyone hoped to request an audience with Jiang Yuan back then inside the gatehouse, it might also be those people. But the greatest likelihood was still Jiang Hua. This Jiang Hua felt that he definitely could not find the connections, so he deliberately found someone to draw his attention, so as to make a move against him. Yi Yuan sneered coldly in his heart. Jiang Hua was bullying him depending on the latter being young, green, and inexperienced. Did he feel that using this kind of method could lure Yi Yuan to a remote place to dispose of? He was also looking down on him too much. Disregarding that he had seen through Jiang Hua's thoughts, even if he did not see through, Yi Yuan also did not plan on going to ask Jiang Yuan again. A good man did not backtrack. Even if Yi Yuan found Springwind Hall to cooperate in the end, that would also be Jiang Yuan coming to beg him, and not him going to beg Jiang Yuan. At Dark Pine Courtyard, when Qin Guan heard the manservant's report, his brows could not help furrowing. Could it be that this punk doesn't wish to request an audience with Elder Jiang Yuan? Jiang Hua smiled coldly and said, "This punk has some backbone. But him not coming doesn't mean that I can't take care of him. You go and make another trip. Tell Yi Yuan in this manner, he'll definitely follow you here." Jiang Hua said a few sentences to the manservant. The manservant immediately received the order and left. Qin Guan listened by the side and could not help giving a thumbs up, praising, impressive. Indeed impressive. Younger brother Jiang Hua is well deserving of being the favorite in front of family head." Jiang Hua smiled with narrowed eyes as he said, "If I can't even take care of a celestial deity realm brat, this steward, would also have been alive in vain. Elder brother, I'll leave this place to you. Family head still had me run some affairs. I'll leave first." Qin Guan smiled faintly and said, "You go and work, leave this kind of trivial thing to me." Not long after the manservant left, he indeed led Yi Yuan over. Furthermore, there was just Yi Yuan alone. Entering Dark Pine Courtyard, Yi Yuan felt that he got caught in an array formation. It was just that this level of array formation, Yi Yuan did not place it in his sights at all. With his present spatial law strength, wanting to escape was not a difficult thing. Entering the courtyard, a middle-aged man was currently pouring himself a cup of wine and drinking himself. The manservant said respectfully, "Master, Yi Yuan is brought over." Qin Guan waved his hand. The manservant immediately left. Yi Yuan's 2 eyes narrowed slightly. Looking at Qin Guan, he said, "It was you who used Brother Xiao's life to threaten me?" That manservant found Yi Yuan again and told Yi Yuan that Xiao Feng was Springwind Hall's disciple. If he did not come to Dark Pine Courtyard, then Xiao Feng would die very horribly. Indeed, with Jiang Hua's status, dealing with a puny little low-level deacon was truly too easy. Even though he was just a measly steward. With Jiang Yuan's power and influence, as long as Jiang Hua casually opened his mouth, he could doom Xiao Feng beyond redemption. Qin Guan looked at Yi Yuan and laughed in spite of himself as he said, "Brat, indeed arrogant enough. Arriving at my place here, you actually still dare to talk like this." Yi Yuan said coolly, "Where's Jiang Hua?" Qin Guan smiled and said, "You offended younger brother Jiang Hua and should know that you'd have today's outcome. Either you die, or Xiao Feng dies. Of course, since you came here, it shows that you've already made the choice." Yi Yuan looked at Qin Guan and said coolly, "With just the likes of you." Qin Guan drank another cup of wine and said with a smile, "Already on your deathbed and you're still being stubborn. If I can't even take care of a puny little seventh firmament celestial deity, so many years of cultivation would also have been all for naught." Done talking, his gaze turned cold, a horrifying surge of world power suddenly erupted, enveloping the entire courtyard inside. Qin Guan naturally did not dare to make a move on the streets, so he forced Yi Yuan into this Dark Pine Courtyard in order to make it convenient to kill. Yi Yuan looked at him like looking at an idiot, and said coolly, "Originally wanted to dispose of Jiang Hua, this trouble, but since he isn't around, then you can only blame that you're unlucky." Chapter 1923, by Tong. Chapter 1923, by Tong. I'm unlucky? You still haven't figured out the situation now, right? Likewise, Qin Guan used an expression like looking at an idiot to look at Yi Yuan. Could it be that this punk was a fool? A mere seventh firmament celestial deity actually dared to utter such wild ravings. No matter what, he was a true God realm powerhouse too. Could it be that he did not know the disparity between celestial deity realm and true God realm? The one who hasn't figured out the situation is yourself. Yi Yuan responded with a sneer. Suddenly, an even more powerful undulation reverberated inside the courtyard, directly plussing Qin Guan's world power back. Pew walk. Qin Guan was caught by surprise and directly sent flying by this tremendous force, spewing out a large mouthful of blood. Beside Yi Yuan, a youth in fluttering white clothing appeared since no idea when. Qin Guan's gaze revealed a look of astonishment as he cried out in shock, "Fourth firmament true God." At this time, Yi Yuan also sized up this young man with vermilion lips and white teeth beside him curiously. He was truly beautiful until even girls would be jealous. Yi Yuan did not expect that after Tonga grew up, he would actually be this appearance. Detecting Yi Yuan's gaze, Tonga could not help rolling his eyes as he said unhappily, "What's there to look at?" Yi Yuan chuckled and said, "I even thought that you'd become an old geezer. I didn't expect that you're going to have this appearance. TSK, looks not bad." Spending a long time with Tonga, even though he knew that he was an Empyrean powerhouse, that childish appearance made people unable to give rise to awe and veneration toward him at all. Now, suddenly becoming a young man, Yi Yuan's mentality similarly could not wrap itself around it. Tonga's expression flickered incessantly, and he said in a cold voice, "In the future, you have to call me Lord by Tong, otherwise, Chemph. Yi Yuan waved his hand and said with a smile, "Phut, Lord. Bai Tong. I really can't get used to it in this short while." Bai Tong rolled his eyes again. He discovered that he could not awe this guy at all. However, him being able to recover to his current appearance was also all thanks to Yi Yuan. "Forget it, just call me brother by then. This time, it's really all thanks to you. The recovery is much better than I imagined. Furthermore, thanks to you, when I return to boyhood from old age again in the future, I'll directly recover to my current realm and don't need to become that appearance before again." Bai Tong said with some excitement. His initial most mental preparation was recovering to first firmament true God. After all, this medicinal pill was too difficult to refine. But who knew that Yi Yuan actually refined vast spirit divine grade in the end? The effects of recovery naturally far exceeded his expectations. Fourth firmament true God, middle stage true God, That strength was a totally different level compared to first firmament true God. More importantly, what Yi Yuan refined was a vast spirit-cleansing rain dream reverting pill. It restored part of the defects in his cultivation method, letting him have no need to become a kid without the strength to truss up a chicken when he returned to boyhood from old age again. About the medicinal effect of the cleansing rain dream reverting pill, Yi Yuan was also quite surprised. The person who could create such a heaven-defying medicinal pill, his strength was definitely impressive. It seemed like tigers were crouching and dragons were hiding in this world. One really should not look down on the heroes under the heavens. Yi Yuan smiled and said, "Then I'll have to congratulate Brother Bai, but let's take care of this trash first." By the side, Qin Guan's expression turned stiff. Kneeling down with a thud, he wailed, "Why, Your Excellency, this lowly one had eyes but failed to recognize Mount Tai and affronted Your Excellency. I beg Your Excellency to take this lowly one to be a fart and let this lowly one go." Seeing the Bai Tong with an imposing aura, how could Qin Guan still have any desire to resist at all? Having a first firmament true God go deal with a fourth firmament true God? Not unless his head was kicked by a donkey. Apart from begging for mercy, he seriously could not think of other ways. Currently, in his heart, he had long greeted Jiang Hua's 18 generations of ancestors. This damn thing had clearly dug a pit for him to jump. When taking action, Jiang Hua did not tell him that a fourth firmament true God powerhouse was actually following by Yi Yuan's side. "Let you go. If I didn't have the strength to protect myself, would you have let me go today? Since you had the thought to kill people stirred, you'll have to be prepared to be killed." "Brother Bai, do it," Yi Yuan said coolly. Toward this Qin Guan, Yi Yuan naturally could not give rise to any pity. The other party was clearly here to kill Yi Yuan, and yet actually still hoped that Yi Yuan would show mercy and let him leave. Bai Tong nodded slightly when he heard this. Qin Guan did not see him take any complicated action, he just lightly pointed out a finger. Qin Guan only felt a white light gradually enlarge in his pupils. After that, there was no more after that. In front of Bai Tong, he could not even muster up divine essence. Seeing this scene, Yi Yuan's pupils also constricted as he said, "Brother Bai is skillful. I really didn't expect that not only is Brother Bai a 7-star alchemy God, your martial arts are also so formidable." Bai Tong said with a proud look, "You don't think that only you know spatial law in this world, right?" The two exchanged a glance, both bursting into laughter. "What did you say? Qin Guan died? How is this possible?" Hearing the news of Qin Guan's death, Jiang Hua almost jumped up. A true God realm went to deal with a 7th firmament celestial deity realm and actually died. This kind of thing was simply unheard of. This lowly one dare not deceive Lord Steward. This lowly one quietly waited for the outcome in the backyard but didn't see Lord Qin Guan return for a long time. Mustering up my courage, I went into the front court and discovered that Lord Qin Guan had already long died. Yi Yuan was not someone who indiscriminately killed the innocent. That manservant was merely a divine lord realm young man, obeying people's orders. He naturally did not have the intention of exterminating once and for all. But the front court had an array formation isolating. So he did not know what happened in the backyard. When he went to the front court, it was long deserted already. Jiang Hua's expression changed again and again. In his eyes, although Yi Yuan's strength was decent, he was merely a youngster who came from an imperial city in the end. So what background could he have? To imperial city this level, true gods were already existences that they looked up to. But who knew that Qin Guan, this true God realm powerhouse, would die in his own courtyard without a sound just like that? One had to know, killing a true God realm powerhouse and defeating a true God realm powerhouse were two completely different concepts. With Qin Guan's strength, unless it was a 3rd firmament true God and above powerhouse, otherwise, it was simply impossible to let him not even have a chance to escape. After all, that was Qin Guan's own territory. Could it be that a 3rd firmament true God and above powerhouse is actually following by that brat's side? How is this possible? Jiang Hua did not quite dare to believe it. Right at this time, a servant walked in and said to Jiang Hua with cupped fists, Steward Jiang, Yi Yuan's party already entered the Alchemy Celestial Pavilion. Jiang Hua was taken back when he heard that and said, Alchemy Celestial Pavilion? What did they go to the Alchemy Celestial Pavilion for? Right, this kid wanted to become famous overnight through the Alchemy Celestial Pavilion. Heh. No wonder he uttered wild ravings, saying to make family head go find him in person. It turns out that what he thought of was this method. It's just that, he's too naive. Alchemy Celestial Pavilion's experts are as abundant as clouds. Does he, a mere celestial deity realm brat, really think that he can stir up some waves? Chapter 1924, Silver Alchemy Celestial Alchemist. Chapter 1924, Silver Alchemy Celestial Alchemist Senior. I want to become an Alchemy Celestial Alchemist and enter the Alchemy Battle Arena. The old man in front of Yi Yuan was the Alchemy Celestial Pavilion's examiner. For many years, the Alchemy Celestial Pavilion had a resounding reputation. Alchemy Celestial Alchemists, even the lowest grade Copper Alchemy Celestial Alchemist, their status outside were also much higher than ordinary alchemists. This was because alchemists that came out of the Alchemy Celestial Pavilion had all been through fight after fight. Those that charged out, their strength far said ordinary alchemists. Hence, wanting to become an Alchemy Celestial Alchemist naturally needed stringent checks. It was not that you could enter the Alchemy Battle Arena because you could refine medicinal pills. This old man in front of him was the examiner responsible for verifying the stand of alchemists. The old man looked at Yi Yuan and waved his hand and said, Lad, this place isn't the place to play house, go away. He saw that Yi Yuan was too young and felt that it was simply impossible to pass the test, and he naturally felt rather impatient. Yi Yuan's age, possessing 7th firmament celestial deity strength, although it was rare, it also would not make people too astonished. But wanting to become a 5-star alchemy god at his age, was extremely rare. As for whether or not he could pass the assessment, it was even more impossible. Even though this test was not some very profound thing, it was also not what everyone could pass. Yi Yuan smiled and said, Senior won't test my strength? The old man said, This old man has been in charge of this Alchemy Celestial Pavilion for many years and has seen before no idea how many alchemists. Whether or not you can pass the test, I'll know at a glance. This old man was an experienced 5-star alchemy god himself, so his alchemy Dao strength not weak. With Alchemy Celestial Pavilion's popularity, there were too many alchemists who wanted to enter the Alchemy Battle Arena. The alchemists that he had seen before were indeed many. As a result, he had long formed his own set of experiences already. Yi Yuan did not dispute this either. He just smiled and said, Then can Senior give Junior a chance, let Junior measure his own strength. Brat, don't waste our time, the alchemists that Elder Ping has seen before are more than the salt you've eaten. He already said that you're out of the game, so there's no chance for you. Brat, your hair isn't even fully grown yet. Do you know what's called pill refinement? Ha ha ha. Everyone burst out laughing, full of disdain for Yi Yuan. Even if disciples from great alchemy families wanted to reach the strength to enter the Alchemy Celestial Pavilion, they at least had to be 3,000 to 5,000 years old too. At Yi Yuan's age, it was simply impossible to have a chance. Elder Ping saw that Yi Yuan's attitude was sincere, not arrogant like members of aristocratic families. Stroking his beard, he nodded and said, Forget it, give it a try. Yi Yuan was overjoyed and said with clasped hands, Thank you very much, Elder Ping. Elder Ping waved his hand and said, Don't be in a hurry to thank me first. This divine fire is very wild, so don't burn yourself. The assessment was very simple, control the flame to refine pills. One should not look at how it was simple, many 5-star alchemy gods could not do it well. This flame was not an ordinary divine flame, but a fire without a master. It was very wild. Wanting to control it to refine pills had very high demands on the alchemist's fire control. A centiliter US of turquoise flame trembled endlessly inside the brazier. In a while, look at how said this brat becomes. The Cloudheart Heavenly Wolf fire is notorious for being difficult to subdue. At his age, how can he possibly control an ownerless Cloudheart Heavenly Wolf fire? This is called overestimating his own ability. Those people waiting for the test felt that Yi Yuan was wasting time, all appearing very annoyed. Yi Yuan slowly came in front of the brazier and lightly pointed a finger out. Following that centiliter US of flame flew towards the medicinal cauldron extremely obediently. The entire process was natural and smooth. It did not pause in the slightest at all. The originally bored to death Elder Ping suddenly stood up from his seat, looking at Yi Yuan's actions in shock. Inside the hall, it was dead silent, only seeing Yi Yuan's actions skipping erratically. Following that, it was the pill refinement. That Cloudheart Heavenly Wolf fire was extremely obedient in Yi Yuan's hands, and it actually faintly emitted howling sounds of a wolf. Inside the medicinal cauldron was a false pill, specifically used in alchemist assessments. Bang! 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 Inside the medicinal cauldron, 9 exploding sounds resounded in a row. A woo! A wolf's howl transmitted over. The Cloudheart Heavenly Wolf fire returned to the brazier once more, and actually somewhat had the intention of having not given full expression to its views. Bang! The Cloudheart Heavenly Wolf fire that returned to the brazier actually flew out once more under the situation where no one was manipulating it. But it was blocked by the restriction power around the brazier. Everyone looked at this scene dumbfoundedly with astounded faces. 9 booms, this probably already has the strength of a silver alchemy celestial alchemist, right? Also, that fire-controlling art is truly transcendent. The Cloudheart Heavenly Wolf fire actually wants to burst out of the restriction. That means, could it be that it wants to have Yi Yuan subdue it? Yi Yuan's assessment was completed extremely quickly, merely several dozen breaths from start to end. But in these several dozen breaths, it let people see his power. Tempering the false pill, the number of detonating sounds given off was the assessment criteria. As long as it could give off a detonating sound, it was considered passing the test. But the detonating sounds only had at most 9. Yi Yuan actually made it emanate fully. Under normal circumstances, being able to reach 9 booms already had the level of silver alchemy celestial alchemists. It was just that, people who came to take part in the alchemy celestial assessment rarely had people capable of doing it to this extent. Unless it was those major powers who had already been famous for a long time and had never partook. 1p8'd in the alchemy celestial assessment before, would there be such a performance? But how old was Yi Yuan? When these people were 1,000 over years old, they were still bitterly training basic skills under the whip of their masters. With this, it was truly astounding everyone with his skill. Elder Ping, I'm done with the assessment. Yi Yuan came in front of Elder Ping and said coolly. Elder Ping was startled, only then, coming back to his senses. He looked at Yi Yuan and said with a bitter smile, "This old man apologizes to you." This old man didn't expect that there would actually be a time where I would make an error of judgment. Everyone was incredibly shocked. Elder Ping actually apologized to this kid. Elder Ping was a gold alchemy celestial alchemist. He actually apologized to a junior. But thinking about it, they also felt at ease. Yi Yuan had such strength when he was so young, so his future accomplishments were limitless. Yi Yuan cupped his fists and said, Elder Ping is too serious. I wonder if this junior is counted as having said the assessment. Of course you said. As he spoke, Elder Ping fished out a silver color token, said it to Yi Yuan, and said, 9 booms, your strength already reached the standard of silver alchemy celestial alchemist. From today onward, you're a silver alchemy celestial alchemist. Yi Yuan received the token, feeling rather surprised. He did not expect that he actually directly advanced to silver alchemy celestial alchemist. He found out earlier that alchemists who said the alchemy celestial assessment were just gradeless alchemists. They must go through 100, even hundreds of alchemy battles, before they could advance to copper alchemy celestial alchemist. Similarly, for copper alchemy celestial alchemists to want to advance to the silver level, they also had to experience many alchemy battles. This process tended to be several decades, several centuries, even several thousand or tens of thousands of years. Yi Yuan only guided according to the laws inside the medicinal cauldron and did his best, but did not think that he actually directly advanced to silver grade. Chapter 1925, Silver Arena. Chapter 1925. Silver Arena. Yi Yuan put away the token and said with cupped fists, "Many thanks, Elder Ping." Elder Ping smiled and said, "Good, good. Indeed, heroes come from youngsters. With your talent, likely in less than 10 years, you'll be able to reach Gold Alchemy Celestial Alchemist. Boy, after entering the Alchemy Celestial Pavilion, you have to cultivate well." Yi Yuan's appearance gave Elder Ping a breathtaking feeling. Having such heaven-defying alchemy Dao attainments at a young age, he would definitely be able to radiate splendor in the Alchemy Celestial Pavilion. Yi Yuan smiled and said, "Elder Ping, rest assured, I will." Finished talking, Yi Yuan turned around and left. Those examinees looked at Yi Yuan with envious looks on their faces. This silver token, they had to strive for it for thousands, even tens of thousands of years. But he, Yi Yuan, directly got it. Next. Elder Ping withdrew his gaze and said coolly. Sun Jing slowly walked in front of the Cloudheart Heavenly Wolf Fire, currently secretly glad in his heart. The Cloudheart Heavenly Wolf Fire was awed by that brat just now. It will definitely be much easier for me to subdue it. Heh, this is an opportunity for me. Speaking of which, I still have to thank that kid. The moment the restriction opened up, Sun Jin suddenly formed seals with both hands, attempting to directly suppress the Cloudheart Heavenly Wolf Fire. A woo. A wolf howl came over, that turquoise flame instantly transformed into a horrifying enormous wolf, pouncing over towards Sun Jing. Pew walk. Sun Jing seemed to have been struck by a tremendous force, directly blasting him flying. In virtually an instant, his body was practically burned to a crisp, lying on the ground and wailing incessantly. Swooze. Plus the turquoise giant wolf turned into an afterimage, das. Plussing over towards the depths of the hall. That direction was precisely the direction that Yi Yuan headed to. Elder Ping's gaze turned sharp, his figure turning into a streak of lightning, catching up to the Cloudheart Heavenly Wolf Fire in virtually a blink of an eye. Wicked brute, where are you running? Divine fires were spiritual, so this Cloudheart Heavenly Wolf Fire was clearly not so easy to subdue. Seeing Elder Ping catch up, the Cloudheart Heavenly Wolf Fire actually rushed over toward Elder Ping. Bang! 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 Inside the hall, one person and one fire actually broke out into a great battle. The other people exchanged glances, looking at this scene in immense shock. This. Just what's going on here? Although the Cloudheart Heavenly Wolf Fire is hard to tame, it also won't be so berserk. It would be chasing after that kid just now, right? What in the world did that brat do, to actually be able to make the Cloudheart Heavenly Wolf Fire so crazed? After a great battle, Elder Ping finally relied on his own powerful strength and captured the Cloudheart Heavenly Wolf Fire. Except, the captured Cloudheart Heavenly Wolf Fire was still incomparably berserk, unable to control at all. Elder Ping was secretly astonished and said, "This boy's fire-controlling art has already reached the acme of perfection. This Cloudheart Heavenly Wolf Fire actually wants to chase after him to be tamed. Truly frightening." The Cloudheart Heavenly Wolf Fire was an extremely difficult to tame rank 5 divine fire. Ordinary celestial deity realms simply could not subdue it, let alone talk about taming it. It was also precisely because of this that it would be used in evaluation standard. But Elder Ping did not expect that Yi Yuan only used the Cloudheart Heavenly Wolf Fire to take part in the assessment once and actually thoroughly subdued the Cloudheart Heavenly Wolf Fire. As long as Yi Yuan was willing, he could take possession of it at any time. Elder Ping understood that this Cloudheart Heavenly Wolf Fire would likely have no one capable of taming it anymore in the future. He waved his hand and said, "Guards, bring away the Cloudheart Heavenly Wolf Fire. Today's assessment ends here." Silver Alchemy Battle Arena, yelling and shouting seethe inside, incomparably bustling. Not far away, two incomparably profound auras intertwined together on the stage, vying with each other, refusing to give in to the other in the slightest. "Come on, Mu Dao Cheng. Mu Dao Cheng is mighty." Below the stage, cheering sounds were noisy like a seething cauldron. In the ring, the middle-aged Daoist on the right side was clearly a notch better. Very soon, his imposing momentum overpowered the other party. Condense. It was only to see Mu Dao Cheng yelled out, the medicinal pill condensing and forming, accompli. Hi plussing all these in one stroke. The other alchemist had a dispirited look. His medicinal pill already became a useless pill. Mu Daocheng said with a smug look, Huang Zhen, you're still 100 years too early to want to challenge me. Ha ha ha. Huang Zhen looked at Mu Daocheng, let out a sigh, and slowly walked down the ring. Yi Yuan watched this scene rather interestedly. This style of alchemy battle, he really rarely saw it. Alchemy battles dreaded people disturbing the most. But this kind of alchemy battle arena was completely an open-style format. Not only would everyone's cheering sounds not be isolated, but even the other party's pill refinement also would not use array formation to isolate the view. Two people facing off was like the life and death fight between two mighty experts. The victor formed the pill. The loser ruined the pill, but Yi Yuan also saw through that these two alchemists' strengths were indeed very formidable. Compared to those so-called five-star alchemy gods outside, their strength was much stronger. Especially that Mu Daocheng, he already reached late-stage initial realm, his strength being extraordinary. Hearing those fervent yelling sounds, this Mu Daocheng clearly possessed very high popularity in the Silver Arena area. However, Yi Yuan thought about it and felt that this kind of alchemy battle style could accelerate the improvement of alchemy Dao's strength even more instead. Two people facing off and refining pills, auras meeting each other squarely, one could sense the other party's alchemy Dao undulations distinctly. Under such circumstances, even if one failed, it was also possible to learn many things from the other party. Moreover, under this kind of complicated environment, being able to successfully refine the medicinal pill had tremendous benefits to the alchemists themselves too. It was no wonder that alchemy gods who possessed the Adent. One tie of alchemy celestial alchemist were extremely well received and respected outside. Looking at it now, this alchemy celestial pavilion was indeed extraordinary. TSK, another victory, and it will be Mu Daocheng's 10th successful time defending the ring. At that time, he'll be able to obtain the gold token and he will become a gold alchemy celestial alchemist. Really envious of him. I'll probably never be able to advance to gold alchemy celestial alchemist in this lifetime. Mu Daocheng was extremely proud of his success. He stood on the stage and said loudly, "Who else dares to come up and challenge me? Who else?" The current Mu Daocheng was like a fighting rooster, imposing momentum reaching the pinnacle. But below the stage, no one dared to go up the stage. According to the Alchemy Celestial Pavilion's rules, as long as one won 10 matches in a row, they could complete one arena defense. Completing 10 arena defenses, one would be able to obtain a higher level token. That way, the status of the alchemist would undergo an earth-shaking change. One had to know, the Alchemy Celestial Pavilion's alchemists were not just the Lus Traus Gold Great Imperial Capital's alchemists. Even alchemy gods from other Heavenly Emperor Bodimanders were all the Alchemy Celestial Pavilion's alchemists. Under the accumulation of time, the Alchemy Celestial Pavilion's influence was actually already very profound and far-reaching. If one could obtain a higher level token, this would be a massive improvement to the alchemist's reputation and prestige. This naturally drove people crazy. It was just that in the Alchemy Celestial Pavilion, wanting to advance was seriously far too difficult. With the accumulation of time, each alchemist that entered the Alchemy Celestial Pavilion were all not mediocre people. Wanting to win 10 matches in a row was really very difficult. Moreover, one even needed 10 consecutive victories before they could advance. And it was precisely because of this that the Adent. One tie of an alchemist from Alchemy Celestial Pavilion was more valuable. Suddenly, Yi Yuan leaped up lightly. Stepping into the ring, he looked at Mu Daocheng and said with a faint smile, "Let me try." Chapter 1926, Throwing an Egg Against a Rock. Chapter 1926, Throwing an Egg Against a Rock. Everyone's gazes were concentrated on that young figure. Very soon, they revealed mocking looks. When Mu Daocheng saw Yi Yuan, he laughed loudly and said, "Haha, brat, you're very unfamiliar. This place is the Silver Arena. You didn't walk to the wrong arena, right?" Although the number of Silver Alchemy Celestial Alchemists was a lot, they frequently hung around in the Silver Arena. Everyone was very familiar with each other. Not only did Yi Yuan look unfamiliar, but he was also too young. Everyone's first reaction was that he went to the wrong arena. How could there be such a young silver alchemy celestial alchemist? At one side, that judge with a deep gaze also spoke up at this time. Young man, this place is the silver arena. One must possess the silver token before they can come up. Clearly, he did not believe that Yi Yuan was a silver alchemy celestial alchemist. Yi Yuan smiled and slowly took out the silver token that Elder Ping gave him. He threw it to the judge and said, "This should be the silver token, right? Senior, please verify it." The noise and bustling sound before and mocking voices abruptly stopped. What replaced it was silence. Such a young silver alchemist, they had never seen before. The judge received the token and used divine sense to check it. Sure enough, Yi Yuan was a newly promoted silver alchemy celestial alchemist. The old man looked toward Yi Yuan and said in surprise, "Your silver token is newly issued, but I've never heard of you before. Could it be, such a young silver alchemy celestial alchemist, if he was promoted all the way, it was impossible that he had never heard of him at all." This showed that Yi Yuan might very likely have directly gotten the silver token. Yi Yuan smiled and said, "Junior just pares said the alchemy celestial assessment and became an alchemy celestial alchemist." Murmur. Directly promoted to silver alchemy celestial alchemist. This brat reached 9 detonations. No way, right? The last time 9 detonations appeared, it was still several hundred years ago, right? Yeah, but those able to achieve 9 detonations were normally all 6-star alchemy gods who entered the alchemy celestial pavilion for the first time. 5-star alchemy gods, it's unheard of. Directly pares sing the alchemy celestial assessment and obtaining the silver token, this was an extremely seldom seen thing. Everyone's gazes when looking at Yi Yuan all underwent a change. Without a doubt, a new star was about to slowly rise in the alchemy celestial pavilion. A hint of surprise also flashed across in that judge's eyes. Returning the token to Yi Yuan, he said, "The young ones are to be feared. Young ones are to be feared." Yi Yuan said, "Now, I have the qualifications to challenge him, right?" As he said this, Yi Yuan looked at Mu Daocheng's direction. The judge smiled when he heard that and said, "Hehe, young man, you have a lot of potential, but you're underestimating this silver arena too much. Exchanging blows with him right now, it doesn't have any benefits to you." "Don't, Elder Shin. I finally managed to have someone who delivered himself to the door. Your elderly self, don't ruin my business. This brat can just nicely ensure that I get the gold token." The moment Mu Daocheng heard the judge's words, he was indignant. Seeing Yi Yuan's silver token, outside of his shock, he was overjoyed. As long as he won one more match, he would be able to obtain the gold token and advance to the gold arena. Becoming a gold alchemy celestial alchemist, his reputation would have a massive elevation. He already hoped for it for many years. In the silver arena, wanting to successfully guard the ring 10 times was not such an easy matter. Such a newcomer rookie was precisely his optimal choice for consecutive victories. In the silver arena, this sort of place, as long as you did not deliberately lose the alchemy battle, anyone could challenge at will. Yi Yuan also smiled and said, "No worries, just take it as training." Hearing Yi Yuan said so, Mu Daocheng hurriedly went along with it and said, "Elder Shin, you see, he agreed to it. This matter is settled like this." Elder Shin gave Yi Yuan a glance, let out a sigh, and said, "All right, you guys begin then." The moment Mu Daocheng heard, he was overjoyed and said, "Haha, kid, I really thank you so much. Winning this match, I'll be a gold alchemy celestial alchemist." Yi Yuan smiled and said, "Don't need to be courteous. But if you want to win against me, it likely won't be that easy." Mu Daocheng laughed loudly and said, "Brat, you think that by immediately getting a silver token, you're invincible under the heavens? Let me tell you, each person here can practically all achieve 9 detonations. Alchemy celestial alchemists are far stronger than you imagine. You are still far from close." Yi Yuan smiled faintly and said, "Is that so? Begin then." Elder Shin said coolly, "The medicinal pill that the two of you have to refine is the seasonal rain pill. Below the stage, the people were all incredibly envious. No one could have expected that Mu Daocheng's last battle actually ran into such a hothead. This way, Mu Daocheng got the gold token as easy as blowing off dust. This battle did not have the least bit of suspense at all. Alchemists who just entered the silver arena, their strength was actually very weak. Only after experiencing one defeat after another would they become strong. Yi Yuan had just arrived. So no one would think that he could be a match for the veteran powerhouse, Mu Daocheng. One had to know, Mu Daocheng already possessed the level of a gold alchemy celestial alchemist. With the alchemy battle starting, the winds and clouds sprung up. Mu Daocheng's imposing momentum rose to the sky, cruise. Hi. Plussing over toward Yi Yuan frenziedly. On the stage, it teamed with his soul force, appearing incomparably berserk. Bang! At virtually the first moment, the two people's soul forces collided together fiercely. Except, compared to Mu Daocheng's outrageous momentum, Yi Yuan's appeared too feeble. Heh, kid, this will teach you a lesson. I'll let you know that the silver arena isn't so easy to enter. Mu Daocheng gave a loud laugh and immediately controlled his soul force to lash over. This kind of alchemy battle with Amar's sieve disparity in strength tended to determine the victor in the first round. Everyone thought that Yi Yuan lost for sure. Suddenly, a fled groan came over. Mu Daocheng directly spewed out a mouthful of blood. Within the medicinal cauldron in front of him, fled bang similarly emitted. A burnt smell spread throughout the entire ring. Clearly, his furnace of medicinal pills was already invalidated. Elder Shin's pupils constricted, his gaze revealing an astonished look. What's going on? Mu Daocheng, lost? No way, right? What black magic did this brat cast? Mu Daocheng clearly took the absolute advantage. Why was he defeated in one exchange? Below the stage, anxious and doubtful voices came over one after another. The results did not exceed one's expectations. The victor was determined in one exchange. It was just that the victor was not Mu Daocheng, but it was Yi Yuan. On the stage, Yi Yuan took his time to refine the pill, as if he did not have the slightest clue about what happened just now. Mu Daocheng looked toward Yi Yuan, disbelief on his face as he muttered, I actually lost. Several breaths ago, he was still fired up with boundless enthusiasm, thinking that he definitely nailed the gold token. Who knew that he was defeated in a single exchange? He was the same as the rest, thinking that he won for sure. But when his soul force touched Yi Yuan's, he discovered that Yi Yuan's soul force was like a giant mountain, while he was just like a chicken egg. An egg colliding plussing against a giant mountain, the results went without saying. Throwing an egg against a rock was roughly talking about this, right? Chapter 1927, Frenzied Straight Winds. Chapter 1927, Frenzied Straight Winds. Mu Daocheng, what the hell is going on? Who clearly took the absolute upper hand, why were you defeated instead? Everyone looked at Mu Daocheng with baffled faces. Mu Daocheng had a bitter look as he said, underestimated him too much. This kid's soul force is incomparably compact. I salted him with soul force, and then I felt as if I was knocking onto a steel plate, injuring myself all at once. Miscalculated. If I had long known, I'd have competed in pill refinement with him honestly. That way, he's definitely not my match. Everyone came to a realization. Someone said, looks like this kid definitely cultivated an extremely formidable divine soul art. His background is definitely extraordinary. Looks like when Yum ping into him in the future, we have to be more careful. They did not doubt Mu Daocheng's words. Soul force being strong did not mean that pill refinement was definitely strong. Yi Yuan's age, his pill refinement was definitely not their match. As long as they avoided the sharp edge, being victorious was definitely not hard. Condense. Roughly an hour later, Yi Yuan gave a cold cry, successfully forming the pill. This seasonal rain pill was merely a level 5 difficulty medicinal pill. It was too easy for the current Yi Yuan, it did not need to take much time at all. Elder Shin looked at Yi Yuan with a heated gaze as he said, Yi Yuan, open the furnace straight away. Yi Yuan nodded his head and directly opened the furnace to retrieve the pill. The moment the medicinal cauldron opened, a medicinal fragrance sailed the nostrils, instantly suffusing the entire space. Smells so good. Why would the seasonal rain pill be so fragrant? Just what grade is this seasonal rain pill? Why would it smell so good? The medicinal fragrance made people intoxicated, astonished. Plussing people. Everyone was all guessing the grade of this medicinal pill one after another. Yi Yuan made his move like lightning, directly sealing the medicinal pill into a small bottle. Elder Shin received the small bottle, his hand trembling slightly. He had long discerned that Yi Yuan's medicinal pill was likely not ordinary. That was why he was anxious to know the grade of the medicinal pill. With a wisp of divine sense sunk inside, Elder Shin's two eyes immediately became wide saucers, lifting his head and looking at Yi Yuan in shock. Everyone's gazes were gathered on Elder Shin. Seeing that his reaction was so big, they guessed one after another. But they were clearly in their hearts, the grade of this medicinal pill was likely at least divine grade. Elder Shin, just what grade is this medicinal pill? Mu Daocheng could not resist asking. He suddenly discovered that he was too naive. Could properly refining pills beat Yi Yuan? Looking at Elder Shin's reaction, he also knew that it was impossible. Except, even if he died, he had to understand how he died. He really wanted to know just how powerful his opponent was. Only then did Elder Shin abruptly startle awake and say, Yi Yuan, vast spirit seasonal rain pill, win. Murmur. Below the stage burst into an uproar, astonished voices sounding out like thunder. Vast spirit divine pill. This is impossible. Elder Shin, are you mistaken? How can a 5-star alchemy god possibly refine a vast spirit divine pill? Vast spirit divine pill, probably only powerhouses at the level of alchemy celestial can refine it, right? Everyone's first reaction was disbelief. But they were clear in their hearts that Elder Shin definitely would not ramble nonsense. This sort of thing could not be joked around. Impudent. Could it be that this old man would crack this kind of joke with you all, these younglings? Sure enough, Elder Shin was greatly enraged. Very quickly, those people shut up sensibly. Elder Shin waved his hand and said in a solemn voice, now, Yi Yuan becomes the arena lord. Those who want to challenge him and go up the stage. At this time, Elder Shin's eyes when looking at Yi Yuan again already became different. Previously when he saw the silver token, he approved of Yi Yuan, had expectations, giving guidance toward a junior. But now, his eyes were full of astonishment. To alchemy celestial alchemists, the seasonal rain pill was not considered a very difficult to refine medicinal pill. But vast spirit divine pills were not what ordinary people could refine. Everyone exchanged glances, but no one went up the ring. The impact that everything that happened previously brought to them was seriously too intense. Forget about the silver arena, even the gold arena, no one had refined vast spirit divine pills before at all too. Today, it actually appeared. Suddenly, a figure floated up, cupped his fists at Yi Yuan, and said, I'm Feng Jingyun. Brother Yi, please give pointers. This person wore a silk headdress on his head. His attitude was very sincere. It's Feng Jingyun. He's the silver grade's #1 person. He actually went up to challenge Yi Yuan. Ever since Feng Jingyun achieved silver, he has yet to taste defeat and has already succeeded in defending the arena 9 times in a row. There's a show to watch now. Whether this brat is lucky or strong, Feng Jingyun can definitely probe it out. The moment this Feng Jingyun went up the stage, it immediately caused a stir. He was the publicly acknowledged silver's #1, his power was above Mu Daocheng. No one could have thought that he would actually take the initiative to challenge Yi Yuan. But it was also precisely so that this battle attracted even more attention. Yi Yuan looked at Feng Jingyun and said with cupped fists, please give pointers. With the lesson drawn from Mu Daocheng's failure, Feng Jingyun was much more careful. He avoided Yi Yuan's sharp edge and carefully refined his medicinal pill. And Yi Yuan also did not seem to have the intention of attacking him. But in the ring, the two people's distance was very close. The two people's auras also intersected unavoidably. But that short intersection made Feng Jingyun feel the vigorousness of facing the sea. Too strong. The pill refinement this time was Feng Qingyun's most arduous refinement in history. But the tip of the iceberg that Yi Yuan displayed let him benefit endlessly. Finus. HI plus ing, Feng Qingyu was defeated without any surprises. While Yi Yuan refined a vast spirit divine pill once more. This time, no one doubted Yi Yuan's strength anymore. Even if 18 dog SHI plus T, it was also impossible to refine vast spirit divine pills twice in a row. Thank you very much, Master Yi, for your guidance. This Feng is endlessly grateful. Feng Qingyun came in front of Yi Yuan and gave a respectful bow. Even his term of address underwent a Ma's sieve change too. Brother Yi became master. In this alchemy celestial pavilion, those able to bear the title of master were not many. Yi Yuan smiled and said, Brother Feng's foundation is solid. Your future accomplishments are limitless. Giving pointers, I'm not worthy of such compliments. Yi Yuan also spoke his mind. This Feng Qingyun's strength was not much stronger than Mu Dao Cheng. But his foundation was far more solid compared to Mu Dao Cheng. In terms of potential, he would definitely walk further than Mu Dao Cheng. Feng Qingyun naturally repeatedly said that he dare not and hurriedly took his leave very soon. This alchemy battle with Yi Yuan let him benefit a great deal, and he was in a hurry to go into closed seclusion. Next, the alchemy battles did not have much suspense anymore. Everyone understood that Yi Yuan's strength was completely not at the level of silver. This place was not his stage. But it was also precisely because of this that some bold individuals still hoped to be able to exchange blows with Yi Yuan. This was a rare experience. Just like this, Yi Yuan swept across the whole way, winning in succession frenziedly. As long as it was Yi Yuan's battle, it would progress very quickly. His pill refinement speed was incomparably strange, but the quality of the pill formed was abnormally high. Only using half a month's time, he obtained 100 straight wins and obtained the gold token. Yi Yuan's domineering rise also attracted the attention of the Alchemy Celestial Pavilion. Chapter 1928, Alchemy Celestial Level Powerhouses Shocked. Chapter 1928, Alchemy Celestial Level Powerhouses Shocked. The Alchemy Celestial Hall was the place where the top few heavyweights of the Alchemy Celestial Pavilion discussed matters. Only master-level alchemists who possessed the Alchemy Celestial designation had the qualifications to enter this place. Alchemy Celestial Pavilion's alchemists were divided into a total of 6 levels. They were respectively copper, silver, gold, dark violet, black scale, as well as the highest level Alchemy Celestial. Those possessing Alchemy Celestial title, each one was a peak 6-star Alchemy God. Furthermore, their strength far said those in the same rank. The Alchemy Celestial Pavilion had a total of 15 Alchemy Celestial alchemists. There were 7 who resided in the Alchemy Celestial Pavilion permanently. The other 8 were all Leviathans of a region, possessing tremendous rallying power. And these 7 were the Alchemy Celestial Pavilion's administrators. At this time, 3 Alchemy Celestial alchemists were currently in the Great Hall, sitting opposite facing each other. In the middle, a white-robed old man asked, "About this Yi Yuan, how do you all view it?" That grey-robed old man on the left opened his mouth and said, "Roughly 100 alchemy battles. This child refined more than 20 vast spirit divine pills, over 60 void spirit divine pills. There were only less than 10 purple spirit pills. This kind of strength is simply unheard of." That middle-aged man in green clothing on the right nodded and said, "This child's strength is unfathomable. It's just that the difficulty of the medicinal pills refined at the silver arena mostly isn't high. As for just how powerful his strength is, we still need to make more observations." The white-robed old man nodded and said, "Indeed so. But in my view, his strength is most likely already sufficient to enter black scale." The other 2 nodded their heads in succession, clearly not having objections about this. Normally speaking, the vast majority of those who reached Dark Violet Alchemist were 6-star Alchemy Gods. Except, the Alchemy Celestial Pavilion's grouping of alchemists was not according to cultivation realms, it only relied on battle achievements. Among gold level, there were also some 6-star Alchemy Gods. But they did not reach Dark Violet strength. Instead, It was some peak 5-star alchemy gods whose strength surpassed, said all others, overpowering 6-star alchemy gods instead. Normally speaking, 6-star alchemy gods should be stronger than 5-star alchemy gods. It was just that this sort of thing was not absolute. Such as, a 5-star alchemy god could refine a divine-grade divine pill, but the 6-star alchemy god could not. In contrast, it was clear that the 5-star alchemy god had more potential. Once they broke through to 6-star, their strength would be much stronger than those ordinary 6-star alchemy gods. People who fought alchemy battles in the Alchemy Celestial Pavilion and were able to reach peak gold level, each one was a strong compet. One tore among the strong rivals, their strength could not be underestimated. The white-robed old man saying so clearly felt that with Yi Yuan's strength, even if the opponents were middle-rank 6-star alchemy gods, they would also not be his match. The three people were currently discussing when another old man entered the hall. The old man said unwillingly, "Chen Yu, sending someone to call me over so anxiously, what happened? Don't you know that this old man is very busy lately?" The white-robed old man Chen Yu said, "Heh, Chen Chang, you old thing, you're busy. These few days, a great event happened in the Alchemy Celestial Pavilion." The old man who came in was none other than precisely Master Chen Chang, who fought for the Earth Chelin with Yi Yuan at the 100 Herb Gathering. Chen Yu recounted Yi Yuan's matters. Chen Chang's expression became solemn. "Hang on, you're saying that is called Yi Yuan?" Chen Chang suddenly felt that Yi Yuan, this name was very familiar, as if he heard it somewhere before. Chen Yu nodded and said, "That's right. Speaking of which, this kid is really a freak. Only 1,000 over years old, and his alchemy Dao strength is actually so horrifying." Chen Chang's entire body trembled, finally recalling this scene. His face was full of shock as he muttered, "Impossible. This is impossible. How can it possibly be him?" Chen Yu asked curiously, "Why? Have you heard of him before?" Chen Chang waved his hand and said, "Shouldn't be the same person. Forget it, I'll go and make sure first." Finished talking, his figure moved, leaving the Alchemy Celestial Pavilion. Gold Arena, bustling sounds were roaring, cheering sounds rising one after another. In a short few days, Yi Yuan already obtained 20 straight wins, taking down quite a few of the gold-level heavyweights. It was also because of this that Yi Yuan gathered a loyal crowd of fans. On the ring, Yi Yuan was unmoving like a mountain, steady like a giant mountain. No one was able to shake his position at all. The one exchanging blows with him was a top 5 powerhouse among the Gold Alchemy Celestial Alchemists. But in front of Yi Yuan, he was like an elementary school student. In reality, ever since everyone knew Yi Yuan's strength, the old arena's powerhouses fell over each other in a bid to exchange blows with Yi Yuan. They naturally did not do it in order to win but to learn a little something from Yi Yuan. Exchanging blows with such a powerhouse could not be randomly encountered. And Yi Yuan's arena matches also completely evolved to a teaching field already. Under Yi Yuan's deliberate guidance, those Gold Alchemy Celestial Alchemists who had some comprehension ability had varying degrees of comprehension toward Alchemy Dao. This was a valuable fortune to them. The fierce fighting on the stage was currently ongoing when several figures walked into the Gold Alchemy Battle Arena. "You guys, look, isn't he that Master Chen Chang? There's also Master Chen Yu. A few years back when he preached on Dao, I was fortunate enough to have listened to his teachings. Goodness gracious, truly remarkable." Master Yi Yuan already attracted the attention of alchemy celestial level powerhouses. There was a commotion in the crowd, several big shots showing together. This was a grand event that had never happened before. These people at the Gold Arena, any one of them that randomly went out would be a powerhouse whose fame shook a region. But in front of alchemy celestial powerhouses, they were completely not worth mentioning. Those were the truly powerful existences. Chen Chang walked into the venue. Seeing that young figure on the stage, his entire body could not help trembling, gaze fixed on that figure. "What's wrong, Brother Chen?" Chen Yu asked curiously. Chen Chang's brain was somewhat out of sorts, like it exploded. "This medicinal pill was refined by me." Yi Yuan's words were still reverberating in his ears. At that time, Chen Chang felt that Yi Yuan was just deliberately lying in order to become famous. This lie was too lacking in skill. How could a 5-star alchemy god possibly refine a divine-grade exquisite jade heart recovery pill? This sort of lie, even a child would not believe it, right? But now, looking at Yi Yuan's refinement that lifted something heavy as if it were light, the natural and smooth technique, it was just like the air of a master. Yi Yuan could even refine a vast spirit divine pill, then refining a divine-grade level 9 medicinal pill was also not impossible. Could it be that the exquisite jade heart recovery pill was really refined by him? It's really him. Chen Chang sucked in a deep breath and said in shock. Chen Yu was somewhat curious as he said, "What in the world did this kid do to make you so surprised?" Chen Chang briefly recounted the events that day. The few big shots were all extremely shocked. "You're saying that a divine-grade exquisite jade heart recovery pill, he only used 2 hours plus and refined it? How is this possible?" Chen Yu said with a disbelieving look. Chen Chang shook his head and said, "It's also not necessarily refined by him. It might really have been refined by his family's senior. After all, level 5 and 6 medicinal pills completely can't be compared to level 9 medicinal pills. It's just that I didn't expect that his alchemy Dao strength is actually so strong. Just where did this boy pop out from?" Chapter 1929, Telling Tales. Chapter 1929, Telling Tales. Everyone all thought that after Yi Yuan advanced to Dark Violet level, this sort of domineering drive would ease up somewhat. Dark Violet alchemy celestial alchemists, the vast majority were 6-star alchemy gods. Furthermore, their strength far surpassed said ordinary 6-star alchemy gods. For Yi Yuan to want to continue a winning streak in the Dark Violet arena, it was naturally not that easy. However, Yi Yuan's performance greatly exceeded everyone's expectations. He overcame all difficulties in the way and had yet to lose a match. No matter how strong the opponent was, arriving in front of him, they were as obedient as a student. 6-star alchemy gods were no exception either. Following Yi Yuan's winning streak, his reputation rose, becoming a figure at the height of popularity in the Lus Strauss Gold Great Imperial Capital. Yi Yuan's residence had people coming to pay a visit every day, coming and going in an endless stream. Jiang Manor, Jiang Hua was anxious like an ant on a hot pan. Ever since Yi Yuan entered the Alchemy Celestial Pavilion, he naturally paid a lot of attention to Yi Yuan. From the initial most disdain, it turned to shock, then to terror, and then despair. Jiang Hua's mood grew heavier with each passing day. How could he have thought that a punk who came from an imperial city would actually stir up such a huge wave in Lus Strauss Gold Great Imperial Capital? Jiang Hua, prepare some gifts and make a trip to Joyful Aroma Residence together with me. Alchemy Celestial Pavilion. This newly promoted Dark Violet alchemist, Yi Yuan, will surely become a dazzling figure. Our Springwind Hall must forge good relations with him first. Jiang Yuan called Jiang Hua over and instructed. Jiang Hua's heart thumped, his heart sinking to the bottom of the sea. The thing that he was most worried about happened. Back then, Yi Yuan had once crowed proud words when he left, saying to make Jiang Yuan go find him personally. At that time, Jiang Hua even scoffed in derision. Who could have thought that in a mere 2 short months, Jiang Yuan was actually really going to pay a visit in person? The Myriad Treasure Tower had a dozen overhauls, each performing its own functions, responsible for all of the Myriad Treasure Tower's transactions, the authority immense. The Springwind Hall was one of them. Jiang Yuan was skilled in management and extremely capable and experienced. So his status in Springwind Hall was rather high, taking on the post of elder. Lus Strauss Gold Great Imperial Capital was most famous for medicinal pills and spirit medicine business. Springwind Hall naturally paid a lot of attention to the Alchemy Celestial Pavilion too. Yi Yuan's rapid rise was still in its startup phase currently, but with Jiang Yuan's perception, he already became aware that Yi Yuan's rise was unstoppable. Hence, before everyone noticed Yi Yuan this person yet, forging good relations with him might reap great benefits. This was clearly much more worth it than getting into contact with him after Yi Yuan became renowned far and wide, and also much easier. It was just that he did not think that his steward had long already offended Yi Yuan badly. That family head, although this Yi Yuan is formidable, He's also merely a 5-star alchemy god. It doesn't merit you to personally pay a visit, right? Jiang Hua said meaningfully. Jiang Yuan smiled and said, what the hell do you know? Also don't know where that Yi Yuan popped out from. His strength is frighteningly powerful. It's said that he has already startled alchemy celestial level powerhouses. Furthermore, he's met with no resistance at the Dark Violet arena. Most likely, before long, he'll become a black-scale alchemy celestial alchemist. Such a figure will surely become well known in the world in the future. Making friends beforehand is greatly beneficial to me and the Springwind Hall. Jiang Hua was shocked inwardly. He knew that Yi Yuan's performance was outstanding in the Alchemy Celestial Pavilion, but he was not clear about the specific situation. With his ident. One tie, he could not come into contact with the Alchemy Celestial Pavilion, such a high level. Hearing Jiang Yuan say so now, only then did he know how terrifying Yi Yuan was. Jiang Hua started to become afraid in his heart. With Yi Yuan's present ident. One tie and status, even family head had to pay a visit in person. If Yi Yuan incited slightly, wanting to kill him was merely a matter of saying a word. So impressive. Looks like this 5-star alchemy god truly has boundless prospect. Jiang Yuan was half genuine and half fake as he said in surprise. Jiang Yuan smiled and said, that's of course. But the other halls have clearly not realized this yet, so we have to pick up speed. Jiang Hua said, this lowly one will go and arrange it right away. Finished talking, Jiang Hua turned around and left. The moment he turned around, a hint of ruthlessness flashed across in Jiang Hua's eyes. No way, I can't resign myself to death like this. What I can rely on currently is only family head. The Springwind Hall had great power and influence. As long as let family head and that punk form an enmity, I can definitely quell that punk to death by borrowing the Springwind Hall's power and influence. Even if he becomes a black-scale alchemist, so what? It was true that the status of a black-scale alchemist was extremely high, but each major hall was presided over by peak true god realm powerhouses. They were existences on the same level as alchemy celestial alchemists. Black-scale alchemists were still a level weaker compared to them. Jiang Hua was also considered capable and experienced when doing things, preparing some top-grade gifts very quickly. Jiang Yuan was just about to set off when Jiang Hua said, family head, why not let this lowly one make a trip first? Jiang Yuan said coolly, no need. Jiang Hua said, family head, although that Yi Yuan is akin to the noonday sun, he's still young in the end. Family head is the Springwind Hall's elder. As a matter of fact, you're even a level higher than him. If he put on airs and doesn't want to meet you, wouldn't family head lose face? If this matter was to spread, how will family head keep a foothold in the Springwind Hall? When Jiang Yuan heard that, his figure could not help pausing. He wielded great authority in the Springwind Hall. The people who wanted to watch him make a fool of himself were not few. In fact, Yi Yuan was merely 1,000-over-years-old young lad, currently riding on the crest of success. He might really hold him in contempt. Jiang Hua's words were very reasonable. Jiang Hua was just a servant. If he lost face, then he lost face, it was no big deal. Thinking up to this point, Jiang Yuan could not help feeling that Jiang Hua was loyal and devoted to him, thinking of his interests in all respects. So he was quite moved in his heart. May as well, then I'll have to trouble you to make a trip, Jiang Yuan said. Jiang Hua was overjoyed in his heart, but he appeared very humble on the surface as he said, how can sharing family head's burdens be troublesome? 2 hours later, Jiang Hua returned with a bloody nose and swollen face. When Jiang Yuan saw Jiang Hua's miserable appearance, he said in surprise and anger, Jiang Hua, what's going on? The moment Jiang Hua saw Jiang Yuan, he could not help crying bitterly as he wailed, oh, family head, it doesn't matter that this lowly one was beaten until like this, but that Yi Yuan seriously bullied people too far. Bullying people too far. This lowly one reported my name and offered up all the gifts. They did not even look and immediately threw the gifts out, and even said, a puny little Springwind Hall's elder is also worthy to meet him. Even if want to meet, it's also the hall master coming in person. That Yi Yuan even said, Jiang Yuan's face fell, And he said in a cold voice, even said what? Jiang Hua was rejoicing in his heart, but he had anguish on his face as he said, he even said that family head didn't take a piece and look at the reflection either. Who the hell does he think he is? Haven't even figured out his own ident. One tie and want to request an audience with him. This lowly one argued a few words with him in my indignance, and he beat this lowly one until like this. Out. Jiang Hua described vividly the figure of an impetuous and arrogant youth who was intoxicated with success at a young age that appeared vividly on paper. Jiang Hua naturally would not go to Yi Yuan there. Either way, this sort of thing, Yi Yuan also would not publicize it everywhere himself too. He entered Joyful Aroma residence and walked one round, found a remote place, and cast a secret art to hide in the SPACE, and turned himself into this appearance. Returning now, he told tales relentlessly in front of Jiang Yuan. Sure enough, Jiang Yuan's expression became darker and darker. He trusted Jiang Hua a lot, so how could he have thought that Jiang Hua had sinister motives? Good, very good. A puny little spring-wind hall elder, heh heh. Jiang Yuan gnashed his teeth in hatred as he said.